Dial TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Thank you, Jalen Reed. When are you coming back so we can hear you say that live? That'll be nice. Football Friday, you hear that music. Let's go. It started last night, and good to be with you. 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. Appreciate you getting up with us. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth C. Payne, otherwise known as Pope Zaza in these parts. How you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I'm basking in the ultimate parody of the league this year. And as we discussed all week long, are the Eagles actually any good?
Yeah.
Nobody knows. I don't, losing to the Giants doesn't seem to be a vote in favor of, yes, they are that good.
Losing to the Giants, losing a big lead at home to the Denver Broncos last weekend. And then even a couple of their 4 wins have been a little. They blocked a field goal. You know, I'm not saying they didn't earn it, but like that's improbable.
They had 3 blocked kicks.
Yeah,
when they were 4-0, they had 3 blocked kicks at the time.
Yep.
Which is that's not something you can rely on.
As they say, yes.
Yeah.
It's so that's So if you missed it last night, man, like all of a sudden. You know, we'll talk about the divisions a little bit later because I think we reside in a division that's a little surprising right now to a lot of people. The Colts and the Jags being 4-1. I don't know if it's getting the respect of a division that's having 2 4-1 teams. I think people are curious how sustainable this is. But I was thinking of this watching that game last night. The Giants, and if you missed it, if you're just waking up, a game that you could have heard right here on Sports Radio 610. The Giants beat the Eagles 34-17, and they carried play. It was a close game at the half. You know, it was 20-17. I think Giants at the half. The Eagles kind of botched a field goal drive there that could have tied the game at the end of the half. But then the second half, the Giants just took it to them. Jackson Dart was really solid. Cam Scatabo was a battering ram in that game. And I got thinking about that division. I mean, you got the Eagles, who are the defending Super Bowl champs. You got the Commanders, who are, I think, 3-2 this year, and some of that's been without Jaden Daniels. Then they made it to the NFC title game last year. And I think everybody thought at the beginning of the year, especially after the Micah Parsons trade, like, okay, well, those will be it'll be a very top-heavy division. Those will be the 2 best teams. And then you got the Cowboys, who are going to stink, and you got the Giants, who are going to stink. And it turns out, you know, the Cowboys are 2-1 so far. Dak's having a great year. I don't think that defense is going to hold up. But, man, all of a sudden this Jackson Dart, Cam Scatabo show in New York.
What's the latest?
It's the latest is you might have found some things here.
They finally found some players that can match the energy of the ownership. The verve, the zest, all of that. We'll see. Jackson Dart's fun, but I feel like he's a little bit like a girl you're going to date but not take home to mom. He is a little quick to run. He's got all the makings of a rookie sensation QB that I don't know. We'll see. We'll see about Jackson Dart.
To me, the biggest, the funniest thing that happened in that game last night was Jackson Dart getting injured. And I'm not saying it was funny he got injured. I'm going somewhere with this. He gets injured. He goes in the blue tent. Russell Wilson comes in like on second down of this series, and it might have been third down. I don't remember. He was terrible. It was a continuation of that goal-to-go series that he had before they finally benched him a couple of weeks ago, where it was just the worst. Like, third down, and he's like skipping a ball. First of all, he almost gets a delay a game, and then he skips a ball at a receiver's feet, and the crowd rains booze down on the field. And then they pan over to Brian Daboll, who is excoriating the team trainer to get Jackson Dart the hell out of the blue team. He apologized for it after the game. It was that bad, Daboll did. He was running up to the dude in the suit like, hey, man, can you hurry up and get him the hell out of the tent? Like, are you looking at what's going on? We got a chance to pull off an upset of the Super Bowl champs, and I got to trot Russell Wilson out there now.
Do they think that Jackson Dart's sitting in there reading an old People magazine or something? Like, waiting. He's waiting in the waiting room of the medical tent. Like, oh, gosh, boy. This is, he's damn doc.
I'm behind 3 other guys right now, Coach. What do you want? So that was hilarious.
I hate both those teams now. That's all I could think of. I was like, screw the NFC East. I'm gonna tell you another thing too. I gotta go. I grabbed the audio. I gotta go. I gotta send it to Ben at some point. After that awesome 4 in a row tush push at goal line effort by the Eagles. Yeah, everybody loves that. Nothing more exciting than 4 tush pushes in a row.
Dude,
I don't know if it was either a really bad dad joke or something worse. Kirk Herbstreit said, "I call it bully ball," like as if he coined the term or something.
Yeah, I heard that.
Now
too.
I think he might have said, "I call it bully ball." It's like it's almost like a bowling ball going in, which at the very least
dumber.
But it's a dad. It might be an original dad joke. It's not a cliche or anything.
Yeah.
If he said, "I call it bully ball," as if. You know what my trademark phrase is for that?
Yeah.
Is bully ball.
Yeah.
Then, no, he's dead to me.
I thought the same thing. I'm like, okay, that's not a particularly more creative name than the tush push. Why are you bringing that up?
Yeah. No, I used to know a guy like this. I'm particularly triggered by it because I knew this guy who would do that all the time with all kinds of cliches.
Like he thought he created. Like I like to call it this.
He's like, hey, you know what I say? You know what I say? Listen to this.
Yeah.
The family that plays together stays together. I think, all right, I got you.
Yeah.
Or pray. You might think, oh well, it's a play on family. No. He would say that too.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what I say?
Yeah.
This is what I say. Like what I realized, the family that prays together stays together.
Or you would say something about how you were getting ready to go on a vacation that Brandy was very excited about, and that guy would be like, you know what they say, happy wife, happy life.
No. He wouldn't say they say it.
Oh,
they say it would be acknowledging that other people say it.
I got you.
He would say, you know what I say?
Yeah.
You know what I came up with?
I'm with you.
Happy wife, happy life.
Exactly. Okay, I got you. I'm glad you brought up the tush pushes. I think it died last night. I think the tush push died last night. I mean, not for the rest of the year, but that was a particularly, I thought, overindulgent use of the tush push last night. 4 straight, like that got a lot of people like that.
They've done it before.
4 straight like that.
They did in the playoffs last year. It was
4 straight plays.
Yeah, I don't know if it was 4 straight last year, but definitely at least 3 straight. Plus, because of those Washington Commander offsides, they just kept going. So it was consecutive plays. Like even though the plays were negated, it was.
But it was here's where I'm going with this. It was already close that it was getting banned last year. Like it wasn't like a landslide. Like you just needed like 2 more teams, and you would have gotten the thing banned. And all the rhetoric during the offseason here, since they started honing in on the false start aspect of it. This is the first year where they've started really honing in on the fact that, the guards leave a half second early on this play every time. I think that combined with last night, like the 4 straight. I listened in on Philly this morning. I listened in on National this morning. Like the 4 straight was a big talking point with a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like that this might have been the whole, like, you can shear a sheep many times, but you can skin it only once kind of thing. Like, okay, slow down here. Like you can drive 80 in a 75. You're good. The Eagles are driving. They decided to drive 130 last night on a nationally televised game too. I think where the whole nation's watching.
Yeah. I guess I
am declaring it dead. You may disagree. I'm declaring it dead.
I think all those other factors are probably more relevant because in the playoffs last year we had this exact same discussion because it wasn't just them. It was the Bills too, right? It was playoff weekend, and it was the signature play in playoff weekend was all these boring stretches of tush pushes.
Yeah, I just don't remember 4 straight. And I may be wrong.
Yeah, no, I don't know if it was 4 straight.
4 straight.
4 straight to me doesn't seem any more remarkable than doing 2 or 3 straight in the middle of the playoffs, like on a high marquee game. Yeah. I think people were already fed up. People were already fed up with it.
Yeah.
I think the difficulty in officiating it is probably what's going to push it over the edge.
Yeah. I thought last night after the 4th one, I'm like, okay, this thing needs to die right now. Like that was a horrible, and it burns like 3 minutes off the clock because the clock's running, and it was bad. It's my contention the whole time with the tush push has been it looks stupid. It's aesthetically unpleasing. It's not fun to watch. And I know, and I think you've countered with this before. Like, well, is a handoff to the fullback a whole lot of fun to watch?
Well, it is when British Brooks gets it.
Right. Well, it's more fun than the tush push. Yes. Is it fun to watch, a seam route, to a tight end or something like that, but at least it looks like a football play.
No, this is the difference there, because I've said that before. Yeah, like, okay, if somebody runs, if you run with a running back on the goal line, is it? Yes, it's. I'll counter my own argument. At times, yes, it is exciting. Somebody goes over the top.
Right.
Somebody breaks a long run. Hey, it's 4th and short in the middle of the field, but you give it to a fullback or a tailback, and they end up breaking it for 10 or 15 yards. So, yeah, that was a stupid argument by me. It's a boring. But that's the problem. I feel like some of the people that ended up voting against banning it, basically voted for the tush push last year. Yeah. Some of them seemed kind of disgruntled that Goodell tried to present it as a safety issue when there was absolutely no evidence for it. Yeah. I could see myself being that, like going into a vote and being like, all right, yeah, I'm going to get rid of this thing. It's boring. It's probably bad for viewership, et cetera. And then somebody gets up and says, it's dangerous. And I say, okay, well, what's the evidence for it? Because all this evidence shows that it's actually fewer injuries in most plays. Yeah. And they say, just the eyeball test? Screw you. What do you think? You treat me like a dummy here.
You would vote just to spite that person who's bringing up. Yeah, we're the pettiest show on the radio.
Couldn't encourage that kind of bad faith arguing.
That's on brand. So yeah, like someone said, the first tush push was from almost 2 yards out. Well, that's because they were trying to get a first down. They ran 2 of them to get a first down inside the 5, and then they ran 2 more to get the ball in the end zone. So that's why they ran.
What would that 2 yards have to do with it?
I think they were. I think this particular the first couple of them were to get a first down. Like they were just running it 4 times. Like I think.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, they ran 2 to get a first down, and then they ran a couple more down there. So. Yeah, let's see. It was second and 6, 1st and goal. Yep, they did that they ran 2 to get a first down, and then they ran 2 more from the from inside the 5. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here. So that was Thursday Night Football last night. Hey Ben, cue the Game of Thrones music. We got our red wedding yesterday with the Astros, Seth.
Ooh.
The bloodletting that some have been waiting for with the Houston Astros. Now, in the Red Wedding, everybody got killed. That was a Game of Thrones scene back in Season 3, the penultimate episode. And everybody got killed in that one, including some main characters. The main characters escaped this one. I feel like Dana Brown and Joe Espada escaping this Red Wedding would be if, like, Robb Stark and Catelyn Stark were able to scurry out of there before they got, spoiler alert, everybody got killed. But this is a lot of guys. Alex Cintron's contract will not be renewed, nor will Troy Snitker. Those are the 2 hitting coaches, and I think that's been expected just based on the performance of the team. I'm not saying if it's deserved or not. Hitting coach is a weird position. They were the same hitting coaches that helped lead them to a World Series 3 years ago.
They were back when they had the best judgment in the game of baseball at the plate. Now they've got the worst judgment at the plate in the game of baseball. I think the one big thing about the hitting coaches is that I get it. In terms of just sometimes you need a breath of fresh air. You just need a different perspective. You need something. The one thing that might have done those guys in was that article in The Athletic that talked about how the Red Sox pitching coaches had discovered a couple fixable glitches in Alex Bregman's swing. Yeah. And Bregman was just gushing about how awesome it was that they helped him through all that. That I don't think that might have been the death blow, but maybe Jim Crane reads that and starts wondering, all right, you know what? We just need somebody with some fresh eyes to come in and maybe look at things differently. I'm sure those guys, I'm sure Snitker and Cintron will fall on their feet somewhere because they've obviously been very good at what they've done for the vast majority of the time they were here.
Yeah, I don't know what the hiring cycle looks like for hitting coaches in Major League Baseball. I just know they both have pretty good resumes, I would guess, as compared to other hitting coaches. Yeah, I totally think there's times where guys need a new voice, or maybe there's something, a little thing, like you said, like the hitting coaches with the Red Sox found a little thing with Bregman, and that really launched him off to a nice first half of the season last year. So I am 0% surprised by this. Look, they were horrible with runners in scoring position. They swung at more pitches than almost any team in baseball, and their pitch selection, their swing selection was terrible. So I'm not surprised by this at all. Michael Collins is a coach who worked with the catchers. He's gone. Okay. Assistant GM Andrew Ball let go. And this is the one. This is the big one. This is the one I actually saw like some debate about. Head trainer Jeremiah Randall. I say some debate. I saw like a couple people on Twitter like sticking up for Jeremiah Randall, which is weird. I'm sure he's good at his job too, and he just has a team with bad injury luck. I've just never seen athletic trainer stands on social media before.
There's were they accounts that were created in the last 48 hours?
No, they
Did you
weren't
check
actually.
The account creation date.
No,
it's always a dicey one, and that's where I always pull up short of blaming the medical staff in general, because you just flat out never know exactly what their process is, and then sometimes there's just bad luck. There's just dumb bad luck, and I told you one time that one athletic trainer we had with the Texans was, I don't know if he wants his name. Yeah, it was Kevin Bastine. Kevin Bastine was up for, they tried to give him Athletic Trainer of the Year one year, the NFL, because they didn't have many injuries at all. And Kevin refused the award. He's like, nope, I know how this works. You get credit when you get the good luck of having very few injuries. And I'm not going to, guys get blamed all the time for just bad luck with injuries. So he turned down the award.
Okay, I didn't know who Kevin Bastine was before you mentioned his name. Has he gone on to have an illustrious, good career in being a trainer?
Oh, he already had been. He was in the NFL a long time.
He had been.
He's working in private industry now, doing something. Yeah, he was with Washington, then he was with Houston, then he was with the Lions for a long time. So and then he just decided screw the NFL.
He did. Okay.
He's working for a group of doctors.
I was just wondering if anything happened in his career. He's like, damn, I should have just taken that award.
No. He was by the time they had offered him that, he was a made man already.
Gotcha.
He'd been in the league forever, and he knew how it goes.
It works.
It's just there's times where on your neck because a few guys tore their ACLs, and then all of a sudden the next year you're the athletic trainer of the year.
I have no idea what to make of all the moves the Astros made yesterday in terms of what it means for 2026, because obviously they have to go replace all these guys. Like they're going to name a new hitting coach, and they're going to name a new head trainer. And are we supposed to do back cartwheels like Cam Scatabo after a touchdown when we hear who the names are? I don't know what this means for 2026. I just know that there's a lot of people out there who got their pound of flesh yesterday. Okay, good. Somebody bid it yesterday for the Astros. Somebody paid for it yesterday.
These kinds of moves always make me. I'm always a little divided on it, because on the one hand, okay, you know what? If they actually went through and did a hardcore analysis of the process and have a plan for actually what we need to do differently, then that's cool. If they just said, all right, we need some fresh faces in here, get rid of these guys, then and there's no process or strategy for exactly how you're going to change things, that would make me nervous, because then it just feels reactionary.
That's the question I would want to know. If Jim Crane or Dana Brown, ultimately this thing all falls on Jim Crane's desk, especially stuff like doing these massive changes to the medical side of things. That's what I would want to know. Is this an evaluation, particularly the medical part, the Jeremiah Randall part? Is this an evaluation and an inspection of that whole thing that's been going on during the season? You didn't just take a week after the season is over and say, okay, this has to be something that they dug into a lot of what these injuries were and things like that. They have to have been evaluating these injuries have been this year. I would
maybe
think.
You'd think.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I'd want
to ask. I'd want to know that.
Right.
Yeah.
What was the actual process that went into all of this?
That's right. All right, we're off and running, man, on a Football Friday. We got a little football and baseball in there. Okay, up next, could Nick Caserio go shopping at this position? There is one Houston Texan that it sounds like wouldn't mind if he did. We will hear from that particular Texan, and we'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, the best place to make picks and win money.
American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right. There's somebody that's mad at me for spoiling Game of Thrones. Here's the thing. I didn't spoil the series. It was one episode, granted a very crucial episode, the Red Wedding. And B, watching the first run, if you were on Twitter, it got spoiled for you that night. Everybody's on Twitter like, oh, my God, blah, 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 blah.
Sean, I'm guessing that person's joking.
No, well, I mean, it's a long text. Yeah, it's a fairly long text.
Really?
Yeah. They were, because they bring up how they were mad at me for spoiling The Sopranos back in the day for them.
Oh, yeah. No, you can't, yeah.
So,
look, man, it's been out there for like 10 years now.
I know I'm a little stupid and naive with some of the text, but I can read the one that's on the screen right here. This person seems legitimately upset about it. So I would say that once a series has been over for 8 years, like Game of Thrones, you're on your own, man. Like,
well, it's become part of the culture to where people are making references to it and everything.
Yeah.
You gotta listen. You gotta. If you didn't get around to watching it before now, you just gotta concede that you're gonna have some spoilers out there.
That's it, man. You come to the show that does analogies and things like that. This is what happens. Okay?
I'll tell you another thing for that listener that hasn't watched it yet. I won't spoil anything for you, but I'll tell you this: by the end of that series, you're gonna be happy anytime a Stark gets killed.
Yes, good
not
call.
because they're bad, but because they're so stupid.
They're bad at their job.
So stupid.
Yeah,
just idiots.
Idiots.
Yeah.
They're dumb. They're terrible. They're awful people.
It's the best argument against the monarchy. It's like, just, okay, these guys, they're clearly not the most qualified people, okay?
That's right. So Xavier Hutchinson was on the Kay Adams show, the Kay Adams podcast, and Xavier Hutchinson, best game of his career on the first 2 touchdowns of his career. This was interesting because the trade deadline is going to be on us before we know. I mean, we're in week 6 already, so the trade deadline is going to be here in a few weeks. And I think there's some areas the Texans could upgrade for sure. One name that has been floated out there that could be available, and this would certainly be from a team that could go into kind of garage sale mode. The New York Jets are 0-5. And I think Breece Hall is a player who would have some value on the marketplace. Xavier Hutchinson was teammates with Breece Hall at Iowa State. Here was Kay Adams talking with Texans receiver Xavier Hutchinson yesterday about the possibility of bringing Breece Hall in.
Breece is just a dog. Like, there's no other way to really explain it. So the more that you can add just dogs on the team, you're going to be better, right? You're going to be in a better position to win, and you're just going to – I don't know. I'll just be happy with if Breece was, somehow able to come to the Houston Texans. I feel like, that'd be great.
Were you surprised by that answer at all?
No, I think it was just it's not like he gave anything away or anything. I guess why? What should he? What could he have otherwise?
Well, he's got 2 teammates who carry the ball already for the Texans.
No, you know what? I think it would have been a good question like 15 years ago, but by now, running back by committee is pretty much the standard.
Yeah.
So I don't think I don't. And not to mention, you still have to be cognizant of the fact that Nick Chubb's an older running back who is still not 100% recovered from that knee injury. And if you got into a point where Woody Marks got injured or something, do you really want Nick Chubb carrying the ball 25?
Of course, no, you don't need to sell me on Breece Hall. Like, I know why. I would love for Breece. I wanted Breece Hall back when he got drafted by the Jets, and then the Texans took Jalen Petrie 2 picks later, which I was happy with that at the time too, and I'm happy with it now. I wonder sometimes, like, when you go, oh yeah, I'd love to bring that guy in. Do certain people hear it as like, oh, what about me, man?
No, I think that because everything's by committee these days, that it's just you're adding somebody to the rotation. And you think about it from a wide receiver's perspective. Like, there's plenty to go around.
That's
as long
true.
as you're not a selfish SOB.
Nico and Tank were really happy to bring Stephon Diggs in that year. That's a good analogy. That's a good comparison.
And the other thing too is just watching Joe Mixon. I just did I put together a cut up of Joe Mixon plays from last year, and Chubb and Woody Marks it's cool. I'm happy with what they're doing right now, and they can build off of that. You get a feature back like Joe Mixon, it's a different level of explosiveness. I'm watching clip after clip after clip after clip of Joe Mixon do things that those other 2 guys simply aren't going to do because they're not Joe Mixon.
Is that what Breece Hall is in your mind?
He's closer to it. Yeah,
no doubt. Yeah. I think he's younger. You know, I would love to bring Breece Hall in. Now, I think it'd be a rental. I think he's in a contract year. I think he's in his 4th year now. He was in that Petrie-Stingley class, so he's in year 4. But you got extra draft capital next year. I would absolutely Breece Hall for sure. And why not stack more Iowa State guys? When you can go out and go get more Iowa State Cyclones on the team, you don't walk, you run to go do that.
Yeah. No, so that would be you're not going to be able to trade a Kenyon Green for him necessarily.
No.
It's not going to be that kind of a trade. But I think that'll probably depend on – I mean, that would be a big tell if they did all of a sudden make a move for Breece Hall that, okay, Joe Mixon's probably not coming back.
Would you do that's a great point. If they trade for Breece Hall, it means Joe Mixon is done for the season.
So,
I would feel. I mean, I think he might be done already, but that would certainly symbolically mean that Joe Mixon, at least for this season, is done. What would you give up? Would you give up a third for Breece Hall for the rest of the year?
Now for 1 year.
They gave up a second. They gave up a second.
Would.
They gave up a second for 1 year of Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
A third for Breece Hall.
For 1 year, but Stephon Diggs is a different level than Breece Hall in a different position.
Right.
Yeah, I don't. I could part with a third, but I'd rather it be a fourth.
I'd rather be a fourth too.
Yeah, I'm like he's not. Yeah, to be clear, he's not Joe Mixon. I didn't mean to act like, oh yeah, it's just like you're bringing in Joe Mixon. He's not a healthy Joe Mixon at all.
No, he's good though, man.
Yeah, but more of a he's got more of a shot out of a cannon with some speed behind him, or some power behind his pads.
Yeah.
More so than right now. I think either Joe Mixon or Woody Marsh.
He immediately becomes your best running back without question when you trade for him. I think Breece Hall. All right, so we'll see if it happens. J.J. Watt was on a couple days ago doing his weekly hit there, and McAfee asked him, "Hey, are the Texans really good?" Obviously on the heels of the win over the Ravens in Week 5, or are the Ravens really bad?
Combo of both, for sure. I've played in that stadium a few times. Texans, that's their first ever win there. So I've never won there. And anybody who's played there knows, like the Ravens, that place, it's just you expect to go in there and have a violent, physical, tough football game where the offense is going to hit you in the mouth. The defense is going to play strong ball. The crowd's going to be good. And I was saying in our pregame a little bit, even day games kind of feel like night games there just because of the black and the purple and the defense and just the aura of the place. And this game was none of that. This game, after about halftime, maybe a little later, but not even, felt like a preseason game. And the fourth quarter really felt like a preseason game. And the Ravens are depleted on injuries. There is zero question about that. They have a ton of injuries all over. I think almost half of their salary cap was on the bench for this game. But Kyle Van Noy said himself, look at the 49ers. They have a bunch of injuries. They don't complain. You got to find a way in this league. And it was a very, very poor product, unfortunately. And for them, crazy. They're still the betting favorite to win the AFC North, but they got to figure it out quickly here. The bye week next week is going to be massive for them.
JJ speaking my love language of the betting odds right there. I like that.
I'm glad that JJ brought that up. Feeling like a preseason game.
Yeah. Because
a lot of people asked me after that game, hey, Seth, you were the one saying in camp that you think maybe the Texans should the backups during practice, or go ones versus twos, or get more reps in the preseason. That's what it was like because CJ was able to kind of dial up. Kaylee and CJ were able to dial up matchups versus backup defensive backs, backup linebackers, everything else, and it looked like a good offense picking on a bunch of backups, which is what and that's what the preseason is good for. I think the biggest argument I would have for this team having gotten more reps in games in the preseason was all of the stuff that was an issue the first 3 weeks where play calls weren't getting in on time, CJ wasn't quite getting things done properly behind the line of scrimmage. Those are all things that are really hard to simulate in practice. Mm-hmm. And being out in a game situation, getting the play call in with all those moving parts, it's as close to an actual NFL game that you're going to get. And they looked those first 3 weeks, they looked unprepared for a lot of the more kind of time-intensive aspects of the operation, and it's hard to operate that way. So, and I asked Nick about this, and he didn't really answer the question directly about just the preseason games themselves, other than to say you got to balance out injuries, the risk of injury versus getting prepared for the games. I'm of a notion where, look, I've seen enough of this from various teams. The Rams have gone through this where they get off the slow starts. They do well in their openers, but their first few games, they're kind of clunky. The injury risk is one thing, but going 0-3 is another thing as well. It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, you can do that in baseball and basketball where you got 162 games or 82 games. You can muck your way through a couple of weeks of a baseball season or basketball season. Yeah, the scarcity of games is a totally valid argument against that approach. Like, what, you're sacrificing a quarter of the season? If a lot of the league is doing it, then a glitch in the matrix that could get you ahead would be to actually come into the season ready to go in week one. You're totally right about that.
The other thing D'Amico said in his coach's show, and we'll listen to this later, is just that it sounds like he basically told Caley, hey, we want the play action to work. You better be running the ball more, dude.
Yeah.
And that's been something that's worked over the last couple of weeks. It's just more being genuinely committed to the run.
Hope it works in Seattle in a week or so, man. Hope it works in Seattle. It's Texans bye week this week, obviously. We'll get you ready for the bye week at the top of the hour. I got the viewer's guide through a Texans lens for the bye week at the top of the hour. Hey, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines up next. We'll get you up to date on the Major League Baseball playoffs. Big one tonight in the playoffs. Of course, Thursday Night Football last night. Big upset there. And the latest on the situation in North Carolina with Bill Belichick. We've got all that for you. Coming up.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Top of the hour, we'll run through the NFL slate this weekend. We'll do it through a Texans lens. A lot of former and future Texans opponents. A lot of rooting interest for the Texans this weekend for sure, especially given the fact that the Colts and the Jags are both 4-1. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. But for now, headlines. The headlines last night, let's start with football and a interesting Thursday night football game. Close game at the half. If someone had told you, hey, this will be close at the half, but one of the two teams is going to run away with it in the second half, I would have said, okay, yeah, the Giants hung around, what they've done the last few years. They, grind teams down and run the ball and, end up winning 34-17. Instead, it was the Giants who did the grinding it out and putting the Eagles in the rear view. 34-17, the Giants win last night. Jackson Dart in his third start was really solid, almost 200 yards passing, 60 yards rushing. And Cam Scatterbo had 3 touchdowns last night. So the two rookies getting it done for the Giants, 34-17. And honestly, Seth, I mean, you've pointed this out multiple times this week. Like the Eagles might have been the weirdest 4-0 team. They were probably the weirdest 4-1 team, just based on how kind of by the numbers they've been down offensively this year. They've been excellent once they're in the red zone, but between the 20s, they've not been very good. And there's been like infighting going on the Eagles too, with the receivers wanting to get the football a little bit more. In some ways, it feels like maybe this version of the Eagles was due for this type of performance last night. Where
100%. Whenever you got an offense that you can't just quite figure out how they're getting it done, and you got to go through a mental exercise to do it, that's hard to sustain over the course of a season. And I'm not they're still going to be a good football team because they have good football players and they do it in an unorthodox way. But yeah, that was the bulk of it. Was they were 11 for 11 when they were 4-0. They were 11 for 11 in the red zone. So it was like any opportunity they got, they were scoring. Short yardage, they're incredible. So if they can just get to third and short, or whatever. But the first run that Saquon Barkley had was his long run of the season. No, and it was like they can't run, they can't pass, but they play really good defense. The biggest thing in this game, really, is. It's a cliche, and I hate to say it, but, man, it looked like the Eagles' defense those first couple series really just hadn't been taking the Giants seriously. They looked sloppy. They were missing tackles. They looked like they were just going to go out there and their aura was going to beat them somehow. And you got a rookie quarterback that you don't quite exactly know how to play yet. Jackson Dart could end up being really good, but he's there's a lot of rookie in his play right now.
He was a lot of playground stuff last night.
Yeah. So, we'll see. I think he's going to have some really exciting moments this year, but he's still got a long ways to go to be a bona fide genuine NFL quarterback. I mean, Lil Jordan Humphrey kind of ambushes the Eagles too.
Yeah, he was good last night. He made some plays last night. Yeah, for sure.
That first big play for Jackson was to Lil Jordan, wasn't it?
I think so.
Anyway,
yeah.
That's his real name, by the way.
Lil Jordan. Yeah.
It's not a nickname. Yeah.
No. Yeah. It's a government name.
Yeah.
Look, Jackson.
Is that commonly known? I didn't know until I looked it up last night that it was his real name.
Yeah.
I just assued it was a nickname.
Yeah. I had known that from when he was coming out in the draft. So Jackson Dart, I'm with you, on the sustainability on that. For what the Giants were coming into the season, they might be like a 6-11 or 7-10 team now with Jackson Dart. It's a hell of a lot more Wilson there for the first month of the season.
Yeah. Credit to the Giants fans for booing Russell Wilson for no other reason than his the starting quarterback was injured.
Yeah.
I mean, they booed him because he threw a horrible pass. But it was like, what are you going to do? What do you guys want him to do? Jackson Dart's being evaluated for a concussion. Are you blaming Dayball for this? I guess just mere the presence of the existence of Russell Wilson.
Well, it was a bad pass too. It wasn't even close.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess but in that moment, what are you doing as a fan? Where you're okay, you're booing Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
What are you hoping happens?
Yeah.
It's not going to change the concussion protocol, even though Brian Dayball's yelling at the medical staff about to hurry up the concussion protocol.
Yep.
Way to go, Dayball.
Yeah. So that
brain health.
So that was hilarious, and Dayball apologized for it after the game. He was yelling at the trainer to get Jackson Dart out of the blue tent. MLB playoffs last night. Okay, take a listen to this. How would you feel if this is how your season ended? Bases loaded, ground ball back to the pitcher, and the pitcher sails the ball over the catcher's head. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Take a listen.
Hess breaks his bat. Kirkring got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away. And the Dodgers have won. The Dodgers win.
That's the play right there. Tied at 1. Phillies trail that series 2-1. Game tied at 1. Bottom of the 11th. Dodgers load the bases. Ground ball back to the pitcher. Up, turn first base, and throw to first base, and you're out of the inning. He panics and sails the ball over the catcher's head, and your season is over on that play. The Dodgers are celebrating around you after that. I don't like either of these teams, so I just enjoyed the theater last night, but that's how it ended in the NLDS last night between the Dodgers and the Phillies in
That's a tough
LA.
one to have to live with for the rest of the offseason.
The
entire offseason.
The best are now we get the pictures of people like Philly, either like Philly's streaming shows or watch parties watching it and seeing the reaction videos to it happening in real time. Those are fun. I don't know if Cataldi had one or not. I said to Seth in the break that between the Eagles losing last night and the Phillies losing last night, this would have been a 5-star morning of Cataldi radio on WIP.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Boy. Remember when the Phillies were playing the Astros in the World Series? Remember there was was that a Thursday night game with the Eagles? With the Texans?
Yeah. Thursday, it was 2022. It was the Lovie Smith year. Yep.
And we were kind of surprised by, for the most part, so like people in Philadelphia at that point had kind of been surprised by the Phillies' success that year.
Yep.
And they weren't nearly as distracted from the Eagles at the game as I thought they would be.
No.
Other than when the game was going on, you noticed there were early in the game there was a lot of green in the stadium.
Yep.
And by the time the game was by the time the baseball game was on, there was no green and very little red as well. Like watching on TV,
yeah.
But the club levels were almost barren in the stadium.
Well, that was unique because it was Houston, Philly, and Houston, Philly. You know, like it was like I'm just comparing to last night. Like it was like that was wild. Like having a World Series game going on the same time as the same two cities playing on Thursday Night Football. You're right. Cubs beat the Brewers last night 6-0, and so that series is going to get a fifth game. We get a Game 5 tonight between the Tigers and the Mariners with Tarek Skubal on the mound, so that should be good theater. And in North Carolina, according to Pat Welter, who wrote that long feature piece about how dysfunctional the Belichick Tar Heels are, the reports about the exit strategy were false in North Carolina, about them planning an exit strategy for Belichick.
Well, no, they're reportedly false because people claim that they're false. But the UNC football program has claimed other things were false before.
Yeah.
Like they said that reports about Jordan Hudson were false as they were also changing their policy about who was and wasn't allowed.
Each side put out a one-sentence statement yesterday, so I'm sure everything is just fine in North Carolina. I'm sure it's fine. All right, we are stacking the Sunday card next through a Texans lens. It's the bye week for the Texans, but you're going to want to watch football. We've got your viewer's guide for this weekend and a whole lot more coming up next.
If you're looking for predictable passive income backed by Texas Land, go to Hawthorne Capital.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, we were talking about that Thursday night football game between the Eagles and the Giants. Yeah, it looked early on. Texter points out Barkley had 31 yards his first 2 plays of the game, and then 27 the rest of the game. Their play calling is baffling. Makes me feel better as a Texans fan. Yeah, it looked early on like Saquon was going to have a massive night. His first 2 carries, he just tore right through them, and then he's disappeared the rest of the night for the most part.
They do. I feel like, there's a little bit of I don't want to call it an ambush because obviously everybody knows who Saquon Barkley is. But the Eagles' offensive line hasn't been playing well this year, and which is always a surprise because they're perennially really
the best.
good.
Yeah.
But teams have been figuring out ways to just take away stuff on the sideline because Jalen Hurts is really good throwing to the sideline, not as good down the middle of the field, and it looks like the classic. All right, we've got a year's worth of film on what it looks like with you and Saquon Barkley and everybody else, and we're going to take away what you like to do. And job it so far.
No doubt. Dayball looks like he hates Russell Wilson's guts. That reaction was crazy. Doesn't everybody hate Russell Wilson's guts? I feel like for the most part, that's.
At the very least, they're not quite so sure about him.
That's yeah. Put it. Yeah.
That's the high bar.
Yeah.
Like, he seems like he's a respectable guy.
Yep. But Jackson Dart came back in. Giants win last night, 34-17. All right, so bye week for the Texans this week. So you get a chance to sit down and choose to watch the Red Zone. That's usually, if I'm sitting down and watching on a Sunday when there's no Texans football, I'm a Red Zone guy. But if you want to hone in on certain games, if you got the Sunday ticket, you can do that as well. I'm not sure what the games that are going to be on here locally are. I'd imagine be a Cowboys game on here locally if I had to guess, and maybe a couple AFC South games. Who knows? But stacking the card here, we get international football again, Seth. We get I believe a London game. I think this is a London game.
It's in London, Sean.
It is in London? Okay. So it is a London game between the – oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's in London. Yep, Denver and the New York Jets. In London, 8:30 a.m.
Who did you fact check that?
No.
Beyond my emphatic
no. I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say this. I knew you were going to say this because I think you got a little mad that I knew Little Jordan Humphrey's government name.
No, I didn't know that was his real name.
His real name.
I just assumed it was a nickname, and I said, "Oh, did you know it was his real name?" And you're like, "Yeah." Yeah, of course I knew that.
Yeah. Well, because I watched him 30 times at Texas. He played at University of Texas.
These are the things that escape me sometimes, like the actual etiology of somebody's nickname or whatever.
Yep.
Okay.
No, the reason I wasn't fact checking you, I was on the phone yesterday with Tad Brown, who is the CEO of the Sixers and the Devils, former CEO of the Rockets. His son is Jarrett Stidham. And I asked, how's Jarrett doing? He said, he's on his way to London right now for the game. So that's what triggered in my head.
Pretty good indicator.
He's a backup quarterback for Denver. So in my mind, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. I had that conversation with Tad. It wasn't me looking at my computer saying, oh, Seth got this right. Oh, look at that. Dude.
Okay, Breece Hall.
Here we go.
That's what I'm looking at in this game. The potential trade target for the Texans, Breece Hall.
Well, and future opponent Denver in Week 9. There's a little bit of scouting going on here. We got the Texans' future opponent. Yes, put Breece Hall in bubble wrap in this game. Future Texan
don't play
Breece Hall.
Breece Hall. If you guys want to get something from us for Breece Hall, we're not paying for damaged goods, you bastards.
Yes, yeah.
The whole thing about the thing about this game is that Aaron Glenn, defensive coordinator, defensive mind, obviously, and the Jets' defense has not been very good, despite having some good players. But 0 takeaways and only 3 sacks in the past 4 games. They've just done very little.
Yeah, I think about this with the Jets. When I watch them this year, I'm like, and it goes to show you how quickly a roster can kind of deteriorate or fall back or regress or whatever word it is you want to use. This was a roster that 2 years ago was the envy of they needed a quarterback. And Aaron Rodgers chose to go to I know it was a trade, but he had to approve it. Aaron Rodgers chose, like 1 season removed from being the MVP of the league, chose to go to the New York Jets.
Yeah.
And that team is now 0-5. They're the only winless team in the NFL right now. Like, it just, like, to me, I look at the Jets and I think, like, that's how quickly the window can close on you, you know?
I think that with Aaron, when he was in Detroit, the first year, he had to take over a bad defense in Detroit. And the first year, it wasn't all that great. It was a 2-year turnaround for them. So as it is with any Jets coach, I just hope that the organization has fixed some things and that they give him a chance to actually do something and turn it around. I mean, obviously, they're probably going to have a pretty high draft pick and to see what they can do with it.
Yeah. So reasons to watch that game, future Texans opponent. 3 reasons. Future Texans opponent, Breece Hall, as Seth points out. We played some audio from Xavier Hutchinson earlier in the program saying he'd love to have Breece Hall on the team, his former college teammate. The third reason is it's football at 8:30 in the morning. Why not watch it? You know,
I feel like you, as a gambling man, would like this too. Teams favored by at least 4 points in international games are 16-9 against the spread.
I do like that a lot.
Yeah. This feels like the kind of game that the Broncos are just
I would clean
think, up on.
The last, if I'm an 0-5 team, the last thing I feel like doing is going over to London to play a game because there's all the pomp and circumstance. I'm guessing in New York, but I'm guessing the media attention at a London game, you got a lot of local London media there. It's not like it's a novelty because they have other London games, but it's probably amped up a little bit there.
It is. You know what I've heard is that by and large, it was kind of like when the Super Bowl was in New York City and the city was kind of like, Okay. That's what I've heard about London. It's for people who are fans of the NFL over there, it's a big deal. But the city at large is the vast majority couldn't care less.
Yeah. I just feel like if I'm 0-5, the last thing I want to do is climb on a plane and sit there for 10 hours each. That flight back, losing London flight back has to be the worst.
Well, and this is one of those classic things where when an 0-5 team tends to, on average, have guys who aren't as professional about their jobs as the guys who are on the good football team. So there's it's an amplifying effect in terms of, okay, which team is probably better at avoiding distraction? Probably the Broncos.
Probably.
And Aaron Glenn hasn't had time to turn the culture around there with the Jets. That might be a big part of why the teams are so good when favored by 4 points.
That is a great gambling stat. 16-9 against the spread, teams favored by at least 4 points. Like the clearly better teams play clearly better overseas. That's an awesome stat. Okay, some of the noon games here. Arizona at Indianapolis. I mean, we're week 5. We're already scoreboard watching with the Colts and the Jags. They're 2 games ahead of you. Arizona coming off just a catastrophic loss last week to the Tennessee Titans. Just like one of the worst losses that you're going to see. Yeah, man. And Indianapolis, they got this point differential in the NFL, and this continues the trend, Seth, of the Colts playing at home and the Colts playing what I think are not very good football teams early in the season.
Not playing very good football teams, except the Cardinals are a really good defense. So this is going to be like, okay, a good test to see. Now that you're getting into the thick of the season, you've got some film on the Colts. You can, maybe know what their strengths and weaknesses are, that there's a chance that they just turn back into a pumpkin, or at least Daniel Jones turns back into a pumpkin. The Colts have a really good rushing defense, and obviously the Cardinals have a good rushing defense, and the Colts have Jonathan Taylor. So that's really the big battle. Obviously, Daniel Jones in the passing game is too, but how much of Daniel Jones' success is fueled by having Jonathan Taylor running the ball behind him? I hope that this is an indication that, all right, Daniel Jones is being propped up by all these other guys. If Jonathan Taylor gets held to 57 yards rushing, they got no chance.
Yeah, we'll see. Boy, you are bringing the gambling stats today. Should I be backing Kyler Murray in this game? Is that what I'm seeing right here?
Kyler Murray, let's see. He's 27, 13, and 1 against the spread on the road in his career.
That's really good. Yeah, that's really good. 22-7-1 against the spread as a road underdog. They're a touchdown underdog in this game.
I was just trying to figure out why Sean hates Kyler Murray.
I am too. I figured
I meant that for a different stat. I think when I put that in there early this morning, and I'm looking at the stat, and I'm like, why would Sean hate that? That makes Sean love Kyler Murray. That's a stupid thing to do, Seth.
He's 18-6-1 against the spread when getting at least 3 points on the road. Those are excellent gambling numbers, man. Now, Kyler Murray's banged up. He didn't practice at least on Wednesday and maybe yesterday, too. I got to check. He's got a foot issue right now. So he was not practicing earlier this week. I imagine if he can go, he's going to go. I mean, that's, you got to win games here early. Other games early, we've got the Chargers at the Miami Dolphins. I don't know if this is a game I'll be tuning, other than the fact the Texans play the Chargers in Week 17. But a lot can happen between now and Week 17. Maybe just to see if this is the final death blow to Mike McDaniel.
I know.
And his
This was
ass.
a surprise to me. This is on ESPN.com. And this is, you know what? This is a classic stat that I love because this is where the fans in Miami definitely feel this and they know it in their souls. And it's a nice little nugget for us to see. But we haven't watched the Dolphins all that much. Since Mike McDaniel took over as coach of the Dolphins in 2022, they are 3-14 against teams that entered the game with winning records.
Dude, they're total lamb killers. They can't even kill lambs anymore.
That's the kind of thing that local fans are onto way before it even becomes a significant stat.
Yeah.
Like local fans, it did for a long time been saying like, all right, yeah, but every time they go against a good team, look at what happens.
Yep. This is the one, if I had to pick out of the noon games, the one that I would watch on TV. Like, you got to watch one from beginning to end. I think Seattle at Jacksonville has a chance to be one of the best games of the weekend. Certain game for Texan fans because Seattle is your next opponent. Jacksonville you've lost to. You're chasing them in the standings, and you play them again in the not too distant future, just a few weeks after you play the Seahawks. So
yeah.
It's a Jacksonville's favored by 1. It's a coin flip game. Should be a good game.
And then you come off the Chiefs, getting taken down by the Jaguars at home. Does Jacksonville all of a sudden have this incredible home field advantage, or are the Chiefs just not actually that good? The really intriguing one here is, okay, Sam Darnold's off to a really good start. Mm-hmm. And it looks like maybe Minnesota should have hung on to Sam Darnold. It's not just it's just not the Kevin O'Connell effect or whatever. The Jaguars have 11 interceptions already.
Yeah.
They have been ball hawks.
Yep.
And as we know, the Jaguars' pass rush has been good. They don't have a boatload of sacks or anything, but if anything, like most people would I'll take a good pass rush that forces interceptions over a boatload of sacks.
Week 3.
Yeah.
And Josh Hydes-Allen forced an interception.
Well, please just get a sack.
Yeah.
Stop forcing all these interceptions.
Yeah.
That's the big one is, all right, can they turn Sam Darnold into like more of what you might have expected from Sam Darnold? The other thing to watch in this game that's really interesting is just, I don't want to call it an advantage for the Texans, but it's a little bit of a leg up compared to a lot of other situations. Remember, McDaniels, the coach, came from Baltimore, and in Baltimore they're still running basically a version of his defense.
Yeah.
So the Texans now have seen that type of defense with those two to disguise their coverages and their fronts. They saw it before the bye week. They've got the bye week to sit back and watch the Seahawks, and then they go and play a very similar defense, a better defense, but a very similar defense. So some of the mental errors, hopefully, that they had in the game versus the Ravens, hopefully that's really fresh in their mind. They can correct those, and it's gonna do them a solid going into this.
That's
matchup.
what nobody's talking about right there. Seattle running the same defense as the one the Texans just had good success against right there.
I don't want to talk about it that much because that's a classic bulletin board material. Seahawks defenders saying like, it's just like facing that Ravens defense.
So we're
again,
the Ravens, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, as opposed to what we are. Seahawks defense has been banged up too. I know, like if you look at EPA and everything, I don't think they're not that high, but they're a better defense early in the season than the stats reflect right now. So don't lull yourself into thinking, the Seahawks defense isn't actually that good. They've had some injuries too that if those guys are back this week or next week, it'll make a big difference.
That'd be the game I'd watch in the noon window for sure. The last one, this is actually a game that Amy and I are going to be at. Well, we're going to Baltimore for the Rams-Ravens game, a game that looked a whole lot better on paper when we decided to make this our annual Texans bye week trip. Ooh, Stafford versus Lamar Jackson. Ooh, now that's probably Lamar being out is probably why we were able to get tickets as inexpensively as we were able to. Yeah, we got tickets for $111 in the lower bowl, like 10 rows up. Like that's for an NFL game.
And even if Lamar was healthy, though, just. They're winning games with Lamar. So, the bad record combined with Lamar being out, you got a good deal.
I am actually rooting for the Ravens to beat the Rams in this game, so that for a week it can at least somewhat legitimize the Texans tearing the Ravens up last week.
You pointed out the annoying stat or the annoying fact that last week CJ won the AFC Offensive Player of the Year or week of the week, and but you pointed out there was the two previous opponents for the Ravens had also won AFC.
All four Ravens losses, all four. The quarterback of the opposing team has won the Offensive Player of the Week award. All four. Josh Allen,
shine off of it.
Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Patrick Mahomes, CJ Stroud. Well, it's nice to have CJ in the same group of names as those guys. You know,
they are kingmakers. The Ravens are.
They are.
They're as good as Easterby's agent there. Yes. Remember, Easterby's agent is so good at getting people hired into jobs they're not qualified for.
I wish I could remember his name. Yeah.
Okay, you want another stat that makes you feel not as awesome about last week's commanding victory over the Ravens?
Yes.
Running back Derrick Henry has been held to 50 rushing yards or less in 4 straight games, which matches the worst run of his career. Yeah. I mean, which we knew going into it. We talked about how, man, they're not running the ball well with Derrick Henry. At that point, some of that was just because because of game flow and whatever else, they hadn't given him the ball
That's
all
right.
that much.
That's exactly
this is the first time they actually really fed him the ball a lot or tried to, and it just got snuffed out.
Yeah, like the week before. He had 8 carries. Against Texans, he had like 15 carries for 30-something yards. That's exactly. They tried to use Henry against the Texans. That's how we rationalize that one right there. All right, so Rams at Baltimore. I mean, these are two teams the Texans have already played. I'm just rooting for the Ravens just so I can feel like the 44-10 win is at least 5% more legit in the eyes of people around the country. All right, late window here. We're looking if you're just getting in your car, we're looking at the bye week schedule through a Texans lens, a little bit of a viewer's guide. Tennessee at Las Vegas. Easily the two right now. These are easily the two worst opponents remaining on the Texans' schedule, I would say. You've got the Titans, who they've already beaten once, 26-0. You've got the Titans in Week 11 at Tennessee, and then you've got the Raiders at home in Week 16. So this is a battle of the two. This is a battle of two opponents you probably don't need to scout very much. What a horrible game this Geno Smith versus a rookie Cam Ward.
This game is good for people to either feel better if they wanted Chip Kelly, or call in your receipts if you were arguing against Chip Kelly. You call in your receipts now, your bookmarked X posts or whatever else, and be like, look at you, idiot! I can't believe that you were arguing for Chip Kelly.
Yeah,
they're 31st in the league in red zone conversion rate.
Oh my God! Wow.
0 for 4 last week against the Colts.
Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, that's how you lose 40-6 right there, like they did. Oh,
I can't remember exactly what my take was on Chip Kelly. I was all for them exploring it, and I would have been cool with it if they had hired him. I wasn't like a huge Chip Kelly no matter what.
Yeah.
You know what people were really wrong about on that one was how many people were adamant that there wasn't a chance in hell that he was going to leave Ohio State.
Right.
And it turns out when the Raiders are willing to pay the highest salary in the NFL for a coordinator, that's kind of enticing.
Yeah.
Ohio State losing both their coordinators after that was
because their DC went to Penn State, right?
Jim Knowles.
Yeah.
Former college coach of mine.
Oh, that's right.
I'll tell you what about Cornell back in the 90s.
Coaches.
We had Jeff Stoutland,
Yep.
one of the best offensive line coaches of this century.
Yep.
His first job as an offensive line coach was while I was there at Cornell. I like to think I inspired both of these guys, both Jim Knowles and Jeff Stoutland.
They look back.
Yeah. They credited me in a lot of various Hall of Fames they've been inducted to.
They watched you practice every day, and that inspired them to move on to the NFL.
Yeah,
I get that. So Stoutland and Knowles, that is wild. I know we're kind of being joking a little, but that is
kind of crazy that they were both at Cornell,
same
in the
staff
90s,
at an Ivy League
as
school,
position coaches.
Yeah. Now they're
we're the cradle of really good assistant coaches.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. All right, so that's a 3:05 game here, Tennessee at Vegas. We probably spent 2 more minutes on that one than we should have.
It was mostly about Cornell football, which everybody knows is gold. That's
true.
Our program director tells us every day.
That's true.
If you guys don't hit Cornell football 7 times this morning, I don't even know what we're doing.
That's right. We didn't spend enough time on that game. 25, this is a good one. San Francisco at Tampa Bay. Obviously, the Texans have played Tampa already. Should have beat them if Henry To'oTo'o could have corralled possible MVP Baker Mayfield. Even Nick in his press conference, Caserio made a little mention of Baker Mayfield.
Casually dropped him.
You heard it too.
Referred to him as the MVP.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, that Nick doesn't do that very often. Yeah, so but the Texans' next home opponent on a short week after Seattle is San Francisco, which Kyle Shanahan's done a good job this year, man. They're 4-1, and they've played more with Mac Jones at quarterback than they played with Brock Purdy at quarterback.
Yeah. This is the betting nugget for you, Sean.
Okay.
For the MVP, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
He is 18-31-1 against the spread in his career as a favorite.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't that surprise you? It feels like Baker Mayfield. It should be. It feels like he has the look and feel and grit of a guy that should be clutch he's the favorite.
He's got the chutzpah of a guy who runs up a lot of scores. Right?
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
What was that again?
18-31-1 against the spread as a favorite.
As a favorite, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are they favored by in this one?
That's a good. I think
3.5.
3.5. Yeah, I was gonna say. I know it's between 3 and 4 somewhere. So yeah, 3.5.
That was a surprise to me.
Yeah, a little bit. I would imagine that the numbers when Baker early on in Cleveland. When Browns were really overvalued in Baker's second year in the league, and they turned the Freddie Kitchens year probably did a number on his against the spread as a favorite numbers.
The Freddie Kitchens years, but then even almost I wonder because Stefanski's kind of in that Shanahan, Kubiak vein where maybe they were effective. They were really effective at running the ball. So maybe when they closed games out just by running the ball and didn't try to run the score up nearly as much. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Yeah, but no, he's having a great year.
You know what? If I were you, Sean, I would very unscientifically say, that's got to swing back.
Oh, he's due. Yeah. He's due.
Regression to the mean or something like that. Yeah.
All right. So those are your day games. We got a night game on Sunday night, and this is a good. There's some fun games on the. I mean, it's the NFL. There's fun games every weekend. Detroit at Kansas City.
Give me this.
Thank God they don't play the Lions this year, at least early on.
Yeah.
But the Week 14 opponent, the Chiefs, might start the season 2-4. The Lions are. I know it's Arrowhead. I know it's Mahomes. I know it's Andy Reid. I just think the Lions are just a better football team. They're getting points in this game. The Lions are.
Please, Detroit, just beat them down.
Yeah.
Beat them down like the imposters that they have become.
Yeah.
Please, Detroit.
Yeah. Bite a kneecap off.
We've gushed about Detroit as being the only bona fide good team in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
Please beat them into the turf mercilessly. Yeah, get a bunch of old dudes. Oh, this is in Kansas City, not Detroit.
It's in Kansas City.
Just go to bring some tools and beat them over the head with a wrench.
Crowbar.
One of those really big wrenches.
Yes.
Those scary, huge wrenches that look like they weigh 400 pounds.
Big wrenches, yes.
Yeah, bring one on the plane, okay? Bring one on the charter.
Yes, Dan Campbell. You are a wrench-swinging MFer, man.
Because this is what you need to know, Sean, about these Detroit Lions.
Give it to me.
Their quarterback, Jared Goff, of all the quarterbacks that Pat Mahomes has played against multiple times in his career, Jared Goff is the only one that Pat Mahomes has never beaten.
He's never beaten Jared Goff?
Never beaten Jared Goff.
Okay, wow, that's crazy. So the two games, and he probably hasn't played him very much because it's AFC, NFC kind of thing. Let's see if I have him right. Has he played him twice?
I don't know. All it says, now here's the other little wrinkle. It says it's the only one he hasn't started against and beat. So I wonder if his rookie year when he came in scrub time or something, if he beat Jared Goff.
Well, I remember there was that Mexico game one year where it was like 54-51. Mahomes
that was the game that was going to change football
That's
forever.
Exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, it was the Rams and the Chiefs,
Goff
and Mahomes, and the Rams won that game. And you are spot on. Everybody after that game was like, this is the future of football.
This is how football will always be now.
Right.
What are you guys talking about? Yeah. This is two really prolific offenses facing each other at altitude.
Yeah.
From now on, all games will be played at 10,000 feet of altitude.
Yes. It was so stupid. It was in like 2018, and then they played again. Remember they played in the season opener a couple of years ago? And this is before the Lions kind of became the Lions. They went in, I think the Chiefs were without Kelsey and Chris Jones. and the Lions beat them in the season opener. I want to say like 21-20 or something like that. And afterwards, the next day, because it was on Thursday night, so we got all the debate shows the next day on Friday. The big thing was, should there be an asterisk on this win for the Lions? Because there was no Kelsey. And no Chris Jones.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, God, that was annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so annoying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, no, it's an NFL game. Like this.
It's an NFL game. Injuries happen.
Yeah.
What the hell? What's wrong with all of you people?
Yeah.
What the hell is? Yeah. Goff is 2-0 against.
2-0. Those are the two games.
Well, it said 2-0 against the Chiefs in his career, so that would be it.
Those are the two games.
Multiple times.
Yep. Those are the two games right there.
But still, never been beaten by stupid Mahomes.
I would submit that this is a way better version of Jared Goff than the one that played in either of those games. You know, Jared Goff he's been the rare guy that all of a sudden is just sort of finding his stride, his like 9th year, 10th year in the league. Like Jared Goff has turned into a really good quarterback.
He's doing it without Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's the biggest. The story of the Lions, really, and what's impressive about Dan Campbell is he's the classic coach who's not really an offensive or a defensive mind. I think people assume that he's an offensive-minded coach because he played tight end and was a tight ends coach, but he's never been a coordinator or anything, and that's not his deal. He has to hire his coordinators really well, and he's done a hell of a job of it.
He has. Yeah, no, Dan Campbell has hired and when he hasn't hired well, he flushed it. Remember, like
fired it. Yeah,
your
Ben
call
Johnson
plays
took over
Ben Johnson.
Mid-season.
Yeah, good job, Dan Campbell. Okay, so that's kind of how Sunday lays out for you if you're a Texan fan. I would say too. I know there's some Texan fans there that are still like, well, until I see it against Seattle and San Francisco, and I get that. To a degree, we've kind of said that too. I think some of it is like some of us are really enjoying this win over the Ravens and what it looked like, and kind of Seattle will get here when it gets here, and I know a lot of other people are looking ahead. This is what I want. This is the message I want to give you if you're a Texan fan. If you're feeling badly about the Texans, just be glad that this isn't your head coach quarterback combo, okay? This is Mike McDaniel when he was asked about his meeting he had with Stephen Ross, the owner of the Dolphins, earlier this week.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers, and that was kind of the extent of it.
12, either or Ben. How long is that cut?
18.
18 seconds. He said or 12 times in 18 seconds.
His whole persona is almost like. Some writers are like this. They're brilliant with the written word, but when they have to speak the word, it's just a whole different process, you know. And that's, I guess, coming off like an intellectual poet isn't necessarily the standard character type of an NFL head coach. And some cliches are cliches for a reason.
Right.
If you're going to be a leader of men, if you're going to stand up in front of a group of big, angry dudes, can you command the room?
Yep.
And I don't know what his team meetings are like. Maybe they're a lot different than this. But my God, he doesn't ever – this is a key. He doesn't seem uncomfortable at the podium. He just seems like he's not great at getting his thoughts out. And it's like he's trying way too hard to be clever or droll or whatever it is, and it's annoying. It's really, really annoying when you're losing football games.
Well, now he's not. When he was trying to be clever and people thought he was funny, you can and your way through almost anything. He's trying to give real answers now, and as it turns out, this is who he is.
That's true. He's more like this as of late.
Yeah.
It feels like he's stammering his way through trying to figure out what to say.
Yeah, at the very least, he's figured out that, like, okay, at 1-4, people don't want funny guy up there. Like, you're not funny anymore when you're 1-4. I don't know. I think he's like a classic Peter Principle guy, where you get promoted to the level of your incompetence eventually.
But he wasn't even a coordinator when he got promoted. It was, hey, he spends time with Shanahan. Let's bring him on in.
Right.
And, wow, look at this. He found ways to get Tyreek Hill open.
Yeah.
How did you do that?
That's great.
How on earth did somebody figure out how to get Tyreek Hill open?
He's amazing.
It's nuts.
He's amazing. So that's McDaniel. So be glad that that's not your head coach. Be glad that this isn't your quarterback also, because this is Tua being asked if he's 1-4 start, and he hasn't been great. Criticism, Tua.
Yeah, I would say it hasn't been as difficult this year, just because, as I've said in prior interviews, I'm not on social media. Like, I don't have any of that. And then outside of that, like, I go home, I see my kids, whether I throw 5 picks or 5 touchdowns, we win the game, we lose the game. I get to come home to my kids who are happy to see me every time.
Okay, he is so lucky he plays in Miami, where they just don't give a crap about a maybe they do. I don't know. I just know if he played in the Northeast, he would be eviscerated for that.
That's the whole thing where, man, I feel like we've had way more Tua clips on Take-A-Mania this year than we ever have.
Yep.
And there's the danger. And I would say this, it's not just the way you present it publicly. But presenting it as, hey, I've got perspective on life. I know that football is not actually all that important. That never sells well to people who like hardcore fans especially, who they themselves feel emotionally devastated for 4 days after a game. It never goes over well when the quarterback says something like, haha, I go home and everything's fine.
It especially,
like, okay, there's a way to say that where you say, you know what, I got to try to, it's tough, man, it's tough. I go home and, I try to remind myself, to be there for my family and everything, but it's hard. Nope. Just like, throw 5 interceptions, just flush it. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
I got paid.
Well, okay, and that's what I wanted to touch on too. Like it's one thing for the team to have just given you a contract a year ago where practically everybody said, okay, they're only doing this because every other team is inexplicably paying some inexplicably, some not. But like Jacksonville was in this boat. Like Jacksonville, I think with Trevor Lawrence and Tua, I think we're in the exact same boat where they're each getting $55 million, and they're like, okay, what have either of these guys done to earn that? Like the Dolphins haven't won a playoff game since the year 2000, let alone during Tua's time there. Yeah. He's done nothing. The one time they get into the playoffs, he didn't play. He was hurt. Skylar Thompson ends up playing in the game. And so why did you get that money? And so you're walking up to the podium displaying all this perspective and this love for your family. And it's great that you love your family and everything, but that you got $53 million. And the person I immediately think of, Seth, was Nick Foles, who had that exact same take in Jacksonville when Jacksonville overpaid him so he would be respected in the locker room. They gave him more money. They bid against themselves for Nick Foles because they didn't want his teammates to think less of him, that he wasn't getting paid like a franchise quarterback. And then within a few weeks, he's stepping up there going, well, the good news is football's not the most important thing to me. Like, what? Yeah. We don't want perspective in this moment, bro.
That's where, I was waiting for you to stop talking so I could bring up Nick Foles. That's exactly what I was thinking. That he got up and the problem with Nick Foles especially was he was almost admonishing the fan base, like reminding them, hey, faith is the important thing. Football is just a game. Like, all right, dude. Like, okay, you can hold 2 things in one hand. All right, man. Let's just Foles with your pile of money. Sure. Yes, it's very easy to have perspective on things and realize that in the ultimate grand scheme of things, football's not going to matter. Why aren't you living in a monastery somewhere? If faith is all that matters, why are you not why are you pursuing worldly things? Get the hell into a monastery or on a hilltop somewhere. Why are you not wearing a monk's robe telling me about what's important and what's not?
Yes. The pile of money part was the best of that. That was beautiful.
Nothing worse than a dude with a pile of money telling you what's important in life.
The text message, we're getting texts on this. I'm genuinely concerned about McDaniel. Didn't he have an alcohol issue when he was in Houston?
Yeah, he did. He got fired from the Texans because of his alcohol issues. And he's open about that. I'm not divulging anything.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good. Because honestly, I was about to make a joke about it, and then I thought better of it. But he sounds honestly like sometimes when people you swap one addiction for another thing, and hey, like weed is less damaging, at least in terms of in some ways. That's what he sounds like.
Yeah.
I mean, he sounds like somebody who's maybe gone off the rails a little bit. I don't know if that's the actual case or not, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's appropriate to be worried about him.
For sure, yeah. No, and losing is depressing regardless of what issues you have. But yeah, he's it's tough right now for Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel and Brian Callahan, it's a race to see who gets their head chopped off first right now. What were you going to say?
To be clear to the kids, when I say less damaging, I mean in terms of like domestic violence and stuff. Too much of anything is always bad. Okay.
Yes. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Football Friday. Top of the hour at 8 o'clock, we will get to the AFC South. Is the AFC South getting disrespected? And what are J.J. Watt's thoughts on the AFC South, the division that he obviously played in for a decade? Deion Sanders is all over the place when it comes to Shedeur and where he wanted him to play and where he wants him to play. I just think, man, this is another great example of Shedeur's just got bad advice throughout this whole process. We'll hit that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. So let me give you a little good advice. Download the Prize Picks app today. No Texans.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
I haven't seen any news yet on the Cleveland quarterback situation. They play the Steelers this weekend, the division-leading Steelers. And we know Dylan Gabriel is the starter there. The big talk around the country is, will Shedeur Sanders be elevated to number 2? Kevin Stefanski earlier this week said, we'll make that decision down the road. I don't think they've decided. Bailey Zappe's on the practice squad, and there's talk that he may leapfrog Shedeur. He's a veteran. He's played. He's started some games. He may be the backup in this case.
The other thing that we didn't really address, and I'm guessing is kind of a big deal in Cleveland, was Stefanski just flat out saying it was a surprise to me that Flacco got traded.
Yeah.
That, ever since, from the moment you had drafted 2 quarterbacks and had 5 quarterbacks in the room, if you include Deshaun, there's some kind of disconnect between Stefanski and the way the organization is operating and what it all means.
Well, even with these 2 quarterbacks, the 2 rookies, a lot of the rhetoric that I saw yesterday, we'll actually play some audio from some Cleveland radio here in a minute after we get to Dion, but it's being, by some people, it's being drawn, Seth, as Dylan Gabriel is a Stefanski guy and Shedeur Sanders is an Andrew Berry guy. Andrew Berry's the GM. That's and these are the battle lines that are being drawn.
The funny thing is, Dylan Gabriel, I didn't watch that whole game or anything, but this is what it looked like, and I've seen a lot of people say, you know what, he didn't really look like a rookie quarterback. Looked like he got out there and he knew what we use. It's just, I hear that anymore, and it almost means nothing to me because there's so many guys that look that composed and everything when defenses don't know exactly what to get, and especially, I think Stefanski, by and large, gets, when that system's running properly, he gets the best out of younger quarterbacks or whomever else. And I think, you're probably going to see that from Dylan Gabriel. It takes, I don't know. I don't know if him or Shedeur could prove themselves on that offense. It's just such a mess of an offense. I don't know if either of those guys have a chance to really, do anything good over the course of a season.
That line is terrible. It's a bad offensive line. So here was Dion. Dion was on a podcast with Derek Carr. Everybody's on podcasts these days. He's on a podcast with Derek Carr. And keep in mind, Dion, who I think has likely given Shedeur bad advice through this process. I think the way Shedeur handled, he ran up to the draft is what pushed him down to the 5th round. We know that Dion himself has admitted that there were certain teams that were looking at drafting Shedeur on day 3, like the Ravens and the Eagles, good organizations, good with good starting quarterbacks and good systems and good management, good coaches, all that Dion didn't want Shedeur to go to because he'd be a backup there forever, and he wanted to go somewhere where he could, as a 5th-round pick, compete to start. So we know he didn't want them to go to those places. This is Dion with Derek Carr saying, boy, he was really hoping that Shedeur could play with Derek Carr in New Orleans.
First of all, let me tell you how much I got love for you. I wanted my son to be on the same team that you were on because I know what you would pour into him.
Wow.
I really did. And you don't know the timing of your text message to me, the emotions of your text message, the peace that it gave me. You have no idea what that meant to me. So I'm thanking you again publicly about the DM or text that you sent me. Yeah. Thank you, man. You have no idea. But I really did want my son on the same team that you could guide him and lead. I'm telling you, man. And God has his way, and it's going to work out.
I have no idea what to make of that. I like this.
Well, because he had said he didn't want him to be a backup in Baltimore. Okay, this is where I would say I'm going to stick up for Dion here a little bit.
Okay.
And at the same time, I feel like Dion went way too helicopter parent in this entire scenario. I think, and it probably ended up not being the right strategy. Who knows? Over time, we'll see. But I could see where if Dion Shedeur is going to go to a place where he's the backup, I'd like to have a guy that I feel good about being a mentor to him or whatever. And, Derek's always been very vocal about his faith, and as is Dion, and I think that part might have been a big factor there. But Dion doesn't want to say that. I think Derek would be a better mentor to Shedeur for maybe that reason, but also because Derek's a more supplantable mentor. Like, Derek was on his way out at some point.
Yeah.
Where Lamar Jackson's going to be the quarterback for the Ravens as long as he's healthy.
Knowing what Deion has said on other podcasts, if I'm Derek Carr, I kind of interpret it as like, oh, okay, so you think he probably would have replaced me pretty quickly, right?
Yeah,
Because here's
we could have gone to Bible study together even after I get benched for the rookie.
And I know Derek Carr is like, that's a big part of his profile is religion. But to my knowledge, it's not like Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson are bad dudes or something like that.
No, but there's a difference, in just actually the kind of the evangelical side of it.
Yeah.
That if that's people, if you're somebody that's vocal about your faith and you got another quarterback that you look at as like, okay, this is kind of like the kind of people that I want my son to be mentored by. Then,
that's a good explanation. No, you're right. It's just on the surface, like you look at that and you're like, okay, like at the very base football level, you're like, you didn't want him to go to Baltimore and Philly, but you did want him to go to New Orleans.
I don't honestly, Sean. That's where I is almost the only thing that needs to be said about it is that the problem with Deion's strategy with Shedeur is that Deion doesn't realize that Shedeur is not Deion Sanders. Yep. That Deion Sanders could operate in a certain way because he was a freakishly gifted, awesome cornerback, and that to try to treat Shedeur's career and his prospects the same as like what you might have done, it's just it's not the right strategy.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say that you got to have a certain, like, it's not a matter of humility or anything. It's just actually recognizing the reality of the situation. Shedeur can't call a shot the same way you could have.
Yeah, he's just not as good a player. It boils down to that, I think. Okay, so they're fighting about Shedeur now on Cleveland radio. This is on, I listened to this yesterday on In the Loop. They played it. I'm like, Figgy, send this to me. Tony Rizzo is a host up there on the ESPN radio affiliate. Tony Grossi, we know, has covered the Browns for a long, long time. He's a good friend of John McClain's, Tony Grossi. Grossi, not a big Shedeur guy. Rizzo, a huge Shedeur guy. This is the two of them clashing over the latest on the Shedeur-Sanders saga.
Is there any way the Browns would trade Shedeur-Sanders before the deadline, Tony?
I don't think anybody wants him, Riz. Okay. I'm being honest.
Okay.
I mean, the Raiders passed on Tom Brady.
Yeah, I know, but it's different circumstances now, Tony.
Well,
the
they
Raiders
got
thought Geno
now.
Smith. Wait. The Raiders thought the Raiders thought Geno Smith could play, and he can't. So for a fourth-round pick or fifth-round pick, you take a flyer on a guy? You don't think anybody would do that?
I don't, Riz.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
I mean,
Why would no one want Shedeur-Sanders?
Everyone made their statement about what they thought of him during the draft.
Yeah, but, Tony, that was 7 months ago.
Well, he's not gotten any better, Riz. They see the film of the Rams game.
Did they see the film of the Panthers
and
game?
the kick? That Super Bowl performance.
See, to you, that game doesn't count. Okay?
Well,
to me, that game counted for something. It did. And by the way, he was playing with the twos. By the way, he was playing with the twos. You're blatant. You just blatantly. The guy played with 4 offensive linemen that didn't make the team, and you're just dismissing that as if it meant nothing. At no point did Dylan Gabriel play with 4 offensive linemen that are no longer on the team.
We can step in and ring the bell here. Seth, I got to tell you, I watched the video of this.
Yes.
This Rizzo guy is standing up, yelling at the camera. Because Grossi's not in the studio with him. He's looking at the camera like I'm looking at the camera right now, standing up and screaming like a WWE wrestler.
That's the problem with, man, I'll tell you what, as soon as you start to get heated about either in a positive or a negative way about any rookie quarterback in a preseason game, when you can say the same thing about the defensive backs he's going against. Hey, Graham Mertz was damn near perfect in his preseason game.
He was better than Shedeur was in his preseason
game.
Yeah,
so shouldn't, obviously, teams are going to want to trade for him.
Well, that is a great example. We should be shopping Graham Mertz based on week 3 of the preseason.
Right, if, by his logic, the Browns should be clamoring for Graham Mertz right now. It's like, okay, everybody out there is playing with and against leagues, so there's only so much you can take from it.
I was laughing.
But now I would agree with him, though. I do think that circumstances have changed, and when times I think teams that might have been afraid of the hoopla or whatever else that it might come with if you draft Shedeur, if you're on a bad team already, and you're thinking about drafting a quarterback number 1 overall next year or something, that might be the perfect time to say, all right, yeah, let's bring Shedeur in and see what we got.
Yeah.
Let's see what the deal is. And all right, oh no, there's going to be media controversy. We suck. It doesn't matter anyway. That battle's been lost.
I think they will. Do you think Shedeur starts a game this year?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
I do too.
Yeah.
I think the Browns are going to stink.
Yeah, the Browns got to see what they have in them.
Yeah.
And unless Dylan Gabriel goes on some incredible run and they have a shot at the playoffs or something, then you have to. If you're going to have that high a draft pick, you got to figure out exactly what you really feel about Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, it might even help you secure that high a draft pick if you throw him in there too.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Who knows? I mean, he could. You know what? He could end up on the Saints. Shedeur could end up in multiple places.
Absolutely. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. We're going to do 5 reasons I hate you today, even though the Texans aren't playing this weekend. This was a fairly easy one to put together. We're going to do it at 8:25. 5 reasons I hate you, Bill Belichick edition. So we'll do that at 8:25 today. Up next, though, power ranking of the 8 divisions in the NFL. The AFC South with 2 4-1 teams should be ranked right now. And this is actually a good sign for the Houston Texans. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snore.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Boy, if you watch Jackson Dart last night, you know, I love having C.J. Stroud, so I'm good with C.J. Stroud being our quarterback, but Jackson Dart's got a little sizzle to his game. I don't know how long it lasts.
He's like a Tebow with swag.
Yeah.
And throwing ability.
And a throwing motion. Yep.
Okay, and more actual overall athleticism and lots of things, but yes.
Yeah, they just showed his first touchdown that he ran in from 25 yards out. I mean, it just sailed right past me. That juke move he made in the open field on that either safety or linebacker was pretty sweet. Now they're showing the 4 tush pushes in a row. Ugh. All right.
I don't have it in me for another full offseason of tush push debate. Not that you and I debated all that much. It's just that people get so worked up over it, and it's one of those things that I want to go away just so people stop talking about it more so than anything. Because I can play both sides of the coin as to whether, philosophically, I'm opposed to banning it. But then just in terms of sheer entertainment and making the game fun and everything, I'm for banning it.
Yeah.
I'm torn between almost 2 different worldviews. But it's what was the last thing that I just wanted to go? Oh, legalization of marijuana. I just wanted it to be legalized so I would have to stop listening to stoners tell me all their just shut up. Okay, fine. Legalize it, please.
That would be
just legalize it so guys can stop telling me all these things that they think are deep and misciting statistics and everything. Please, just legalize it and shut them up.
That would be a good mashup. Stoners sticking up for the tush push. Hey man, it's just gravity, man. And
that was when I first knew I liked Daniel Tosh as a comedian because he said something about that. He was like, they need to legalize marijuana, if only because then stoners will have nothing to talk about.
That's it. That's it. Just go to your Grateful Dead concerts and be done with it. Here's J.J. Watt on Pat McAfee about the state of the AFC South.
I think the AFC South, with the Texans starting to figure it out, but I mean, I don't think there's many people outside of Jacksonville or Indianapolis who saw it going this way, this well, this early. With Liam Cohen coming into Jacksonville and being able to turn it around so quickly, massive win against Kansas City, and it's one of those things where I said to somebody yesterday, confidence is a crazy mistress. You start to figure it out. You start to believe in yourselves. Some of these plays that used to be a comedy of errors turn around and turn into a positive for you as an organization. And the more that belief grows, the more that confidence grows, all of a sudden everybody starts playing a little bit better. The ball starts bouncing your way. 99-yard pick sixes are on your terms instead of the other team's terms. So the Colts really crushing it right now. I mean, you turn on that game halfway through it. We flipped on the score and wow, crushing the Raiders. So I'm looking forward. I might have a chance here in the near future to check out a Colts game, and I would really enjoy that because I want to see what they're all about and how they're doing. And then the Texans start to figure it out. Titans kind of gifted a win there, so they're in the W column. AFC South.
Confidence.
He should have just left the Titans completely out of it.
Yeah.
He should have just left the Titans out of it.
Yeah, don't even mention them. Yeah, confident. What did he say? Confidence?
Something
mistress. Yeah.
What was it?
I don't know.
Ben, can you play back just that part of it?
In a second. Yeah, but that's a hard part to find. Right
fickle? Did he say fickle mistress?
Something like that, yeah.
Did McAfee follow up with, what's been your most fickle mistress, JJ?
Yeah.
Who'd you date in college that was just a whack job? Who was the head case you dated in college that made you reassess your choices in life?
Her name was Confidence, actually, believe it or not. Yeah.
Confidence is a crazy mistress.
Crazy mistress. Crazy mistress. Yeah. So the
remember that reality show JJ was on in college? It was like some University of Wisconsin dating thing or something, and he showed up on his scooter and was in this girl's dorm room, and I don't know, it's probably out there somewhere.
It's got to be on YouTube, right? It's got to be somewhere.
I don't know. JJ's got the means to get those.
Get it scrubbed. I was just going to say. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, oh, he's got a fleet of people who can get that thing taken down.
Well, remember I felt bad for the McNairs. Cal and Hannah McNair's wedding video was on the internet for a little while.
Oh yeah,
and that got wiped out. how, I don't know how, like it got disappeared.
Okay.
And it was just one of those, it was like it was one of those things, it's like if it's shared and watched by family, it's funny. But when put out to the masses, it doesn't look as good.
Especially who knows how people were feeling about the Texans at the time, too.
Right. Yeah, it was probably one of the. Yeah, whenever somebody who had been sitting on that decided to release it, it was not at a great moment in Texans history.
No, like now, people are probably sending them anniversary gift. It would have been like, look at this trash video here.
No, I'm honestly thinking about the video now. If it were to go out now, I think actually it would be really well received because people know Cal McNair a little bit more.
Yeah.
And I think they would look at it as almost like, oh, yeah, that's just like he's that super rich guy, but he's like the guy next door. Yeah.
He's a big galoot is what he is. He's a big galoot. All right, so the ESPN Power Rank, we just heard J.J. Watt talking about the AFC South. And, look, record-wise, it's the only division right now with 2 4-1 teams. So when I opened this article on ESPN.com up, Seth, I expected in this power ranking of the 8 NFL divisions, I expected the AFC South to be a little bit higher than they are in this thing. They are 6th right now.
Yeah, this is disrespectful, Sean. Sean, you're the one on this show that gets disrespected by power rankings and actually worked up by them.
Yeah.
And I have a hard time really getting all worked up about it. But immediately, I needed to know when I saw the Texans were 5th, and I thought, okay, look, it's early in the season. You gotta fight your way back into credibility after decades and decades. Really, since the inception, being a team that at any given time might have one good team at the top, every now and then two, but by and large, usually with a couple of dullards that are bringing everything down. It's very, very rare that there's 3 good teams in the AFC South.
Yeah. I'm trying to think how many times there's even been 2. Because
there's times where the Texans and the Colts have been battling, or the Texans and the Titans.
A couple times,
but it's rare that all 3 that there's 3 teams.
It's rare that there's 3.
Yeah. But no, the thing that annoyed me immediately was that the AFC North. They have the Steelers, the Ravens, the Browns, and the Bengals are 5th, right above the AFC South.
Right.
And I don't know what the head-to-head matchup is right now against from the AFC South and the AFC North. But look, you got the Browns and the Bengals that are 2 of the worst teams in the league.
Yeah.
And then you have the Ravens that you're going to have to accept that at some point. That defense is so atrociously bad.
Yeah.
And they've gotten off to such a bad start that it's very, very unlikely that they're gonna that somehow this is a thing, that the AFC North is going to be able to pull themselves out of this. And the Steelers are a mediocre team whose record is probably better than what they actually are.
Yeah.
So to have them above right now. You can change the rankings as the season goes along.
Yeah.
People, right now the AFC North is an atrocious division.
It is. It's an atrocious division. This feels like it's done more on spec than it is the actual accomplishments of each division. Because right now, by accomplishment, it's the FPI rating that they use. The Colts are 9th. The Texans are actually 11th. The Jags are 17th, and the Tennessee's the worst team. There's not a single team in the AFC North other than the Steelers at 16th that are in the upper half of the NFL right
Sean,
now.
there's not a team in the AFC North that has a positive point differential. The Steelers have scored 96 points.
Yeah.
They've allowed 98 points.
Wow.
The Bengals have scored 85 points.
Yeah.
The second place team in the AFC North, the Bengals, has scored 85 points and allowed 156.
Yep.
Minus 20-something.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, minus 30-something. They're
Yeah.
minus 36 in point differential.
Yep. Yeah, lost 3. Yeah, 3 close games, and the Texans blew them out. I hope they're right here. And here's why. I think, look, they say right here, they ask, are the Colts really one of the 10 best teams in the NFL, or is the Daniel Jones ship destined to run aground as it has so many times in the past? Skipping down, they say, what about the Jags' hot start? They're 4-1 thanks to an opportunistic defense that's already delivered more takeaways this season. That's a great stat. They've delivered more takeaways this season through 5 games, the Jags, than they had all of last season.
Yeah.
By a pretty wide margin. It's 14. They had 9 all of last season. How sustainable is 14 takeaway? Look, the Texans had 3 of them in the fourth quarter of that game against the Jags 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. I hope they're right, because I think the reason why the AFC South is 6th here is because they don't believe in the Colts and Daniel Jones. They don't believe that the Jags can sustain this unsustainable turnover margin and that Trevor Lawrence is any good. So I hope they're right, because the AFC South being sixth to me would mean that if it plays out that way, means that the Texans have somehow taken over that division by, week 12 or 13.
Yeah,
something
I mean,
like
the whole thing about I get this is what I get annoyed with too. The Colts have beaten the crap out of 3 bad football teams.
Yep.
And just like the Texans have beaten the crap out of 2 bad football teams. It's the same way as the Texans, which is, all right, they beat up on bad teams. The Colts have split their games versus good teams, both by 1 score, and they had a little bit of luck from the officiating on their side to have that 1 victory
against Denver.
Yeah. Their loss to a good team, Daniel Jones threw 2 picks.
Yep.
One of the big reasons they lost that game. So it's early in the season where the record doesn't obviously tell the whole story. But for people to be gushing about the Colts and how good they are and how many points, sure, it was against bad teams, but they keep doing it, scoring all these points, and yet in the next breath say, well, the Texans have only what? The offense look good against bad teams. Right. I'm not arguing that the Texans have proven that they're a genuinely good offense, but I don't think the Colts have either.
No, well, and whatever computer they're using to come up with these rankings agrees with you, because the Colts and the Texans are 1 spot away from each other.
Yeah.
The Colts are 9th and the Texans are 11th. Texans are ahead of the Jags, and they lost to the Jags.
That's the other thing. I mean, the big thing is the Colts. The offense is one thing. I'm wondering if the Colts' defense is for real, because they allowed 28 points to Denver.
Yeah.
They allowed 27 points to
the Rams.
Oh no, they allowed 20 points. 27 points to the Rams.
Yeah.
So that's that might end up being the thing that decides the balance between those 2 teams in the matchups, is if the Texans defense is the actually genuine bona fide stud defense and the Colts defense have just been posers. I don't think, as of right now, I can't predict that either the Colts or the Texans are going to have some offense.
Right.
The Colts have looked a lot better, more consistently, but the defenses, I think, are the ones where one might be Fugazi at this point, and that might be the Colts defense.
If you're wondering why if you're saying to yourself, does the Texans schedule feel really hard this year? Yeah, they cross over with the NFC West, who's number 2 in this power ranking, and the AFC West, who's number 3 in this power ranking of the divisions. They cross over with the two of the 3 hardest divisions in football. The hardest division, the top of the ranking, is the NFC North, and in this article, they speculate, could that division have all 4 teams make the playoffs? Could all 3 wild card teams in the NFC come from the NFC North? With the Lions would be the head and shoulder. They're the division leader right now.
It's tough to do just
beat each other up.
Within the same division.
Totally.
Yeah, because they kill each other off.
You kill each other off.
So the way you lose out to a lesser, like they might be the 3 best teams, but not have the record.
Yep.
The biggest thing about all of that is that the other teams in the AFC South also cross over with those divisions, but because of the way they seed everything, the other 3 teams in the AFC South actually all have pretty easy schedules for compared to the Texans. The Texans ended up with one of the toughest schedules in the league. The other 3 teams in the AFC South all have some of the easiest rated schedules.
Yeah, there's 3 there's 3 games that are different between all the teams, and those 3 games for the Texans are the Buccaneers, the Ravens, and the Bills. And instead, Jacksonville or Tennessee is going to play the worst team in all 3 of those divisions.
Well, the one for Jacksonville, I want to say they play the Jets.
They do.
That's what it is. The Jets are really the toughest, like the biggest one that swings the needle over towards theirs being easy. But it's by and large, it's still pretty, it's the most common opponents. It's I think the Jets just swings it so far down with however they rank it.
Yeah. 14 of the games are identical. There's 3 very,
because they still have to play. They still have to play the Broncos. They still have to play the Rams. They got to play the Seahawks. They
play the Chiefs.
They beat the.
Yep.
I'm not sure the Chiefs are a good team.
Yep.
They beat the 49ers. Yeah.
They did. That's right. In San Francisco.
You know what? If anything, if I were to get disrespected on behalf of another AFC South team in this ranking, I would have to say I think the Jaguars deserve more attention for the quality of opponents they've beaten so far than the Colts do. The Colts have put up some gaudy numbers on offense, but I think the Jaguars have won more impressive games.
Yeah, this FPI rating that they use, I mean, the power rankings they're doing are subjective, but they use this FPI rating as sort of an adjacent to it. The Chiefs are first in the NFL in this FPI rating. They're first. The Jags are seventh.
Really heavily weighted towards there. Defense must get more of a give you more of a boost than.
I guess. I don't know, man.
Jacksonville, as they pointed out here, that's the biggest X factor is how the Jaguars have just feasted on turnovers.
Right.
And they've got 11 interceptions already. Last year the Texans were second in the league in interceptions with 22. Season the Jaguars already have 11 interceptions. That's the classic. I always hate saying this because it's the classic. You can't depend on it, and yet there are teams that just get boatloads of turnovers, and end up going to the playoffs based on that. So it's not like you can discount it. They haven't been flukish turnovers.
No.
The Jaguars are getting a good pass rush and causing they're causing the pressure that leads to a lot of those interceptions.
And Devin Lloyd's got 4 of them. He's an inside linebacker. He had a pick 6 against the Chiefs.
I would imagine that's not going to be sustainable over time. Right.
Yeah, he ain't. Their middle linebackers not finishing with 17 interceptions this year. I feel confident in that.
Mahomes got duped by a defensive lineman dropping into coverage. That was awesome.
Yeah.
When he threw that red zone, that goal line interception.
Yep.
It's what people always wonder. Why do they have defensive linemen drop out? Because quarterbacks don't know what they're seeing. They're not expecting it, and all of a sudden it's just sometimes they're completely blind to it, and sometimes. They're looking at this line that's stacked with all the linebackers and a safety are up the line of scrimmage, and all they're seeing out of the peripheral is a body dropping back, and he's thinking, oh, that's the Mike linebacker, when in fact it's a fat nose tackle, and the Mike linebacker is standing exactly where Mahomes is planning on throwing the football.
That's what happened, man. That's what happened. All right, 5 reasons I hate you. Normally, it's the Texans' opponent and their city that we target with 5 reasons I hate you. But we know you guys like this segment, so we're still going to do it. It's an easy one for this week. He's very noteworthy. He's very relevant this week. 5 reasons I hate you, Bill Belichick edition. That is coming up.
West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
It's Football Friday. You know what that means. It means at 8:24 we shoot. Usually we conjure up the hatred for the Texans' opponent this week. This week there is no opponent. Unless it's overconfidence, but 5 reasons I hate you overconfidence version. Because they're overconfident from boat racing the Ravens. That doesn't really sizzle on the radio. What sizzles is actual hate towards human beings. Like Bill Belichick, for example.
Oh, yeah.
That pops, right? Yeah.
You know what? Yes, this is actually relevant. I was listening to it took a long time for me to go back and listen to the D'Amico show.
The coach's show. Yeah.
And John Harris brought up the one Seahawks fan that's always standing at the tunnel and has like a sign that's personalized to a specific player. But Baker Mayfield got into it with that guy.
Yeah.
I challenged that guy to a fight back in 2005.
That guy?
I was like, get on. I told him to come down out of the stands. Yeah, that guy. I hate that guy. That guy was he is the best troll in the history of trolls. There's multiple players that have like tried to go after him in the stands. Yeah.
So you're basically Baker Mayfield. You and Baker are cut from the same cloth.
For me, it was that this guy was like, you heard him, and it's kind of funny when you hear him at the beginning of the game and everything, and at halftime you're like, whatever. For me, it was the fact that we're coming in after the fourth quarter, and the game had been over since the first quarter. They just destroyed us.
Yep.
And it was what. It just tipped me over the edge. I was so pissed off, and this guy's still you're still going at it, and it just felt it was just the inhumanity of it all.
Yeah,
I felt like this guy needs to be erased from the earth. I'm going to do the good of all mankind.
Lay off, man.
This is yes, yeah.
All right, good. So we have at least one reason for next Friday. In the holster already. All right, that guy. I didn't know that was the guy that Baker was yelling at. Baker called him. I don't even want to say. I don't even want to bleep say what Baker was calling the guy. He was.
He's a piece of crap. Whoever he is, it goes above and beyond the normal fan heckling. Like usually, fan heckling is kind of funny.
Yeah.
This guy was just. He's a psychopath.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll hate on that guy next week. For now, I've got 5 reasons I hate you, Bill Belichick edition. Head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels. For now. Reason number 5, he's a slime ball. Nobody's got more gates attached to Bill Belichick. I can make some corny dad joke about how the only thing with more gates than Bill Belichick is Intercontinental Airport.
That's a good dad joke.
Huh? I just thought of that. Spygate.
But Belichick doesn't have the enticing barbecue restaurants.
That's damn right. And the bars. Yeah. Spygate, Deflategate, Napkin Gate.
Oh, yeah.
Remember
the kids wouldn't know about this.
No.
Belichick resigned after less than a day on the job up in New York.
With the Jets. He got hired by the Jets to be the head coach, to succeed one of his mentors, Bill Parcells, and resigned after one day and wrote his resignation letter on a napkin and took the Patriots job.
And then gave like a 45-minute press conference, too. That's forgotten about.
Yes.
Gave this long press conference. And one of the things people don't – there's a Houston angle to this, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
He was on that morning. He was kind of trying to contemplate his fate, and the whole thing was it wasn't like he interviewed for it or anything. It was in his contract that if Parcells got fired, that Belichick was going to be the coach.
Right.
So it's not like he officially accepted it or anything. And he that morning was running on the treadmill next to Kevin Williams, who would one day go play for the Texans. He was there our first couple of years as a safety.
Okay.
And I think Kevin's actually the one that got run over by Shockey in the Hall of Fame game. But anyway,
okay.
Kevin Williams had some medical ordeal and had been in a coma for a couple of weeks and had this really inspiring story about, coming back not just to play football, but just coming back from almost dying. And there was something about that conversation he had with Kevin Williams about just really appreciating life and doing everything that, really grabbing what you want to grab in life and all that. And gets cleaned up, goes in, and resigns.
Wow. That's wild.
Yeah.
That is wild.
I didn't know that about Kevin Williams at the time. I didn't know about the whole story. Like when I knew Kevin,
Yeah.
I liked Kevin a lot. I gotta get Kevin Williams on my podcast.
Yes.
And interview him about this.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's a wild little tangential thing for the Texans. There's also the banging his secretary gate, as long as we're talking about slimeball gates.
That was probably the least clever dubbing of a gate.
Yeah. Right. They kept saying it on ESPN.
It should have been called Secretary's Gate.
Yes.
Because he was violating it, and her husband got all worked up and angry about it and sued the team.
Yep. Belichick.
Because allegedly Belichick was having an affair with his wife, who was a secretary with the Giants. Allegedly,
giving her cash and gifts. Allegedly, yeah. So there's that. I mean, Belichick has a general slimeball vibe to him. That's reason number 5. Reason number 4. I mean, we could have just done five reasons I hate Belichick being a slime ball, and we would have been fine.
Of all the 73-year-olds that might date my daughter, he's one of that I really, really wouldn't want dating my daughter.
Thank you. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Number 4, he's petty. Ted Johnson once said it. I'll quote, "Nobody is more petty than Bill Belichick. Nobody." He said it on the Triple Threat. Just a recent example. We don't even need the Patriot examples of the pettiness. Doesn't let Patriot scouts on campus at the University of North Carolina because he claims that they won't let him in the building in Foxborough.
Yeah, that's petty as hell, which is false because he was just there for the Mike Vrabel's Hall of Fame and Ring of Honor induction or whatever it was.
I think it was the Brady, the wonky Brady statue ceremony, the Brady statue with the little head.
He was up there
the
for something.
Yeah. It might have been for Vrabel's. Yeah, because Vrabel went in the Hall of Fame, their Hall of Fame. It could have been for either of them. Yeah.
But then he also. And this is really the slimiest of slimy things because it goes against an actual alumnus of the program. They said that they weren't going to allow they didn't want any Patriots stuff on their would have included Drake May's good performances this season.
Yeah.
Something that most coaches would want. Like, hey, look, he went to UNC.
Right.
It's not a wasteland. Look, you can go on to the NFL from here.
Yep.
Nope. Doesn't want any Patriots on there, and they quickly reversed that after the news was.
They did. The report of that came out at like 7 a.m. on Monday, and by 8:30, there's all sorts of video of Drake May slinging it all over the field on Sunday night against the Bills. All right, let's keep it moving. If you guys want to text in reasons you hate Bill Belichick, 713-572-4610. He is a frumpy-ass dresser. He wore a sweatshirt with holes on it for an appearance on 60 Minutes. The height of his fashion is a hoodie with the sleeves lopped off at the elbow.
I have a one. The ironic part about all of that is that it's a contrived look meant to show that he's not into contrived looks.
Right.
Like it's affectatious would be the word. He's consciously thinking about how do I show the world that I'm not one of these people that consciously thinks about how I look on film and everything because I'm all about the ball. That's what annoys me.
Yes.
If he was genuine, look, you would wear whatever they laid out for you that morning and just wear the team gear. You don't have to look like you're a Kyle Shanahan or something. I get it. But you don't have to go over the top in trying to show how little you care. He spends a lot of energy showing what's into it.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Okay, there's the reason right there. For the frumpy-ass dressing, that's why we hate it. That's reason number 3. Reason number 2, he's got Michael Lombardi attached to his hip everywhere he goes, including the general manager position at the University of North Carolina, where apparently yesterday Lombardi, as this program seems to be going down in flames right now, he throws an article out there on the interwebs, how great leaders motivate the already great. And here were the 2 things. There are things that annoy me about Lombardi. Here are the 2 things that annoyed me about this article in particular. One, his example that he was using in this article, he was basically trying to make a case for Michael Jordan being the Ryder Cup champ or the Ryder Cup captain.
Which I thought he was saying metaphorically or something at first. But no, he literally says that Michael Jordan should be the captain.
Should be the captain of the golf Ryder Cup team because he he comes from a team sport, and the Ryder Cup is more team golf than anything, so he could have brought that team vibe, and they really respect Michael Jordan, so they'd listen to what he would have to say.
Right, yeah. As opposed to, like, I don't know, maybe a talk at the dinner the night before or something. No, he needs to be the captain. Yes.
Number
with them all
two,
the time.
and this, and I went and did some digging on this, on the stories that Mike Lombardi writes. He's got this leadership website. He wrote a book about leadership. I admittedly have not read his book, but all the articles he writes, there's never a single anecdote about him being a leader in it. There's these anecdotes. These anecdotes and Belichick and any number of other coaches and front office people he's been around.
I think that his angle would be, I think he would have a pretty easy defense for that, which is like, I've been around these people and I've watched them operate. I'm not claiming I'm a great leader, but I've been able to study the way a historian can write about history without having actually lived through it or been a president or something. Here's the problem, and this goes back to his Michael Jordan stuff. It's very, very important to know your history and learn your history and learn the lessons from history, but never fall into the trap of thinking that the way things happened historically are the way they're going to happen in the future.
Yeah.
You know, it has relevance and bearing on it, and you can inform your opinion about it, but also past results do not predict future results.
Yes.
And like that's exactly thinking that just, hey, Belichick can do it the way he's always done it. And we'll go to UNC, and then these idiot college kids won't have a damn clue what hit them.
Yep, good point. All right, so that's number 2 is Michael Lombardi. Number 1.
Oh, I'll tell you another one about Michael Lombardi. I hate him because Belichick's book could have been a lot better if I could see Michael Lombardi's influence dripping all over it.
Oh, really?
There were points in the book where it's like, okay, cool, this is all about leadership and coaching and winning in a football context. But then it was like at the end of every chapter, it was almost like a little study guide of like, if you've just taken a job at a business, this is how you can apply it to your business. Because they're trying to, that's where the big money is in books, is making a business book.
Yeah, that's how.
But it's like, no, but look, business people will read that book and take their lessons from it. It was like if I was reading The Art of War, and at the end of it, the general, now if you're trying to learn Microsoft Excel, one good tip that you might glean from my experience as a general is this.
Okay.
That's totally Lombardi.
Okay. Last one, number 1. He's whipped. Bill Belichick.
Nothing sadder than a man who's being bossed around by his lady.
By his old lady. And only the problem is she's only his old lady, ironically. She's not all that old. She's very young.
Typically said by somebody who's currently being bossed around by his old lady. But still, yes.
Yeah, just to be clear, 2 guys. She's on the sidelines before games. This is his 24-year-old muse that he calls her his muse, Jordan Hudson. On the sidelines, interacting with him before games, controlling the interviews he was doing on 60 Minutes and other outlets. Remember the anecdotes about how she was just trying to almost script everything for the interview. He put her in the credits for the aforementioned book that you're talking about, Seth, while not putting Robert Kraft in the credits for the books.
But you know what was interesting? Because I listened to the audiobook. No, she wasn't in the audiobook credits.
Did he read the credits on the audiobook? And
he read the credits, and she was
not
in there. Yeah,
okay.
Sometime after that was recorded sometime after the hoopla over the written credits were put. Yeah.
Here's a big one, real quick. Reportedly, according to an article in The Ringer, he went to Nantucket. The 2 of them went to Nantucket during the open week before the Clemson game. That to me is the biggest indicator that he's reached a stage where he might be going through the motions a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think old Belichick would have ever done that.
Old Belichick be out on the recruiting trail, or he'd be figuring out how to Nantucket. Not saying he wasn't doing either of those things in Nantucket, but he'd have been in the building doing those things, not sitting on a beach somewhere. So those are 5 reasons. You guys are texting in some good ones. We'll read them in the next segment because we're up against it. There was just so much to dig into with hating Belichick. So
it's the one thing that made us go over the clock today. This week, we've been nails.
We've been nails on the clock. I think this is a valid reason to go over the clock, though. All right, coming up next, D'Amico Ryan's on his coach's show about committing to the run. And I'm anxious to hear about this on CJ's confidence level following his AFC Offensive Player of the Week performance. We'll have all of that coming up next. Take a Mania, top of the hour. Let's get you guys into a brand new Lincoln, though. West Point Lincoln is
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Aram Injury Lawyer Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. No Texans this Sunday, bye week. Back at it Monday, a week from Monday against the Seattle Seahawks. 9 o'clock p.m. local time for kickoff. 6 p.m. Texans countdown. I've had several people text me that are actually very much looking forward to listening to what a post-game show starting after midnight sounds like on this station. That'll be, I would imagine this might be the latest post-game show that we've ever had for a Texans game. I can't, because these double headers that are West Coast, starting at West Coast times, they're kind of a new thing. I know I was at a Chargers-Texans game on Monday Night Football back in 2013. That was a late one, too. Yeah. So,
just to be clear, if anybody heard it or not, it's 9 p.m. local, like 9 p.m. Central Time.
Central Time, yeah.
Yeah. Whenever I hear local, have I been hearing that wrong all the time? I always, if somebody says 9 p.m. local, I think about wherever the event is being held.
You're probably technically right on that, I think. Yeah, I think you're technically right. But yeah,
I just want people to understand the severity of the situation. I want to be sure they're clear on that.
That's good.
And this is, and I know this is classically one of the things that sounds like, spoiled professional athletes. This is why it matters. It's not the night, it's not the game itself. It's that you get home at 7 a.m. on Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
So your whole week, as you get ready on that short week to play the 49ers at home, it's just back on track. Like to go out on a Wednesday practice and be sharp after you got in, and I don't sleep well on airplanes at all. So I would usually basically have like 1 or 2 hours of sleep and on that day, and I don't, and then you go through the day and you try to grab a nap or something, but then your sleep screwed up on Tuesday night. So you really got to be, and I'm imagining D'Amico and everybody else is trying to help the players out with it as much as possible. You got to have like a plan for how you're going to catch up on your sleep that week.
Yeah.
And to the point where by Friday you feel more like your normal self on a Friday.
We'll get to D'Amico in a second here. I know we got to eat what's on our plate right now, which is the Seahawks coming up in 10 days or whatever. Does that make you at least like a little higher percentage worried about the Niners game the following weekend?
It does, and it's a factor. I'm not saying it's the only thing that matters or it's impossible to overcome or anything. I get it. Like, it's not the end of the world. It's just, it's
not optimal.
I like that it's happening after a bye week.
Yeah.
Because your body's as fresh as it could possibly be during the season. So I think that, as long as you've just rested and taken care of yourself during the bye week, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. So I'm not trying to make it sound like they're going on a death march or something. But it's definitely a factor for that week after a Monday night game on the road.
I would factor it in as a handicapper. It would factor into my whether I want to touch that game or not for sure. Do you want to set up this D'Amico stuff here that you pulled on the?
Oh yeah, sure. This is just from the coaches show. Yeah. So when the D'Amico's on with Mark and John, this is D'Amico. Okay. This gives a hint as to how D'Amico's operating now, especially now that it feels like he's taken on more of an oversight of the entire operation, being involved in the offense and the defense, and he's not calling plays defensively. This is D'Amico on the importance of committing to the run game.
For us, the thing I liked about the offense, again, the second week in a row is just our commitment to the run game, right? For Kaylee to continue to stay committed to it. And the more you start to run it, you start to pop a few, right? Nick had a really nice run there. We're getting some 2-3 yards run, and there you go, man. There's a 7-9 yard run. Nico getting the jet sweep runner. There was so many different ways that we ran the football yesterday, and that allows us to open up the play action game. And you see CJ play action, drop back, and he has time. O-line did a great job protecting, right, and he's able to deliver to Higgs, to Nico, to everybody because of the running game. So everything starts there, and I know I say it all the time, but to actually see it, you just see how it opens up our offense. Now you get the defense who has to commit to the run game. Second-level guys, they have to bite up for the run fakes, and now we have guys wide open all over the field.
That was it was one of the frustrating things early on in the season was they were trying to run play-action passes but not actually running the ball all that much.
Right.
And it just doesn't – everything D'Amico said right there It's one of the things that sometimes when people try to take an analytical look at it, they forget to actually watch the film or talk to a linebacker about what a bind it puts you in, and that it doesn't, like an offense doesn't even have to be running the ball all that effectively. The linebackers get grooved in that, like, all right, they're running, I got to stop the run, and that's how you spring the play action. So those first few games, I mean, the second and third games especially, the Rams game, they didn't really, they ran the ball 27 times, but it was kind of in a hodgepodge scattershot way, and it really started to click towards the end of the game. There's the second and third games where they only ran the ball 19 times against Tampa, 19 times against Jacksonville, and they were, despite running it pretty well, they were like 4.5 yards per carry, but they just weren't really setting things up to spring those play actions. And you go into the Tennessee game, and they ran the ball 35 times. And it wasn't necessarily looking all that hot or that awesome, but they were sustaining drives, and it ended up paying off. It's one of those classic, okay, by the second half, hopefully it really starts to bite, and I think we've seen that the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and CJ, I think these last couple of weeks is throwing somewhere between like 20, like 23 and 27 passes in those games. That feels like the sweet spot, where you're just not leaning on the passing game the whole time. Speaking of
the Rams
CJ,
game was just weird because it was a low possession game.
Yeah,
I think each team only had 9 possessions in that game, so it was almost like whatever either team's game plan was, it was like you didn't really get a chance to see that many plays.
No.
So next is D'Amico talking about CJ. Looking more confident.
What I've seen over the past 2 weeks is just him kind of coming into his own, right? Really being that leader, that calming piece for our offense, and just the way he's distributing and making great decisions with the football. That's the thing that sticks out to me, like making great decisions. There are no turnovers. Like, he's doing a really good job there, and just getting us in and out of the huddle, like all the communication that he's doing, changing plays at the line of scrimmage, all the things that we kind of talked about before the season, kind of seeing him get better at that, having more command at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. Go ahead. I have a follow-up. Go ahead. You go.
As far as the command at the line of scrimmage, I think there's a couple parts of it. One is just knowing which checks to make, where to send the protection, all of that. We knew that was going to be a work in progress, and it would have been nice if it was a work in progress, but you were still also having success. But some of that is just really hard for a quarterback. But the command part of it is that I think there have been times where CJ may have made the correct call, but it's not as authoritative and it's not delivered and communicated to everybody. If not everybody's getting the call, ultimately the quarterback's got to take responsibility for that, either in practice or in the game, to be sure everybody gets it. I mean, look, I've been on the field with Peyton Manning, and there was never any doubt in anybody's mind what Peyton Manning was telling his guys to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was a drill sergeant when it came to that stuff, and I think that comes with more confidence, obviously.
Yeah.
To be like, okay, you master and then reassert it 3 times before the snap. If we've got time before the snap, it's okay to make the same call 3 times and be sure everybody gets it.
You brought this up, alluded to this earlier in the show, which is if these last 2 games, if one of the things that has happened is that it's allowed CJ and the offense's confidence to grow, it really does call into question why they didn't maybe run some more reps in training camp against the 2s instead of the 1s the whole time. Like, let them see the ball go through the hoop. Let them see what it sounds like. Just allow them to grow some confidence by actually being able to execute a little bit.
Well, and I would say another thing too is, it's tough in training. It's tough because they only get so many reps.
Yeah.
And this is why I just feel like if you're trying to get this offense going, you should have just played more in the preseason.
Yeah.
Just play more. Okay, guys might get hurt. Screw it. You got a bunch of journeymen on the offensive line anyway.
Right.
Let's stick in another journeyman if he gets hurt. What the hell are you worried about? But even in going ones versus ones, it's the Texans offense going against the Texans defense all the time, which means that CJ's doing all this and he's only seeing one type of front. He's really only seeing so many looks, and he's seeing the Texans defense versus then getting in the regular season and going up against a 3-4 team and then going up against another 4-3 team, but they do things differently than the Texans. Like, all of these things are a lot different that he didn't get enough reps during training camp.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the ultimate answer is as to how you do that. Maybe it's just that it's something you're going to have to suffer through it. You're just going to have to fight through it.
Yep. All right, 9 o'clock coming up here. Take-A-Mania, the worst takes of the week. Try to take down the champ. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, Kendrick Perkins' take on C.J. Stroud not being the guy is the champ right now. We will see if any of the several challengers we have can take down the champ for worst Take-A-Mania. We do it coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers, they've been here in Houston for 5.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne
and Pendergast. Let's do it. Take a mania. We do the worst takes of the week, challenging the defending champ, who is Kendrick Perkins. Let's get right to it. Kendrick Perkins last week on Lil Kiki's podcast had this to say about Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud.
He's not that quarterback that's going to take the Texans and the Texans fan base to the promised land. He's not, bro. And you know this. How much film y'all watch on the quarterback?
Enough.
Huh?
Yeah.
A lot, right? So from his rookie season till now, has he went forward or backwards?
He regressed.
Hold on. He's regressed. And the thing that I'm watching about him, he still can't throw to his left side. That's a problem. He still don't know how to scan the field when his first option is not there. That's another problem. So when I'm looking at it, is he your guy? No, he's not your guy.
I watched. There were several balls thrown to the left side in the.
Yeah. This is the whole thing for anybody that listens, because I know there's people listening who are like, "Oh my gosh, they're saying it's a bad take just because he doesn't like C.J. Stroud." No, it's a bad take because not being able to throw to your left is not a thing in the NFL. Yeah. This is a basketball thing. Not being able to go left or go right, whatever it might be. Sometimes in football, quarterbacks will be better throwing to the middle of the field than to the perimeter and vice versa. Not being able to throw to your left has never been said about C.J. Stroud. That's never been a single thing. Yeah. And that's why it's even funnier that he says he still can't throw to his left. Talking about Kendrick Perkins.
Horrible.
And then trying to label him a first-read quarterback, that's just not I could see if you're bringing up specific instances, but that's really not a knock on C.J. Stroud the same way it is for Trevor Lawrence or somebody like that.
No.
But the not throwing to your left, it's so idiotic and stupid and so pulled from so far out of his ass that I have a hard time suspecting or thinking that he's going to be supplanted today.
Okay. So Seth is thinking this might be a strong champ that we've got here.
He made that up 100% and completely and totally. He just made it up.
Well, let's take a look. Let's see if we can get anybody to take him down. This was Dave Portnoy, the founder of Barstool, after the Sunday Night Football game. Portnoy, a noted New England Patriots fan. The New England Patriots beat the Bills on Sunday Night Football, and Portnoy took to the interwebs to say how sorry he was to Bills fans that the window is now closed for the Buffalo Bills.
Listen, I was super excited about that win. There's no need to pile on the good people of Buffalo. I like the good people of Buffalo. Everyone knows that, and I can't imagine what it would be like to be a Buffalo Bills fan right now, watching that game, knowing that your window has closed again. Right on your hands. 4 falls of Buffalo, all over again. You got this great team, this quarterback. You've been so close, and you just haven't gotten it done. And now you got to look at us. Now you got to look at a revamped Patriot team that knows what it is to win Super Bowls. Great young quarterback guy, great coach Vrabel, and knowing that your time's over. So I'm appalled. I shouldn't have rubbed that in. I like the good people of Buffalo. Little brother, I'm sorry. I was excited.
Okay, a lot of little shots right there.
Yeah.
With the veil of, hey, I love Buffalo, though.
Look, this is Take-A-Mania, not Troll-A-Mania. He's just trolling there. The one thing, if I were going to critique the troll, I'd say this is a team that knows how to win Super Bowls. Like, okay, well, the logo does. Yeah. I don't know how many players on the team are left over from the last Super Bowl victory.
Yep.
It's been a while, man. It's been a while. So, but no, that was a troll.
Okay.
More than anything else,
Kendrick Perkins kicks out. Yeah. That's a guy talking trash about his team, not really a take. Yep, I'm with you on that. All right, this is TJ Houshmandzadeh. We played this one yesterday. Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, got a little physical with Amari DiMercato on the sideline after he had an inexcusable fumble in their loss to the Tennessee Titans, just a showboating type of fumble. And Jonathan Gannon ended up getting fined $100,000 by the team because of the optics of the whole thing. TJ Houshmandzadeh, former wide receiver, said, if Gannon did that to me, everybody knows I'd have punched the guy.
A coach would never do that to me.
Why you say that?
I'm knocking him out on the sideline.
I promise you.
Oh, wow.
And every coach I've had, they know that. They know that. He wouldn't do that to me. He wouldn't do that to me.
You're knocking him out.
And they know that. They not. And I'm not like I'm a tough guy. You're just not going to disrespect me like that. Because if I do that to you on the sideline, I get cut.
Mm-hmm.
We know that. I got a son at home. What you think he going to say when he see this?
Mm-hmm.
I might argue with my wife. And I raise my voice. She liable to be like, "Oh, you want to raise your voice at me, but you let that man hit you like that? You ain't I'm a man first."
Okay.
Yeah. There's the thing. I think there are definitely guys that there's guys on that team that Jonathan Gannon probably would have taken a different tact with. So there is a little bit of that alpha dog type stuff. Invoking his son, I have to do it for my son so he respects me.
Yeah.
That part of it annoyed me.
Yeah.
But I just can't get past. He still can't throw to his left.
That's fine.
He still can't. And I don't. You know why? You know why it bothers me especially? Because Dwayne Brown was sitting next to him on the couch.
Yes, he was.
And I don't know how much Dwayne is watching football now versus not or whatever. If I'm in Dwayne Brown's situation, I'd be sitting there, and if I were in the same situation Dwayne Brown was, the first couple years I was on football, I was kind of watching, but I wasn't paying close attention. I would sit there and I would be like, wait, is that true? In my mind, I'd be like, I want to say that that's false, but he sounds pretty confident.
Yeah.
And I would bite my tongue because I'd feel like, oh crap. Oh my gosh, I guess I didn't realize that or something, And that's what really annoys me about it. Is that he victimized Dwayne Brown with his horrendous, awful, fallacious take.
I love that we just played TJ Hushmanzada, and you're just using it as another reason to pile on Kendrick
It's not
Perkins.
as bad as he still can't throw to his left.
Right.
What the hell is that?
All right, Perk is still the champ. TJ Hushmanzada, you are
I'm
out.
more likely. TJ Hushmanzada believes that he would punch Jonathan Gannon. I don't know if he would or not, but he believes it.
Yeah.
Kendrick Perkins, he cannot possibly believe that CJ can't throw to his left.
Okay, I feel like nobody's got a chance to beat Perk this week. But let's see. We got a couple more challengers here. We played this one yesterday. This is Nick Wright, our former colleague here at Sports Radio 610, now with FS1. Goes on many, many shows. He's a great guest. He went on the Dan Le Batard show, and his take was that LeBron James could be an all-star caliber player, an all-star at age 50.
I think LeBron could play at an all-star level. Right now he's at an all-NBA level. I think he could play at an all-star level for close to another till he's close to 50. I see no reason. When he quits, it's going to be because that either his family wants him to, or it's just there's nothing left to do. But we were expecting the age curve 10 years ago, and instead what we have gotten is a slight 1 or 2% a year deterioration to where he goes into this year the 7th best player in the sport. The cliff isn't catastrophic injury, and so he'll play as long as he wants to, and he'll probably play with folks' feelings
you guys can't let him do this.
An all-star at 50?
You guys can't let him do this.
Deserving all-star at 50 years old? Come on.
Okay, so
I credit the one guy for saying a deserving all-star because guys make the all-star team just out of name and reputation.
Good caveat,
at times.
yes.
So that's a good clarification there.
Yep.
I think that the biggest thing there with Nick that makes it really bad is him saying there's no reason that he wouldn't be. And then acting like you had pointed out, acting like that aging just occurs in a straight and steady gradual line.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between the aging that occurs between 30 and 40 is way different than the aging that occurs from 40 to 50.
Yeah.
And you can't, that's like when you see how life expectancy has increased over time. You still don't extend it on up to people are going to be living to 130 years old. Barring any extreme changes in genetic science or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We're hardwired to die by a certain age and by and large. So the no reason part.
Here's one thing. I would add, Seth. Nick picked a bad day to do that because it was the same 24-hour period where news dropped that LeBron James is going to miss 3 to 4 weeks with A sciatica issue.
A sciatica issue, which is an incredibly middle-aged sounding issue.
Yes.
Yeah. If he gets the gout or something like that next, then it's going to be
the gout. Oh my God! All right, so is it worse?
Type 2 diabetes. Diabetes.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. LeBron is doing
whatever
one of those,
middleaged
LeBron's
malady
doing
he comes down
Jardiance
with.
commercials. Yeah. I'm on and on with my A1C.
But still, no.
Not worse than
not
Bird.
as bad as he still can't throw to his left.
All right. Sticking with LeBron. I'm sure you saw, Seth, in the audience, that the tease that everybody was talking about throughout the last several days of the second decision, where people had intimated, ooh, is this the way LeBron's going to announce his retirement? Kind of a mock of the decision special that he did back in 2010 to announce he was taking his talents to South Beach. It turned out to be a Hennessy commercial. So that's no harm, no foul. To me, no harm, no foul there, right? I mean, like, the athletes do commercials for stuff all the time. I agree with J.J. Redick. If you got duped into thinking that he was announcing his retirement that way, you're an idiot. That was J.J. Redick's exact words.
Yeah.
I don't often agree with J.J. Redick. I agree with him on this. Stephen A. Smith is legit angry about this LeBron James Hennessy commercial.
One critic said it best when they said that if you make a bad movie, typically you don't have a sequel. So if you look at the decision and the manner in which that was handled and the way it served to alienate folks back at that time, you would think that he wouldn't want to remind people of that, considering the heat he took from that. And unfortunately, he was tone deaf, and that's not the decision. That's not the path that he took. This was corny as hell. It was cringy. It was, you're promoting an alcoholic beverage and trying to give people the impression that this could be your final season, that you might end up retiring. I want to be in Southern California come June. Are Lakers going to win? Lakers going to be in the picture? That's what I care about. I don't give a damn about some Hennessy commercial, especially from him. A matter of fact, if you play like garbage at any point in time when it really, really counts, I'm going to think about the Hennessy commercial and wonder if you was drinking something before the game.
Okay.
Yeah. That last part's pretty bad. This is LeBron. Now all of a sudden he's drinking whiskey?
Like Shooter and Hoosiers running out on the court in the middle of the game. Dennis Hopper. Hey, I'm supposed to be starting.
Meanwhile, plus, Stephen A. does have a radio show. So, at some point, I can't believe he's speaking for Hennessy.
Yeah.
But let me tell you about my friends at your local insurance company.
Yeah.
This is the thing. If anything, I kind of, LeBron has been, his entire career, he's been kind of unself-aware at times of just, he doesn't necessarily realize how much on a pedestal he is.
Yeah.
I feel like the Hennessy commercial and him kind of trumping it, teasing it as a decision, I feel like it's poking at himself a little, poking fun at himself. I actually like that.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Stephen A. saying it reminded people of the decision. I'm like, okay, well, anybody with
that's the point.
Anybody with a brain has moved on. I mean, he went back to the people that were disrespected Cleveland. He went back for them. I guarantee you the people who were most impacted by it have all forgotten about it because he went back there and won a championship. He's poking fun at himself in this thing.
Right, yeah, he's poking fun at himself, so I'd actually give him credit. But no, this isn't. But I see where Stephen A. I see where he's coming from. Him, being as melodramatic about
That's
it is
the thing.
Is the most cringy of everything.
Yes.
And, trying to take some moral stand about the fact that it was an alcohol commercial. No.
Still.
Cringy take, but not Take-A-Mania champion worthy.
Okay, so.
Did he do it? Cover!
Perk.
Oh, and a kick out! Unbelievable.
All right, there we go. Perk, still the champ. Do we want to squeeze Tua in here, or is the?
Let's listen to Kurt Perkins' response to Lil Keke.
Oh, let's do that. Yeah, real quick. Yeah, here's Kendrick Perkins on the podcast a week later saying, hey, do you got an apology for C.J. Stroud now?
Look, the Texans fan base, if y'all thought I was going to come on here this week and say I apologize and all this, you got it wrong. And you think I give a damn? Listen, I got banned, okay? I got banned. I was supposed to get, be on the field for ribbon cutting on the 28th. I get a message that says, hey, we saw your comments on Legend Talk about C.J. Stroud, and they're not happy, so you can't be part of the ceremony. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So
Really?
now you really under the radar. Now I'm really watching. You on the clock for real now.
Okay.
Yeah, well, on the radar.
On
not
the radar, yeah.
But I excuse him for that, obviously. I do stuff like that all the time.
Chip
no,
shape,
nobody
tip top, yes.
to apologize because we need to defend C.J. Stroud's honor. We need you to apologize for fabricating that take about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I like just for
The
flat
bad
out
take.
apologize for the bad take. Oh my goodness. This is why, no.
I need to
October
know.
28th.
It's a Tuesday. I need to know more about what this is. Now, Tuesday is when a lot of times the Texans do their community stuff, and it sounds like it's some sort of ribbon cutting thing.
And he said something about the legends or something, so it might have been with some of the other former Texans.
Like
or
Wade
whatever,
Smith, guys like that go to stuff like this.
Yeah. So,
I got to find out more about that. I got to find out more about what Kendrick Perkins got ripped
don't want
from.
you to apologize for critiquing C.J. Stroud. I want you to apologize for pulling it from your small intestine.
Thank you.
You didn't even pull it out of your rectum or your large intestine.
Way
You
up
somehow wound that freakishly long arm of yours all the way up into your small
esophagus.
intestine.
You pulled it from your esophagus. Oh, man. All right. Could Nick Caserio go shopping at this position? We'll hear from an actual current Texan on that possibility coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, normally we'd have the injury report brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers, but it is the bye week. The things of note to think about is that we still don't really have clarity on Joe Mixon. We've talked about that a fair amount on this station this week, but who knows? Maybe after the bye week we'll get some clarity. Danico Autry and Jalen Reed are the guys who are coming off the PUP, are still in that window where they can demonstrate that they're healthy enough to play, so we might see those guys sometime after the bye week. If you're injured in an accident.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The trade deadline will be here before we know it. Hell, it's going to be week 7, man. The Texans off this week. It's going to be week 7 already. The football season just flies by. I love football season. I hate how fast it goes. But here we are.
More games. That's what I always told the NFLPA. Dude, if you guys aren't doing 27 games a year, what are you even doing?
18 feels like this. Even 18 feels like we're at critical mass right now with how many injuries there are and everything.
The word is that they want 19 or 18.
18. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they go from 17 to 18, yeah.
I don't know. Because then they get into all those discussions about, but every player has to be ineligible for at least 2 games in a season.
Mm-hmm.
And that does make it interesting.
Oh,
the roster decisions get super interesting there.
The strategy of that of teams playing 18 games, but guys, and what I've heard is thrown out there is quarterbacks and specialists would be exempt from this.
Yeah.
But everybody else on the roster, you have to pick a couple of bye weeks for them. You got to pick. They can only play like 16 of the 18 or 17 of the 18.
I think for max drama, you should include the quarterbacks in it because, man, talk about a bulletin board moment where
sitting
going
there,
up against this bad defense, we can sit our quarterback.
Like early in the season when he's totally healthy.
That would be good for it. Who should be a quarterback?
Yeah.
Shedeur, we could have a chance to play a couple games this season.
Absolutely.
No matter what. If you got drafted to the Ravens or wherever else.
Guaranteed. Yeah, that would make backups. That would make backups more valuable. No question about that.
Be good for quarterback development and all that.
Yep, for sure. So week 6 now with the bye. Final segment when we do the final segment here coming up. We stacked the card this weekend a little early in the show. I've trimmed it down to one game to watch in each window of Sunday while the Texans are on a bye, because you're going to sit on the couch and watch football all day anyways. Let's optimize here. In the meantime, the reason I was like, damn, it's week 7 is because the trade deadline is in like week 9 or 10. It's going to be here before we know it. And I think, look, the Texans at 2-3, they are not a perfect team right now. They could definitely use some reinforcements. Running back is a position, especially if Joe Mixon is not coming back, and I am of the belief that I am treating it as if he's not coming back, then perhaps Breece Hall. Perhaps start looking at some of these teams that feel like they're out of it, and might they be moving on from guys. And Breece Hall is a guy who is in the final year of his rookie deal. I don't believe they've extended him. I'll look while we're playing some of this audio. But Xavier Hutchinson was on the Kay Adams show, and Xavier Hutchinson, Texans wide receiver, who's a teammate of Breece Hall's at Iowa State. How much would he like playing with his former college teammate here in Houston?
Breece is just a dog. Like, there's no other way to really explain it. So the more that you can add just dogs on the team, you're going to be better, right? You're going to be in a better position to win. And I don't know. I'll just be happy with if Breece was, somehow able to come to the Houston Texans. I feel like, that'd be great.
All right, so that was Xavier Hutchinson, who is not shy about his feelings about bringing his former teammate.
Well, yeah, and I think, you asked a fair question, which is, wow, that's usually a teammate might be a little bit more protective of his current guys or whatever. I think running back by committee is so much more the norm now that nobody's going to hear that and think, what the hell, we're not doing good enough. And the reality of the matter is that, look, Nick Chubb, I don't think you signed Nick Chubb, depending on how much they knew about Joe Mixon's situation or whatever, you can't sign Nick Chubb thinking, well, if we have to rely on him for 25 carries a game, we're good. But they're one injury away from having to rely on either Woody Marks or Nick Chubb for 25 carries a game.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily the situation. That's not an ideal situation.
No.
So, I mean, he's aging. He's coming off still of a catastrophic knee injury that Breece Hall brings in. It's almost like the medium-sized compromise between Nick Chubb and Woody Marks.
Yeah.
Breece Hall is probably 215 or so. He's like, but he's more explosive and faster than Woody Marks, but a little bit bigger, but still not a huge power back guy. It gives you 3 backs that give you a variety of skill sets.
Yeah.
And I think both he and Woody Marks as receiving backs could be pretty scary. I'd be all for it. They're not my draft picks. I'd give up a 3rd rounder for it, but I don't know if that's fair for a 1-year deal.
Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, boy, is he cheap. I mean, he's a second-round pick on the final year of his deal. You'd be paying the prorated portion of $3.4 million, so probably about $2 million you'd be paying there in that neighborhood. And yeah, what would the draft capital be? It's a true rental. There's no fifth-year option for him because he was a high second-round pick. The fifth-year option only exists for first-round picks. I would do this. I would get excited about it. I think that you could run some things with Breece Hall and Woody Marks on the field together, with CJ and shotgun and one of those guys on either side of him. I know John Harris loves formations like that if he's listening. Where you got two, is that what they call it?
Yeah.
You got two dynamic backs out there in situations. That would be really, really fun. And I think this offensive line, Seth, is starting to block better to where, Breece Hall is a guy who can make some things happen on his own, but it doesn't have to happen that way. They're getting better at opening holes for guys. I would be in favor. I am with Xavier. I am Team Hutch on this. I'm in favor of a Breece Hall acquisition, and I would go as high as a third-round pick for it.
Yeah, and I like what British Brooks can do for you as a rhythm-changing fullback or what have you, but the actual if we take the pool of running backs that are available to the Texans right now, and you add Breece Hall to it, Breece Hall is far and away a better option than Gumbawale or Damian Pierce or J.J. Taylor or any of those guys.
Yeah.
It would be an improvement, especially for a team that, as we heard from D'Amico just in the last segment or two, they need to be sure you're committed to the run game.
Yep.
Like that, you gotta we need to establish this run game if we want to get the play action going. So, I don't want to put Nick Chubb in a position where he's got to be the big 3-down type back that if you're running him 20 times a game or 15 to 20 times a game, I just don't know if his body can hold up given what his body's been through the last couple of years.
You sent me this chart. Shifting gears for a second here. Amy and I are going to 2 NFL games this weekend. We're going to the Ravens and the Rams in Baltimore on Sunday, and we're going to the Monday night game in Washington, the Commanders hosting the Chicago Bears. The rematch of that Hail Mary game from last year between what at the time were the top 2 rookies in the draft, and now it's Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels going against each other again. I might wear Texans gear to the Ravens game. I haven't decided if I want to get killed yet or not at the game. But
1 week after the fact.
1 week, I go there and talk a little trash, talk my mess there, and wear some Texans gear. This chart that you sent on the most foul-mouthed or polite fandoms.
This is from Vegas Insider. They've researched based on the subreddits of each of these individual teams.
Okay.
They determined which fan base is most foul-mouthed, and I'll tell you what. Even though I know that this city is a stinking cesspool of barely human being residents.
It's one of 2.
Number one, the most foul-mouthed fan base, the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, checks out.
Bunch of just trashy, no good, sitting around, just spewing hate on the internet. Kyle, you're the Midwest.
Don't they?
Supposedly, aren't you supposed to be kinder and gentler and just friendly in the Midwest? Where do you guys get off being the trailer trash that you are?
Yeah, they're number 1. Well, haven't they been eating feces for a number of years out of their water or something like that? Isn't
no, that was
the residents of Indianapolis ate about 2,000 pounds of cow manure every year.
Cow manure.
That's verified by science.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, then not only do they eat it, they say it a lot too, more than any other fan base. Indianapolis 1, Cincinnati.
Really quick, just explain the difference. By the way, my family lived in a trailer for a while. There's a difference between living in a trailer and being trailer trash.
Yes,
Indianapolis has nothing but trailer trash.
Trailer trash. I'm glad you made that distinction. Cincinnati, underrated in its redneckedness, as close as it is to Kentucky, is number 2.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's
right there on the river.
And its inbrededness.
Yeah, underrated.
A lot of times people think, it's Ohio, right? Is that Midwest? I mean, kinda.
Yep.
They're kind of stuck in the middle of the East and the Midwest.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dallas Cowboys, number 3. I feel like most of that is swearing. I feel like most of that is swearing at Jerry Jones.
Well, it's cocaine fueled too.
And cocaine.
That's putting it that's a little ambitious. Meth fueled. It's meth fueled.
Yep. That's number 3. Number 4 is the New York Giants.
When they say fake it till you make it, the way they act, like Dallas is a whole lot of fake it till you make it. That's what they do with their meth. They pretend it's cocaine. Yeah.
Giant
No big
list.
surprise there.
Nope.
Yeah.
Cleveland number 5. I feel like a lot of that is probably swearing at Deshaun Watson. Foul-mouthedness. New Orleans Saints number 6, but that's a folksy foul-mouthedness down there along the bayou.
Yeah,
you know,
they say a cuss word coming out of somebody from New Orleans almost sounds mellifluous.
Yeah, it hits different, you know.
There was the Titans are 11th on here.
Okay,
not a huge surprise there, but then you got to scroll all the way down to number 30 to find the Houston Texans.
Yeah, we're very polite, man. Very polite. Of course, right ahead of the Buffalo Bills.
I know. The Bills being 31st was a huge shock.
Those are some of your people right there.
I think, because they're grumpy up there, too. They're not aggressive. They're not a-holes the way they are in New York City. But it's kind of like a cynical nature vibe all the time because it's so cloudy all the time.
I could get that.
I think, honestly, I'll give a shout-out to Kasia, who is I don't know what her name is on the subreddit, but I know she's one of the moderators. I think this is more of an indication of how vigilant the moderators are on these subreddits, more so than anything else.
Okay.
And I always enjoy reading the Texans subreddit. It's true. It's cool because there's a lot of people with really good ideas, but also it's generally pretty civil. People have disagreements and arguments, but they're debating, not just name calling.
Are we popular on there, you and me?
We are.
Okay,
yes.
good.
Yes. That's another reason I think it's just a top-notch subreddit.
Crackerjack,
Yes.
tip-top ship-shape is what that is. Operation. By the way, Baltimore 23rd. So I should be kind of safe, at least from curse words, I would say, if I were to, rocket.
Well, I think Baltimore is a little bit like Oakland. It's the reputation of the city doesn't transfer over to the actual conduct of the fans in the stadium.
I think you're 100% right about when they were in Oakland, the Raiders. Amy and I went to one Raiders game, and we had a blast. The people all painted up. They looked scary as hell. Could not have been nicer. They were great.
Yeah.
Plus,
I think the Ravens fandom is probably so beat down right now that they're not gonna look at you in a Texans jersey and think like, "There's the fan base I hate."
And I'm not gonna be crotch chopping or something like that. Like I'm just.
You're not gonna be Ray Lewis dancing,
right? No, I will definitely no, because I'll look ridiculous doing the Ray Lewis dance. I don't want to look ridiculous. Hey, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Speaking of Sunday, we're going to get you ready for Sunday. Each of the windows on Sunday to watching through a Texans lens. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on as well. We'll do that coming up next. But if you are grilling,
6.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, Seth, can I read a text here from a friend of ours who used to work for the Texans, John Schriever, text in.
Yeah.
We used to run tickets for the Texans for years and years. John's a great guy. Retired now. And you talked about the meltdown you had with that Seattle fan back in 2005.
Yeah.
The really obnoxious.
Got destroyed on Sunday Night Football or whatever it was.
Oh, was it really? It was a
primetime
primetime game? Oh, geez.
And we just got destroyed. I was just angry at the world, and then this guy, this guy deserved it. If I would have been able to pull him down from the stands, the wall's really high up there. I would have gotten arrested. Yeah.
I texted John a minute ago, and I said, "Can I read this text on the air?" And he said, "Sure, LOL. Will Seth care?" Well, let's find out, John. John said, "I watched that Seth Payne meltdown in Seattle. He was so pissed he threw his helmet into the locker room. He was as angry a person as I've ever seen. I was scared, LOL."
I was like the first guy into the locker room, and it wasn't because of the fan. Like, the fan thing happened because I was already that angry. And if I remember, I think I threw a whole laundry bin into I think I threw a laundry bin into something and broke it.
That was a horrible season. I've
never been that angry in all my life. Yeah, it was just awful. It was just an awful, awful, awful loss.
That was the 2-14 season, if I'm not mistaken. So that was. Anyways, you scared the hell out of John Schriever, Seth, just so you know.
Good. Yeah. That was the goal. If there's one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to scare the hell out of John Schriever before this night is over.
Out of the nicest guy.
Usually it's like, I'm going to throw a tantrum, then everybody knows how much I care.
I care.
All right,
I'm
buddy,
no
I get it. You care.
I don't care that my wife and kids love me, all right? I hate that we just lost a football game.
Yeah, so I threw a mega tantrum, and what I thought was private, but apparently John Schriever was there.
Yeah, he was there. He was there. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Week 5. Yeah, October 16th. I won't box score forensics that one. That's probably not a fun memory. All right, stacking this Sunday's card through a Texans lens. Hey, we get some London football on Sunday. Denver and the New York Jets. One team that I think Denver's 3-2, and I think they probably got to feel pretty good about where they're at. They probably should be 4-1. They got kind of hosed in that Colts game with that leverage call. Against the call. Oh, maybe it was a good call.
They're strict. I mean, they've called it a few times, or at least twice this year, and it's a point of emphasis that. Well, we heard Frank Ross talk about it last week. Is that the tricky thing is that so the leverage is whenever you use an offensive lineman or somebody else to try to you're not allowed to. The extreme version would be you're not allowed to jump on the back of the center and vault yourself up into the sky.
Yeah.
But they don't want you even kind of pushing down on his back as you jump or anything. But there's times where you're trying to pull a guy to the side and swim past him or whatever, and that can look like leverage. So they got to be really careful these days not to do anything like that because it's a point of emphasis.
I think Denver's a he hasn't been great this year so far, but he's certainly had some really good moments. And they're going against the Jets team that Aaron Glenn is just trying to keep this thing together right now. I would think a trip over to London might be the best or the worst thing for the Jets. On the one hand, you get really far away from everybody else. You're over in London. On the other hand, that's a long flight back if you lose a football game.
That's how they should. He should tell them the story of how the Beatles touring in Amsterdam was where they really congealed as a band and came together, and so they could come together. And it was like that can be their.
This is their Amsterdam.
This is their Amsterdam.
Yeah,
but don't let them go to Amsterdam.
No.
Do not let them go to Amsterdam.
No. There's a reason all the Beatles songs from that era sound a certain way.
Nothing resonates with the modern NFL locker room quite like a story about the Beatles.
Sean. Yeah,
that's where they'll really the kids will get it. They'll just get it. We're like, oh yeah, the Beatles.
Right, the Beatles. And you're looking around these blank stares, and you're like, all right. Well, there's this other band called the Monkees. Yeah. So,
There you go. Listen, guys, we're going to sit down. We're going to listen to a few songs from the Velvet Underground, and I'm going to explain everything about the complex fabric of society in the 1970s.
Guys, you just blank. His mouth agape. Yeah. All right, so we get some London football. That's fun. And even if you hit Jets, Broncos, if you don't care, it's football at 8:30 in the morning, man. There's since countdown to listen to. Watch some ball. Noon. Seattle, I pared down all the noon games we were hitting earlier in the show when we did this, Seth, because we got to limit it down to just one. This is an easy choice, man. Seattle at Jacksonville. You got a chance. You got a chance to watch the Seattle Seahawks, your next opponent, who I just saw a stat on TV. The Seahawks have won 8 straight road games. So this goes back to Geno Smith.
Road Warriors.
Yeah, the Road Warriors, man. They're at Jacksonville. Jacksonville's a 1-point favorite, so the odds makers see the Seahawks as a slightly better team, with Jacksonville's home field advantage making them a slight favorite. But you get to scout the Seahawks, your opponent next week. You get to root for them to bring the Jags a little closer to you in the standings. That's nice.
And the one good thing about this matchup being when it is for the Texans is that D'Amico brought this up on his coach's show with John and Mark, that that Seahawks defense is the defense that they're a lot of similarities to what they were in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Because the coach came from Baltimore, and Connor Orr, Zach Orr, defense coordinator in Baltimore, is running pretty much the same defense with his own tweaks on it. But when it comes to the things that you're going to see, the fronts that they play, the way that they do their simulated blitzes, all of that, there are some similarities there. So the Texans will have played the Ravens defense. Then they can watch this game. They then go against another, team that's running some similar concepts. So hopefully it's a little bit less of a disadvantage seeing a new defense. I don't want to call it an advantage necessarily, but a little X thing that hopefully with an extra week to game plan, that Kaylee can find some things and learn some lessons from that Ravens game.
Yeah, that's a great wrinkle, man. I until this morning, until you brought it up, I hadn't thought of it. That's a cool wrinkle in watching this Seahawks and Jacksonville game. Biggest thing is just go Seahawks in this one. We need the Colts and the Seahawks, or Colts and the Jags, to start losing some football games. By the way, the Colts host the Arizona Cardinals in that same time slot. Colts are a much bigger favorite. They're a 7.5 point favorite against Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. To the afternoon window, San Francisco at Tampa Bay. And you may go, that's just a couple of NFC teams. Yeah, one that beat you, that you should have beaten at home, and then another one that is your next home opponent. A little tough to scout the Niners these days, though, because Brock Purdy is so week to week.
It's hard to figure out, or at least hard to bet on him, at least.
Yeah.
And who would you rather face? Would you rather face Mac Jones or Brock Purdy?
I'd rather face Mac Jones. Yeah. Brock Purdy's got, and Brock Purdy, when he's played this year, hasn't been very good. But Brock Purdy's got a little more of that wiggle to his game where he can make some things happen off script, and that scares me.
No, I think he's very underrated. I guess part of that is just the newness of Mac Jones, and I guess not necessarily having the book on him and exactly how they use him in that offense.
If I had
to choose, if I had to play, if I knew 6 months in advance or 6 weeks in advance who was going to play each of the next 5 games or whatever, I would say Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I'd rather face Mac Jones.
The year after Trevor Lawrence got knocked out of that game in Jacksonville by Azeez Al-Shaair, and Mac Jones actually came in and played pretty well in that game. The Texans were up like 23-6 in that game, and Mac Jones came in, and the final score ended up being 23-20. That wound up being one of those games like D'Amico's had far too many of, where they've gotten way out in front of teams and they've let them kind of creep back into the game. So, yeah, but it would be Brock Purdy for me. I'm looking forward to watching that game. I mean, Tampa, these are two 4-1 football teams, man. The winner of that game is going to be 5-1 leading their division.
And they're 4-1 football teams where you're just kind of not in the same vein as the Eagles, but the Eagles are 4-1, and you're still not sure if, all right, are they a really good football team or aren't they? And I think both the 49ers and the Bucs are that way. All right, I know they're 4-1, but I'm not quite sure that they are.
Seth, there's not a single team in the NFL that we feel that way about, other than that we don't feel that way about, other than the Detroit Lions and maybe the Jets, who are 0-5 on either end of this thing. I feel like the middle class in the NFL is like 26 teams. I mean, it's.
I guess I don't know. The Bills.
The Bills maybe too.
Yeah, I would put the Bills still up there.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bills have had a little bit of weirdness to their games, but of the 4-1 teams, I still have questions about their defense in the playoffs and how far they can actually go.
Yep.
But I don't know. Josh Allen just scares me as much as he ever has. And except when he's at NRG with no healthy weapons.
Yeah. So that's a lot of these teams are on the scale of the year.
Like the Colts are supposedly the best offense that ever was, and they've scored 10 points more than the Bills.
Right. Yeah, the Bill. You're probably right about the Bills being maybe in a separate tier than some of these other teams. But it's as far as the Texans like working their way back into this thing, man, I feel really good about that. At 2-3, and got a bunch of games coming up that are good teams but winnable. And then finally, Detroit at Kansas City is the late game. I would imagine a game that you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610 Sunday Night Football. Your home for Sunday Night Football is Sports Radio 610. A chance to watch the Chiefs possibly go 2-4 to start the season.
Yeah.
That's always worth the price of admission, I would say.
Yes.
So,
this would be, the Lions, I don't know, like at various times you're trying to figure out exactly what are the Chiefs going to do to get offense this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions are really good against the run. It's going to have to be Mahomes and his improvisational ability.
Yeah.
But then also just Xavier Worthy is annoying me. If he could have just stayed injured after he was brutally assaulted by Travis Kelce, if he could have just stayed injured and not had to give them signs of life and hope, that's annoying. And Rashee Rice potentially coming back soon.
Rashee Rice will be back after this game. This will be the last game of his 6-game suspension. So.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets out of trouble between now and then.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, do they have a bye week coming up soon? That'd be a good opportunity for Rashee Rice to get suspended again.
That'd be great.
That would be sweet. B. Scott is here. He's in for I don't know. You're both out. Who do you claim to be in for?
I guess
today?
I'm in for Lopez.
Okay,
but
you're just sitting in his chair.
We're just in, right? Whichever one I'm in for, we're just in. But I would say, though, one of the more encouraging parts of the season, it does feel like, is the fact that you can't make sense of the AFC.
Yeah.
Like, never mind the AFC South and the fact that it's upside down and you didn't think that you'd kind of be where you are there, but just not really having a good beat on the AFC overall outside of the Bills. I know you guys were just mentioning that. The Bills feel like they're legitimate.
Yeah.
But other than that, like, are you trusting? And I know Luke was making this point yesterday, like, feeling like the Texans are right where they want to be given what's around them.
I don't trust any of the teams in the AFC West. I'm going to stay out of the AFC South for now. I don't trust any of those teams. Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs, and the Raiders are trash. I don't trust any of the teams in the AFC North. That's a division where the Ravens are 1-4, and they're still the betting favorite to win the division. So I don't know how you can trust any of the teams in that division. And then aside from the Bills, the Patriots are frisky. That win over the Bills probably told us more about the Patriots than it did the Bills going on the road like that. But the Jets and the Dolphins are bad. Yeah, you're right. Like, it's just get these teams a little closer into the windshield, the Colts and the Jags. Honestly, just keep winning games, and then the rest of it is going to be a big mess. The only problem with the Bills, other than the fact they're really good, is their schedule is super easy. They cross over They cross over with the NFC South and the AFC North, which looked a lot harder at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
But now and I don't know who they faced so far in these 5 games out of that division, but right now the starting quarterbacks in that division are Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Aaron Rodgers at age 41 is the best starting quarterback in that division.
When you name the quarterbacks, the case is a lot stronger. But I would say last night is a caution against that, right? Like, I don't think even the Texans beating the Ravens, nobody knew that the Ravens were going to be the disaster that they turned out to be.
Yeah,
so, like,
stuff happens.
Just from Sunday even to last night is a great example of how things can flip, and it's really an encouraging sign for the Texans, who have been a little bit up and down, to say the least.
Indeed. What's up, Luke?
How we doing?
We're doing good,
Happy
man.
Friday.
Happy Friday to you as well. Happy Football Friday.
That's right.
Luke Morrow and Brandon Scott. Now, I know the question of the day. I know it's a Football Friday.
Yeah.
But the question of the day today, the genesis of that is last night's Phillies-Dodgers baseball game.
Dude, yeah. Poor guy on the Phillies. I feel for him.
Kettering, I think, or something like that. Yeah,
he's got a tougher name. Kettering, whatever it was.
They'll know his name now in Philly forever.
Yeah, I mean, in Philly, man.
Title exercises.
And a horrible day for Philly sports fans, losing to the Giants later, and then, of course, the way they lost that game with just however you pronounce his name, just not having the wherewithal or the understanding to just throw to first.
Yeah.
Throw to first, and then it's just like forget the yips. He had the mental yips.
No. No,
Terrible.
just a bad decision.
Yeah, my only thought was maybe because he was already facing home and he was closer to home, he thought that would be the easier play. But obviously, if you look at the freeze, he still had so much time to turn and throw to first, and that's just a
question of the day.
Worst way you ever seen your team lose a game.
Oh boy!
Because if you're a Phillies fan, that might be up there last night.
That's got to be up there last night.
Yeah.
The one that immediately came to mind for me, Texans, was the Glover Quinn Hail Mary game in 2010.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one, Seth?
That's a good one.
That was 2010. It was against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Texans were up by a touchdown, and the Jags had one play left in the game. David Garrard throws a Hail Mary. I think they were up 6 because the extra point, I think, won the game for them. He throws a Hail Mary, David Garrard, and Glover Quinn goes up and does the right thing, technically, which is, don't try to catch it because then it'll get bobbled. Or he spikes it downward, spikes it right into the chest of a receiver named Mike Thomas, who then just kind of caught it and fell into the end zone, and they win the game. And that was at a time in that season in 2010 where the season was slipping away.
Yeah.
They started that year 2-0 and 4-2, and then they lost D'Amico to the Achilles injury, and then they wound up that season 6-10.
Yeah.
So that
I would say of all the glorious pick sixes that Matt Schaub had in his season of pick sixes, the pick six to Richard Sherman against the 49ers was the worst one because he was in a position where all he had to do was take a sack there. There was no reason to make that throw.
Yep.
He didn't have to make the throw. Just go down, and it was a completely needless throw. It was gamed complete. Like Sherman knew it was coming, and it was off to the races.
Yep.
That was a tough one.
That was a tough one for sure.
Yeah, the name Howie Kendrick comes to mind.
That's
for
a
me.
good one. Yeah,
that's just the one. Immediately when we started talking about it, that stood out to me.
Home run that would have been a ballpark a home run that would have been a home run in like 3 ballparks. Like an innocuous fly down the right field line that happened to drift out
by maybe the most unlikely of candidates to do it.
Yeah.
You do so with probably your best pitcher in the bullpen. Like it was just all of it was just it was really bad. Probably my worst sports moment as a fan.
The Glover Quinn one popped into my head because it was literally the last play of the game. The Philly one last night is so much worse because it ended your season in the postseason. The ones that stick with me that still hurt are probably back when I was much younger, when the outcome of the sporting events wasn't nearly as important. I mean, it's important now, obviously, but it's your whole life when you're younger. And in college, the very last college football game of my time in college was the Orange Bowl in 1990, and I bet John Lopez was at this game if he were here. I bet he was at this game. That was a game against Colorado where Notre Dame's trailing 10-9. And they're punting to Notre Dame, Colorado is, with a minute left in the game, and they decide to punt it to Rocket Ishmael. They don't punt it out of bounds. They punt it straight down the middle of the field, and he runs it back for a touchdown, and there's a clipping call on a guy named Greg Davis. That's the only reason you know his name if you're a Notre Dame fan, is he was the guy who clipped somebody on the Rocket Ishmael. I remember we were dogpiling in the stands. I was at the game, and we were going crazy. 2 of my buddies saw the flag. So they never got to experience the jubilation. They saw the flag right away. So there's this whole dog pile of people and 2 guys just standing with their arms folded, looking at the flag down on the field.
The other big one too, because I grew up a Bills fan, was just the fact that nickname for one of the worst plays in sports history, just wide right. That wide right is. Yeah, that's all you need to know is wide right. You couldn't come up with some snazzy little. Nope, just wide right.
That's old Scott Norwood. By the way, you're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station, and Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. That Scott Norwood was the saddest part of the Four Falls of Buffalo, the 30 for 30. When he came back and they had a parade, or not a parade.
Everybody was super cool to him.
Everybody's super cool to him,
cheering for him and everything. Yeah,
that's how. See, maybe Buffalo.
They didn't know it was going to be the beginning of 4 straight
that
Super Bowl
is true.
losses.
They knew that. They might not have, but that's.
Okay, we'll be right back there. We'll be back there next year. Yeah, and it's going to be a problem.
And the year after.
And the year after. Yeah.
But I think because of that, they built a kinship. Everybody failed. It's hard to say failed because they got to the Super Bowl, but they ultimately failed 4 straight times. So it's like everybody is in the same boat. You know, they identify with it more by the end of it because of how it ended.
Yep.
Yeah, Bills were 7-point favorites, but I'm sure Belichick didn't have anything dodgy going on.
Yes.
I'm sure there was no inside information.
Yeah,
or
model of
anything.
integrity. Come
Luke,
on now.
you'll be happy to know I have several Hartford Whalers heartbreaks as well, but I don't want to bore the audience with that.
Yeah,
Luke,
yeah.
a fellow Connecticutian over here.
That's right. I love George Springer wearing. Did you see he had Hartford Whaler batting gloves
Did
in the
he?
playoffs?
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't notice
Very
that.
cool.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah,
That's beautiful. All right, we'll get out of your way, fellas. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth Payne, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and an explanation to the children of the defensive coordinator of the Giants.
Yes,
Super Bowl.
yes.
The game plan is in the Hall of Fame. And it wouldn't be unless this stupid football had gone through the uprights. 47-yard field goal.
Yeah, that's it, man.
47 yards.
That's a
It's
chip
shot these days.
Now, I'm just going to say, man.
Back then, everybody was drunk and not lifting weights and everything, so who knows?
Hey, I did not think these guys were going to be explaining things to the children. I heard y'all in the previous segment with a Velvet Underground reference.
Yeah,
the,
man.
The Beatles. Y'all were getting
Monkeys,
going.
yeah.
Monkeys, yeah, man. Y'all were doing
Look
it.
it up, kids.
Doing it for the 80s and the 70s.
Look it up. Put it in that Google machine.
Or AI.
Or AI. Yep, there you go. All right, fellas, we are done. We are out of time. Luke Morrow, Brandon Scott in for Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. Figgy Fig is here. As always, they are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right, a football Friday. Even if the Texans aren't necessarily playing this weekend, we still got plenty to dissect and get excited about and talk about. You could join the conversation over the next 4 hours, 713-572-4610. Get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Happy to be in again for the fellas. Are we feeling better about the Texans without them even playing? Do you feel better after seeing last night's result on Thursday Night Football, where the Giants, as a 7.5-point underdog, not only beat the Eagles, but beat them by 17? You know, I brought some positivity yesterday when looking at the future of the Texans. Then we get that result last night. B. Scott, how are we feeling today? Are you feeling better about the next couple of months here for the Texans based off of what we've been seeing lately in the NFL?
I meant a lot better from yesterday when you were
right.
saying that the Texans were in a spot or in the perfect spot or a spot where they want to be in given what's around, and not just the fact that they're playing better, but the fact that you can't really make a lot of what you're seeing around the league. Like there's a lot of mediocrity out there.
Oh, yeah.
And the Texans are right there in the midst of it. They just happen to be on, or appear to be at least, on the upswing of it. But right there in the middle of what Sean Pendergast was just saying a moment ago, it's like, 20 teams that are in the middle class of the NFL right now. And then you take it to last night, where, as you mentioned, the Giants as underdogs beat the defending Super Bowl champions. And if you had gone before the season and you were just chalking up wins and losses and trying to schedule pick, if you will, you would have given the Eagles this game, and probably in the opposite direction, maybe even by the 2 touchdowns or, by the double digits that the Giants won by. And so what it tells me is that really anything goes right now. Anything can happen right now. Like, I wouldn't have predicted before the season that the Texans would be in a position to beat the Ravens on the road.
Right.
And I wouldn't have predicted by the following Thursday that the Giants would be in a position to beat the Eagles on the road. But what are we seeing around the league? The teams that were at the top, the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Ravens. I mean, you just look around across the board, there is a lot of uncertainty. I talked about discord with the Eagles going into this game and them just being an interesting watch from that standpoint.
Yeah.
Their talent versus the vibe around that team. And then what do? They go out that they're doing where they have like a tale of 2 games, where they'll be dominant for a stretch and then they go missing, or they start off terrible and then they're dominant late. This one just happened to be where they look like the Eagles early on and then they disappear for the rest of the game, and that just speaks to the unpredictability of the league right now. So I do feel better about the Texans' chances, just because I can't feel great about anybody's chances.
Exactly. Everyone's bad. Yeah. I mean, there's more parity than ever right now in the NFL, and that's a statistical fact in the sense of we've had more games be a 1-score game in the final 2 minutes than any other season to this point, any other season in NFL history. So we've had more closer competition this year in the NFL than any other year. And the last Thursday Night Football games kind of proved that point, where last Thursday you had the Rams as big favorites against the Niners. The Niners were all beat up, injured on the road, still won that game, which maybe actually gave you more reason to be concerned about the Texans on Sunday. But they took care of business. And then last night, to your point, not only preseason, I had friends texting me yesterday, because I'm from the Northeast, so I have Eagles friends, and I have Giants friends, and the Eagles fans are saying, "Oh, this is gonna be what a boring game tonight." Yada yada yada. And the Giants end up winning by 17. So just look at the last 2 Thursday night football games where we think the Rams are really good. They suffer that loss. You think the Eagles are good. They suffer that loss last night. And like you said, everyone's kind of a paper tiger right now. The Eagles were 4-0, but they were outgained in all 4 of those victories. And people were kind of pointing to this regression that we've seen the last 6 days, really. The Bills, the teams the Bills have beaten this year are combined 3-17. They really haven't been tested. 3 wins against teams that each have 1 victory right now through 5 weeks. And their defense looks better than maybe we thought, but also has allowed 28-plus points twice already this year. The Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence has a 78 quarterback rating. He has as many turnovers as touchdowns, but the defense leads the league in forced turnovers. Is that going to continue this year? So when you look around at the teams that have the good records now, it's very easy to poke holes in them, like the Eagles about a week ago, and then look what happened with Philadelphia. So my point being, that very well could happen. The Colts could go into a slide. The Bills, the Jaguars, we don't know how good any of these teams truly are right now.
Yeah, you're seeing it across the league, and even if you just isolate it to the AFC, think about it. If the AFC South right now, through 5 games, and I know they're, 5 games and counting, if the AFC South right now looks like the best division in the AFC, but you deep down don't truly believe in the teams that are at the top of the AFC South, then what does that tell you? It tells you that it's a division that can be had, much less that it's a conference that can be had that's in peril to a certain degree. So, yeah, no, I don't think that you can be sold on anyone. I don't think you can look at the Texans' schedule and say, oh, well, this is a team that they can't beat, or this is a game where they're kind of against up against the A-ball or anything. Like, for me, I'm actually at a point where I want to see close games now, because I want to see how do the Texans perform in close games. Like the fact that you have so many close games, and this is going to be the difference between the good teams and the not so good teams. Where do the Texans fall along that ledger? Because that was my issue different argument yesterday, right? Like, yeah, it's great that they got a high point differential, but it's hard to believe in the amount of points that they won those games by because of the teams that they played. But if they can win a close game against, say, a Seattle team, or a close game against the 49ers or the Broncos, or when they play the Colts, like, that'll be a little bit more or a lot easier to believe in, I think, or a lot more convincing in their favor.
And I think everyone right now is beatable. We saw that with the Bills. We saw that with the Giants, even the Lions this year. Take any team that has one of those top records, the Colts, the Jaguars. They don't scare me to the sense of thinking like, oh, no way could the Texans or no way could this other team actually beat the teams. That's the great thing about the NFL. And it's what I said to Lopez on Wednesday when we were going through the next 2 months and these tough 8 games coming up for the Texans after the bye. But as you already alluded to earlier, like, who would have ever guessed Sunday's game against the Ravens would have gone that way a couple weeks ago? And who would have ever thought that the Ravens would be that depleted by the time the Texans got to Baltimore? Somewhat similar in as we try to forecast forward and you look at the schedule and think like, oh, man, it's going to be a really tough 3-game stretch coming up a little bit later on. But we have no idea what sort of shape these teams are even going to be in when the Texans get there. The 49ers are already banged up, and that's still 2 more weeks away. We don't know who the quarterback's going to be for that game. So you just don't know who you're going to get on the other side, along with this idea that even when teams are healthy, everyone right now is gettable in the NFL.
Yeah, and then on the Texan side of it, like, if you're just to focus on yourselves, we talked about this, it does look like they found some things, right? They looked early in the season or earlier in the season, right? The first, like, we're still trying to find themselves, still trying to figure out who their playmakers were, their offensive line, not in shambles, but not fully healthy and new already. So, like, trying to figure that part out. They seem to have found a little bit of a rhythm, specifically on the offensive side of the ball. And then the defense is one of the better in the league, that, as we talked about. So it's not like you're working from scratch or working with nothing. You're legitimately playing a lot better football at a time where it's just a really uncertain landscape around the league. So these two things working together, working in concert, are reasons to be encouraged about the Texans, even in the bye week. It's been a real interesting sports watching week to kind of be in this space of your football team's on the bye week, and so you're not completely focused on the next game because the next game is 2 weeks later. Your baseball team is out of it for the first time in a decade. So it's literally been a decade since you weren't really just like all in on postseason baseball. You get to watch it kind of as a casual observer, which is also fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, you had Kevin Durant debut earlier in the week.
It's true.
It's a real unique week, but specifically on the Texans, I feel like I've only gained more encouragement starting with Sunday all the way into last night's game, and just kind of understanding that more is probably possible than what you were giving it credit for earlier in the season.
Yeah, I think so. I also think part of that, too, is that's what happens when you don't play. So, like, even this Sunday, and I think a lot of Texans fans could watch a look around the league, and, since the Texans don't have a chance of losing, and you see some other teams lose, and you can feel even better about them. Cornbread said, division game. The Rams last night was a divisional game. Sunday when the Bills lost to the Patriots, divisional game. And yes, those are always more of a toss-up, but that gives you more hope for the Texans to go up against the teams ahead of them. I know they already lost to the Jaguars.
Yeah.
That was a toss-up game, too.
Yeah, that's making the point, actually.
Yeah, right.
That's making the exact point. We even talked about this yesterday, how it and it's a little unsettling, but it does feel like in some ways you need to, if not run the table, at the very least you got to split with the Colts, and you need to win that next game against the Jags, and there's no
100%.
Reason to lose to the Titans under any circumstances. And so depending on how you look at it, you might even really need to sweep, and it's hard to expect that going forward. But, I mean, you're looking at it and you're like, hey, man, there's just so much parity. Like, that is possible.
For sure. I'll say this about the Texans and the division. They have the best unit of the three teams, their defense. It's hard to rank special teams, but right now the Texans have the number one special teams in terms of DVOA as well. So they have two of the three best units in the division. And defense, we know, defense travels, defense usually carries. That can get you a far away. The other teams, when you look at their strengths, those are surprises. Like when you look at the Colts, you're surprised that Daniel Jones is playing so well. When you look at the Jaguars, you're surprised by how many turnovers they're getting on defense. When you look at the Texans, you're not surprised by how good this defense is. This is what this defense was supposed to be for the Texans. And that's what has been their strength. It's what's the strength of the division. So my point being, if you believe in regression to the mean for Daniel Jones, and you believe the Jaguars' defense is going to regress to the mean as well, you probably don't feel that same way about the Texans' defense. But if you turn, it might feel like the Texans' offense can't be this bad or as bad as the first 3 weeks, all season.
I would, though, keep an eye on the Daniel Jones thing, though, right? Because I agree, it is shocking. But the unsettling part about it is that it is also convincing. Like, it looks sustainable. Like, he looks comfortable.
I think it is.
He looks like a good fit with Shane Steichen. So I don't want to dismiss what they're doing. I just think that the Texans are a lot closer than they looked a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. How do you feel as a Texans fan after watching last night? Maybe indifferent. Or did seeing the Giants blow out the Eagles give you even more hope for the Texans' future of this season, especially with this tough schedule coming up after the bye? You can let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610. Just getting started on this Football Friday. Let's be positive on this Friday. Let's feel good about the Texans, even though they're not playing this weekend. Hey, when we come back, the Astros obviously unloaded a few of their coaches yesterday. Now that they've made those changes, what moves would you still like to see this offseason? What would you like to see next? What is still on your wish list as an Astros fan? Let us know, 713-572-4610. We'll get to that next. Just getting started. It's in the loop.
The Drive is live on a football. Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday. You ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's my favorite.
Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Friday. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott. Coming up, now the Astros made some coaching changes yesterday. What move would you like to see next? What else is on that wish list for this offseason? Let us know on the text line 713-572-4610. Reggie and J-Lo might be out today. We're happy to be in. But Figgy Fig is on the steel wheels, and let me tell you, he is looking sharp today. Get to the YouTube or Twitch to go check it out.
Oh, man, that's Figgy's always fly, man.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Fly guy.
So I'm actually, I got to work an event after this.
Okay.
It's my little side gig, and people know I do a work for a photo booth company. So I gotta, dress. I think it's a wedding or something, man.
Nice.
So,
Yeah, man. But Figgy's fancy, man. You gotta come correct if you're gonna be around Figgy, man. You got to look the part. You're walking around New Orleans, walking the streets of New Orleans. I'm like, man, I got to be right, man, if I'm gonna be next to Figgy Fig.
I hear you. That's why I'm intimidated to hang around him.
Stop it, man.
Nah. Isn't it? Just a step up. Step up your game, man, because old buddy over here is gonna be fresh no matter what.
Yeah, looking sharp, looking like I don't know, like a Kingsman or something. You look like almost like a sort of like spy-ish.
Yeah,
I would say.
Some people just pull off style better. You know what I mean? I think Figgy's probably one of those
for sure.
Yeah.
So get over to YouTube, Twitch, check it out. Looking sharp.
Y'all ain't got to do that, man.
I'm just rocking the hoodie. You know what I'm saying? The hoodie and the beanie, man. It's kind of regular over here.
Yeah, I wear a hat pretty much every day.
Hey, I probably would have been looking regular too if I ain't had to work nothing after this. So
hey, man, look the part. Look the part, straight up.
For sure. Hey, the Astros made those changes yesterday. We brought you the breaking news that happened while we were on the air yesterday of getting rid of both hitting coaches, their catching coach, and their head athletic trainer. Now, Chandler Rome did clarify, I should say, afterwards, that the trainer was not fired as he originally reported it. His contract was up as well. So I think all of those coaches, I know Cintron and I know the trainer, their contracts were up, so it makes it easier to move on for them. I don't know if that knocks it down a peg in the mind of Astros fans where, the front office didn't actually fire them. It was easier to move on just because their contracts were up.
But do they make a big deal about stuff like this? Because I think I saw on their Instagram page, they had a big old graphic that pretty much said, thank you for everything to the the trainer staff or the head trainer guy, and then the hitting coach, and then the catcher coach or whatever his title is.
Yeah,
they put out a graphic from Astros.
I mean, think about it. When
was that big of a deal where they get a graphic?
He's been there for a decade, so that coincides with the success of the Astros. I'm not saying how much he did or didn't have to do with the success. But he's been a part of the run, right? He's been there for a decade.
That's fair.
And so, to me, and the point that I'm making there is that really all of this, and credit to Chandler Rome for, clarifying and everything, and that's part of his job to just kind of be clear and on the record. But we can say this part, all of that stuff is semantics.
Yes.
Like we're splitting hairs. When you don't bring a guy back, don't renew the contract of a guy that's been around for a decade, or even in the case of Cintron and the coaches that were let go or released or contracts were not renewed. You don't bring those guys back and they've been there for a certain amount of years. Yeah. That is what amounts to. I don't know if anybody else has been let go or not had their contract renewed or they said they didn't want you back. But tell me when you had a job and then you didn't have a job no more, if you felt the difference between whether that's a firing or a release. Or a let go or whatever. Like it's the same thing.
My thing is if they didn't have a ton of injuries and a ton of weird stuff going on with certain players and injuries and stuff like that, would they just would have let them go? They would have just no contract. Peace. We're going a different direction.
No, I mean I
don't know if they probably would have just signed another contract. Yeah. It probably would have kept them around.
Well, we did talk about this kind of being in this trend yesterday. Like so. they did talk about doing this, or maybe not firing or letting go the head athletic trainer, but doing an audit of their return to play policy. Last year with the Kyle Tucker situation. So it's not like it was just this year. It was like it all came to a head this year, and it had more to do with them finally not making the postseason, right? Like they at least made the postseason last year, but this was a trend. It was trending in this direction, really going back about 3 years now, even when they won the World Series. So for it to end this way, for injuries to be a big reason why they weren't able to make the postseason for the first time in a decade, I think was like the cherry on top.
Yeah, and I think also it just reached a breaking point this year, too, where some of the stuff, I mean, obviously Kyle Tucker was the year prior, but you have the Jordan thing, some of these pitchers, too. It was just like it became too much. It became so ridiculous this year specifically, added on to everything prior. Regardless of how you want to phrase it, yeah, the coaches are gone. By the way, I also don't know if I do like that tweeting out, like when you do move on from somebody. It is a nice gesture, I guess, but if I get fired from a company or even my contract's not renewed and then they give like a thank you on social media, I don't know. I feel like I don't really like that. I'm bitter.
Yeah.
I don't want
That's
that.
not like I agreed to leave. Like, you know what? I think I want to move on somewhere else. This is y'all not really renewing my contract.
It just feels like disingenuous to me.
And also self-serving. Like you're doing it to feel good about yourself.
Right,
like you appreciated my time here, even though you're making the decision to move on.
Yeah.
Where maybe I don't actually feel that way because I'm being let go.
Yeah.
From my
That's
job.
what I mean.
This ain't like Dusty Baker saying, "Hey, yeah, this is gonna be my last season."
Yeah.
This ain't that.
Yeah, no, if it was me, I would say you could keep it. But at the same time, I understand how it's self-serving on their part to want to do it.
For sure.
Yeah.
So with those moves being made yesterday, what would you like? Slime said they need to cut off the head of the snake. Joe Espada should be next.
He's the head of the snake.
I'm an Espada guy.
What's with the Joe Espada hate? I don't get it.
I know. I always defend him. I think he deserves a lot of credit for this past season.
Like I agree. I think this point was made a little bit when he first started last year. The previous year, that it was kind of low vibrations. It just didn't really seem to do a lot for you.
Yeah.
But I think over time now that you've actually had a chance to watch him manage, I think he's a fine manager. I don't think they have a Joe Espada problem.
Right.
They got issues now.
Yeah.
Clearly they got issues.
Yeah.
But Joe Espada is not the issue or far from even being chief among them for me.
I'm with you.
I'm fine with Joe Espada. Like, I'm not like super inspired. I'm not saying he's the greatest manager, but he's a fine manager. He's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm glad I'm fine with them bringing him back. I didn't think he was worthy of losing his job.
Yeah.
With that said, what would you like to see as the next move? And this doesn't have to be firings. This doesn't have to be staffing. Even just let's talk free agency. Like what else needs to be accomplished this offseason for the Astros? What's next on that checklist or wish list?
Yeah, so it's a fun part because they do seem to have a little bit of flexibility and like they can do some things. I feel like the obvious needs are going to be, figuring out the out. Like they have a left field problem, right? They've got a crowded infield problem. So like I don't know exactly what they do with the money in terms of player acquisition or like what free agents would they target. Obviously pitching is something that you focused on, I think, every offseason. I think it would be a mistake, and I don't think the Astros are going to do this, by the way, but it would be a mistake to look at them and how they pitched this year in spite of the injuries and say, oh, well, pitching's good because they performed well and they just had, they manufacture pitching and guys just step up. No, I think they should be aggressive in that market. But in terms of like the rest of the team, it's like you already got a bunch of your pieces already in place, and it's about how you configure them.
Mm-hmm.
Though that's at the heart of the question for the Astros right now. Like, what do you do with this crowded infield? Does it look like Isaac Paredes is going to be playing second base now and Carlos Correa is now at third? If so, what does that now mean for Jose Altuve?
Yeah.
Because, I think the biggest question is, how do Yordan Alvarez and Jose Altuve coexist on a team?
Mm-hmm.
Like this, and not like relationship-wise. They like each other. That's not the issue. How do they coexist as two guys who are somewhat of, let's say franchise icons and guys that are under contract and still productive, with the bat, but are just flat-out defensive liabilities for you at this point, right? So, like, they're barely playable in left. Obviously, Alvarez's case, he's only playable in left. Altuve, not really playable in left or at second base. So you got two guys that are unplayable defensively, but you got to have and really want to have in your lineup. There's one DH spot. How do you make that work? Never mind the fact that it kind of limits your flexibility of using other guys in the DH spot when you want to give them a rest from playing in the field.
That's what I was about to say. I felt like the only way you could play one in left field and one is in DH, and you just kind of flip-flop a little bit.
Yeah.
But to your last point, that's going to limit anybody else from being the DH.
Yeah, and then in some cases that might mean that Altuve is playing second base and you allow Paredes to DH. But then it also means that Yordan Alvarez is in left field. Either way, it means that one of those guys is also in left field.
I think I'm at the point you can't have Altuve and Yordan on the same field like that. That's going to be a little tough, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It is tough.
Yeah, that's yeah.
So, like, how do you
two
solve
defensive weaknesses?
How do you solve that question? Like,
Yeah,
and
right.
I don't know. I don't have a great answer for it.
Well, that's why when you said off the top that they have a crowded infield issue and they have a left field issue, yeah, I think they just have a Jose Altuve problem right now in the sense of trying to figure out where he goes. And the bat wasn't as strong this year, but it's not like he's, washed up or he's not a good part of your lineup. He's still a very valuable hitter. You just got to figure out where to slot him on a day-to-day basis that it doesn't hurt you in the field or doesn't hurt the rest of your defense and lineup alignment.
Yeah. If you're the Astros, you still want Jose Altuve in your lineup,
Yes.
right? For a lot of reasons. And I would say chief among them is the fact that he can still hit. But also you have to ask yourself the question, how?
Mm-hmm.
How do you do it if he is a liability for you on the defensively and you've got another guy that's like that who is actually your DH?
Right.
I
actually like the position players. I do like the lineup when they're all healthy. For me, this offseason needs to be all about pitching, specifically starting pitching. Let's stop relying on guys like Lance McCullers coming back from injuries and eventually, Luis Garcia trying to come back and all these other guys. Go out and get special. You need a dependable number 2. You probably need multiple arms in that starting rotation. And then secondary, I would also like a defensive backup catcher. I don't know if Carantini's going to be back. His defense was lousy this year too. Diaz's defense was horrendous, bottom in the league.
Yeah.
You need, obviously, those guys can swing it a bit, but you still need a defensive catcher, I would say, to mix in there as well. Backup defensive catcher who you don't care so much about the bat, but they bring the defense. That's on my wish list briefly here for the Astros this offseason. You can let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610. Where would you like to see the Astros go from here? Also, time for the question of the day. Let us know your answer to this on the text line as well. What's the worst way you've seen your team lose a game? Because speaking of baseball, Philly fans just got crushed last night in the way their team lost to end their season. We ask you, what's the worst way you've ever seen your team lose a game? Let us know, 713-572-4610. We'll get to it next. It's In the Loop.
All right, Underdog, we can do that right now as we're
12. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Hess breaks his bat. Kirkring got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away. There's a run. The Dodgers win.
That's how it sounded last night on Fox as the Phillies season came to an end on that play in the bottom of the 11th. It's In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott filling in for the fellas today. The question of the day, because of that Phillies loss, what's the worst way you've ever seen your team lose a game? If you're not familiar with the play, if that audio didn't do it justice, the bases were loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 11th, comebacker back to the mound. He bobbled it at first, but by the time he picked up the baseball, if you watch the replays, he still had plenty of time to throw to first base, get the final out of the inning, send the game to the 12th. Instead, he tries to throw it home, which is a much tougher play. Threw it over the catcher anyways. They weren't, I don't think they would have had a chance regardless. And the Dodgers walk off in that fashion to end the Philly season.
Yeah. It was a rough night for rough day for Philly, man. I see some account posted all of the teams that was playing. So, of course, the Phillies lost. The Flyers lost.
Yeah. Oh, man.
And then the Eagles, of course, lost to the Giants out of all.
And of course, Luke, you know this better than any of us. That is a very particular kind of fan base. Nobody feels like Philly fans feel, right?
Yeah,
like so whatever the feeling is, you could imagine that it is probably drummed up to the highest degree after last night.
It got to be tough for sports talk in Philly, man.
Yeah, and especially one, and I'll give them credit. Like it's a very astute sports. For sure, they're looking at that play like. Throw to first. Mm-hmm. Throw to first. Like there are people there that got the understanding of what to do in that moment. And then even you're looking at the catcher pointing at first base.
That's the worst part.
Like he's pointing at first base. He's telling you what to do. You've got time to do it. And the clear reason why it doesn't get done, the reason why this doesn't happen is because the guy panics. Like there's not a more clear example of his panic than him not being able to see the catcher and understand that he's got the time to do it. He just reacts, right, and throws it home. He has no shot at the play at home. So,
the way he reacted is like they didn't even go over this.
Yeah.
I feel like they probably should have went over if it's a little bunt or something like that. Go straight to first. Go to first.
It was my first question. It's like, did they not talk about this? Like, what if this happens? What do you do?
That should have been part of the situation. A what if type of situation.
Yeah. So like that's clear panic.
Yeah. The only other thing was either he thought there was fewer than 2 outs, or
he probably just
the pitcher.
Yeah.
There's no way. I mean,
you wouldn't think.
I mean, there is a way.
That's even worse.
But that would be awful. Like, and that's the point.
That is.
It's one thing if you feel like you just got beat. But this is one where it definitely feels like at the end, I mean, just loading the bases to begin with, but to be in that position at the end and, hey, like you can get out of this if you just go to first, and it's a self-inflicted wound to end your season. It's terrible.
My only other thought, as I said earlier, was he was in front of the mound. He bobbled it, had to go get the base. Maybe agree with this, but maybe he thought the easier play at that point was home because he was already facing home and he was closer to home as opposed to turning, setting, throwing a longer ball to first base. If you watch the replay, he still had plenty of time and would have gotten the guy at first.
But the bases were loaded, though, right?
Yeah.
So like the guy's coming home. I mean,
I think
the guy's almost home.
Hey, I don't agree, but I'm just trying to get in his head.
At third, a guy is almost home, is going to be quicker to home, obviously, than the guy from home is to first base.
I think his first thought was, I can't let this runner. If the runner score is over. So let me try to get this. Let me try to get it to home plate since it's right here.
He panics in that moment because it is, he's frazzled. He bobbles the ball, picks it up, thinks, "Oh no, here's the winning run. Let me go get this guy."
Yeah, let me try to get the winning run. Let me not let him score.
Yeah, but if you go to first, he doesn't.
I know
exactly.
Right? Isn't that how
but
it
just
works?
in that moment, he's frazzled.
Yeah,
he's not thinking straight.
That's what I think it is. I think he just kind of lost his way a little bit and just thought about the run right there.
Yeah, somebody's got to tell him, like, hey, man, if the ball comes to you, don't worry about the guy at home.
With 2 outs, if he bunt or have a short little chopper right there, go to first base.
Go to first. It's actually your only play.
It's like Little League. The coaches always say, like, know what you're going to do with it if it's hit to you. And so same idea. He should have in his mind before he even throws a pitch, like, if the ball comes back to me, I'm just going to first base. We play on. I wonder if he addressed the media after the game and gave his reasoning. The pitcher's name is, I think it's Orion Kerkering. I think it's Kerkering. I think is how you pronounce it.
Man, I've been struggling to pronounce names in this playoffs since it's rough.
Yeah.
It's rough out there. I did see, I couldn't tell if it was the manager or the pitching coach afterward doing the exact opposite of a Jonathan Gannon of, like, really encouraging him and letting him know everything is cool. Yeah. I was like, man, because that is a rough spot. That is one of those where you want somebody to come put their arm around you because you're like, man, I really just gave the game away, the season away.
Yeah, it's true. So with that said, that's tough to bounce back from. What's the worst way you've ever seen your team lose a game? Plenty coming in on the text line. The Cougars in the NCAA championship last year. That was brutal.
That was tough, man.
I forgot.
Didn't even get the shot up,
That
man.
one might win. That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Texter.
That one still hurt. Man.
Goodness, yeah. Nah, I mean, I was kind of going to some other ones, but that's up there, especially coming off of the performance against Duke in the Final Four.
Yeah.
You're like riding that high.
And you were up in this game.
Yeah.
I was ready for the parade already. I'm like, okay, they got this one.
Yeah, they were leading the entire way until like the last 7-8 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
Florida went on that run.
Yeah,
that's tough. What about for you guys? If you think back in your fandom, what stands out most?
I mean, I mentioned in the crosstalk earlier, 2019 World Series, Howie Kendrick.
Yep.
Just the way that ninth inning played out, the fact that there was no space to get Garrett Cole in the game, and the questions about that. Like, I don't think, and even though that series turned out to be the road team won every game, that was what stood out about it, right? I still, even up until that point, the road team had won every game, I still had not considered that the Astros were not going to win that World Series. It's the greatest Astros team that I've ever seen. It's still to this day that actually won the World Series. I'll stand on that to the day I die. Greatest Astros team that I've ever seen was 2019. They did not win the World Series, and it came down to that last little stretch there, and it was really rough, really rough. That one stands out. Also, 27 straight threes missed in Game 7.
That's come in a lot on the text
2018
line.
Against the Warriors, like, oh man, that is a rough way to lose a game. To miss 27 straight threes. Those two stand out for me specifically.
Yeah, the one that stand out to me, I got to take it back up when I was a little kid up in Cleveland. I was watching this game. It was the Browns versus the Jags, and it was the last play of the game. The Jags pretty much had no chance. They tried to do a little last minute Hail Mary or whatever play it was. It was down there the last one, and it was a guy by the name of Dwayne Rudd who thought he made the tackle on the Jags player, but he didn't tackle the guy.
Yeah.
And so he thought the game's over, took his helmet off.
I remember that,
and the game was still going on. And they end up making the tackle. Everybody's celebrating, but it was a flag. And Dwayne Rudd got flagged for taking his helmet off during the play. And that united the whole bottle gate. We call it bottle gate, where Browns fans was just throwing the bottles, and these were real bottles, by the way.
I think this is what changed the rule, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what changed the rule now, where the reason why you don't have real bottles in the stadium now, because they were throwing bottles all over the field. It was nasty. Sitting there watching that game, man.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there watching it with my father, couldn't believe it. Long story less long, the Browns actually lost that game because I want to say they lined up for a field goal or something like that, won the game, and it was over.
Yeah. Man.
Lost that game, man.
Claim to
because
fame for
the
Cleveland.
guy took his helmet off. That's the only reason they lost the game.
Claim to fame for Cleveland. That's the reason why they have to take the caps off your bottles now and why there's no more glass bottles or anything.
Yeah, you can thank a Brown for that one.
That's right.
As Hannah there like to say.
Thank a Brown.
That's right.
Yeah, classic.
So many. I grew up, I've mentioned it before, I'm not from this area. I grew up a Vikings fan, so pick your poison. Gary Anderson missing a field goal in the NFC title game in 98. The push-out game and the final game of the 2003 season against the Cardinals that knocked the Vikings out of the playoffs and then changed the rule after that game. Brett Favre in 2009 with the interception. Blair Walsh missing the 28-yard field goal, whatever it was, in the playoffs in 2014, so on and so forth. That's just the life of a Vikings fan, so plenty for me.
Yeah.
Outside of that, though, away from my team, I always think of, and it just makes me laugh, sorry, I think it was 2002, 2003. I remember I was at my aunt's. We were watching the game, the Saints and the Jaguars, when the Saints, trying to get into the playoffs, did all those pulled off the lateral.
Oh, the lateral, yeah.
And then they missed the extra point after all that effort, and they end up losing to the Jags, and that essentially ends their season. It was like, I think it was the second to last game of the season, and they were trying to stay alive for the playoffs. And it was like, oh my God, they actually pulled it off. All the laterals, they returned the kickoff in the final seconds of the game to potentially tie, just to miss the extra point.
To pull off the difficult routine thing is a difficult way to lose. I think, too, this is away from any of our teams, but last year, that Commanders Hail Mary where you got Tyreek Stevenson taunting the Commanders fans as they're about to give up the Hail Mary to, I think it was Noah Brown, former Texan, who caught that. That's a terrible way to lose a game. So if you're a Bears fan, watching that dude taunt while you give up the game.
100%. ESPN just did a story this week on him and how I didn't read the story, but just him saying like his life hasn't been the same since. So that was a brutal moment. Just to rip through these real quick on the text line, 24-0 against the Chiefs in the playoffs.
Of course.
Multiple people saying Matt Schaub pick 6 on Monday Night Football against the Ravens in overtime.
That's one.
Of course, multiple people saying Rockets missing those 27 straight threes against the Warriors. The Frank Reich comeback game, Oilers-Bills in 92, I think that was. Someone said a self-goal during a high school soccer game. That is brutal. Albert Pujols against Brad Lidge over the damn train tracks.
Yeah, I tried to forget that one.
That's a tough one. And then how about this one? My heart was broken when ND Kalu intercepted an option pitch inside their 5-yard line, took it to the house to beat, is it Aldine High School in the 1991 state semifinals. My dad was a coach, and they won the championship the previous year of the losing team. That was from Ocho.
Oh,
man.
That's personal.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ocho. That's some history right there.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Keep sending those in. Worst way you've ever seen your team lose, 713-572-4610 after the Phillies had their season end on a mental mistake last night. When we come back, it's time to go around the NFL. We'll do it next in the loop.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
The fellows are out today. They'll be back on Monday. Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott with you instead. Figgy Fig on the steel wheels. And still time to go around the NFL here on In the Loop. You can join the conversation at any time, 713-572-4610. Week 6 kicking off last night with the Giants handing it to the Eagles, at least in the second half, 34-17. Eagles with back-to-back losses after that 4-0 start. Giants now 2-4. The numbers that stood out most, which were pretty crazy to me, was the third down, where the Eagles were 1 for 9 on third down. Giants were at one point 11 for 14, and then didn't get their last two. I think one was, they were just running out the clock. Do you think the Giants have something here with those two rookies, their running back and their quarterback? Do you think this is the future of football there in New York?
Well, I definitely like their rookies, right? And if you pair that with their second-year guy who, I know had a rough go of it his rookie year because he didn't have the supporting cast, but if this is what Malik Neighbors needs is a legit running game and a legit quarterback, and now they got a legit three-headed monster, if I'm Brian Daboll, I'm just hoping I can survive.
Yeah, right.
I'm hoping as an offensive guy, that I can stay around long enough to work with these tools. But more than anything, I don't know if this is just like the media part of me, but I'm looking at the Eagles like, 1 for what on third down? The Super Bowl champions, the guys that seem like they got all the answers, their options in their passing game, and the fact that they got arguably the best running back in football, one of the best running quarterbacks in football. They got the tush push. They got all these things going for them that seem like they should be better on third down. How do they not make it work? It's as optimistic as I am about the Giants' future, I got just as many questions about the Eagles and what they have going on right now.
Yeah, their offensive coordinator has had a bad year. First time as an offensive coordinator. Fourth straight year they've had a different offensive coordinator, the Eagles. And so, like the first year, they had a good one, Shane Steichen. They get to the Super Bowl. Then they replaced him with Brian Johnson. He was bad enough. He lasted only a year. Then they replaced him with Kellen Moore. Worked out last year. Got to a Super Bowl. Won the Super Bowl. And then they replaced him this year with I can't even think of the guy's name, the offensive coordinator right now, but he's been with Sirianni for a long time. And it's been a disaster. But that's the problem when you keep trying to change these coordinators every year. They're 2 for 2. And the two good ones they had got head coaching jobs because they were so good. But not every hire is going to hit. And right now, this offensive coordinator is still struggling in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's the obvious difference, right? Because it's the same guys for the most part, same personnel, and for whatever reason, and this is a big part of the conversation. Again, this from being up close that way. This is the conversation in Philly right now: is do they have the right offensive coordinator? They're asking that question way harder than we are here in Houston right now. I can tell you that.
Absolutely. I was just trying to get his name to be fair to him, but I guess it's better that he remains anonymous.
It's not Brian Johnson, is it?
No.
Was he was
got
last
rid of him.
year.
I can't remember the guy's name either now. It's but it speaks to like the fact that they have to recycle them. It's like it's not, especially if they're not doing good.
Yeah.
We're barely remembering Brian Johnson. I feel like Brian Johnson, I think, is a local guy. That might be the only reason why I remember his name. I think he is. If I'm not mistaken.
The current offensive coordinator is Kevin Patullo.
Yeah.
I would have never guessed that, man.
No.
Kevin Patullo, wise guy. No, I'm kidding. I have no idea.
Brian Johnson. I think Brian Johnson was a couple years ago because Kellen Moore was last year.
Yeah, Brian Johnson went to high school in Baytown.
Yeah, because that was the thing. That was him and Jalen Hurts had that East Side connection. Jalen Hurts being from Channelview, Brian Johnson being from Baytown. I feel like they worked together when he's a kid or something. I don't know.
He was on the Cougars coaching staff in 2017 as well.
Yeah, there was a background there. So, but every other year they get it right or get it wrong.
Yeah, it's hard to just have to try to nail it every year. The tush push, by the way, I've always been against the tush push. And last night they did 4 plays in a row. Now we have the whole offsides controversy. Micah Parsons tweeted that it's trash. It's not football. I'm so tired of this stupid tush push. It's not so much because of the advantage the Eagles might have. I know people point to that, like, I can't stop it, remove it. That's not that idea. It's just it's not entertaining. And at the end of the day, the NFL is supposed to be an entertainment product. I think it's terrible TV to watch a team line up and do a rugby scrum 4 plays in a row.
And see, I'm different on it because I used to find it entertaining when they first started doing it. And it was the novelty of it. They were the only team, or they were the particular team doing it. I thought it was kind of cool. But after a while and over time, now more so than like you said, the can't stop it, then get rid of it sort of thing. It's the offsides part of it. It's like I don't think I was noticing that in the beginning. Now it's been pointed out 1,000 times how they're lining up offsides. I don't think you can just stand for that. Like you can't just allow them to line up offsides and because they're actually gaining an advantage as opposed to just being a more physical football team, which I thought was the case in the beginning of the tush push era.
Do you feel like, I'm trying to think of a way they can kind of stop it a little bit? I don't think they should get rid of it, but do you think they should make like a limit of how many times you can do this?
Well, I mean, don't let them line up off sides. Like that to me is very easy and correctable within the framework of the rules without even having to address it. So I don't get that part of it.
Yeah, it seemed like everybody had the issue with the 4 straight times. Like doing this play 4
just
straight
a bit
times.
Much.
Yeah, but if you allow the play, I mean, how are you going to tell them what plays they can run?
I know. To me,
to me that kind of remind me. Remember that time somebody, I think it might have been the Commanders that was trying to stop it.
Yeah,
and they kept jumping off sides.
Yeah, Frankie Louvu.
Yeah, to the point they say if you do that again. I forgot what the rule was, but
jumping off sides is a penalty. It is illegal.
It would have been a touchdown because they were at the goal line.
Yeah.
And if like 3 consecutive, you can't advance the football any further. They were just going to give them the touchdown.
Yeah. So I wonder if it's something like that where you can't do this 4 straight times at least, maybe 2.
Yeah, that's fair.
That would require some outlawing of the play to some degree, though. Like there's no legislation of this play at all. Yeah. Whereas jumping off sides or trying to, ambush a play like that is illegal.
Problem with it, I do have a problem 4 straight times. Yeah, 4 straight times, I'm like, all right, I understand 4th and 1, or maybe 3, maybe 3rd and 1.
Yeah.
But 4 straight times, man, that's kind of rough.
And that's objectively not entertaining. Like, I think you can be subjective about how entertaining the one play is. Yeah. But once they do it 4 straight times, it's like, okay.
It's just like, what are we doing
All right, guys.
Yeah. Y'all can't just run the ball up the middle. Y'all got Saquon, man. Y'all can't pick up a yard, man.
Yeah, I don't like it. I would go back like 20 years ago where the Bush push was a controversy because you weren't supposed to be able to push anybody from behind. That would be the thing. Just do a regular quarterback sneak. And you want to try that 4 times in a row, go for it. But I would ban having players behind the quarterback and then being able to come up and push the quarterback forward. That's how I would legislate it. Get it out. By the way, the other side of it is somewhat funny. The NFL is reviewing today the Giants, how they handled the concussion procedure last night. If you weren't watching the game, Jackson Dart had to go into the tent for a potential concussion. Russell Wilson came in for 1 play. He grounded a ball on 3rd and 9. The pass wasn't even close. Everyone was booing, and then they cut to Brian Dable, the head coach, who's flipping out on the sideline and is motioning to get Jackson Dart back out here. Yeah, he had to apologize. Dable apologized after the game for how he handled it or whatever, and now the NFL's reviewing.
Not just that, it looked like he was going to try to get in the blue tent with him.
Yeah.
You saw that in him and Cam Scatterboot.
I feel him on that. He like, this is my job right here. If this dude don't finish the game, and we might have a chance to, Russell Wilson might throw the game a little bit. Nah, man, give me my man back out.
Rich validated my preseason take or early season take that they should have just started with Jackson Dart to begin with. Don't waste any time with the Russell Wilson thing. He can be there for you if you want to view him as a reliable backup. I might even go to Jameis Winston before I do, but that's a whole nother discussion. But fine if you're going to have him on the team at this point, I guess. But what are you doing wasting time with Russell Wilson when Jackson Dart appears to at least be ready to play? Now he's got to figure some things out, got to have some experience and all of that. But that stretch right there validated that take of mine, I thought. Him skipping that pass that you're talking about, it was like, dude, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
By the way, only a few weeks removed from throwing for 500 yards against the Cowboys. And now nobody wants Russell Wilson to touch a football. So what does that say about that Cowboys defense? That was Thursday Night Football last night. The NFL.com, they do quarterback rankings every week. They update it each week, and they just put out their Week 6 quarterback rankings. In case you're curious, C.J. Stroud is in tier number 4, ranked 16th right now. That's actually up 5 spots. He was the number 21st quarterback a week ago. Now, I do think they're doing this based off of performance so far this year. For me, when I rank quarterbacks, I still look at it as who would I rather have on my team right now. And I tell you, Stroud should be much higher still, despite what we've seen this year, than number 16.
Yeah, 16 is crazy to me, especially coming off the most recent appearances, the most recent games. Like, this is the guy, correct me if I'm wrong, that literally just won AFC Offensive Player of the Week. You're telling me that the AFC Offensive Player of the Week that's been to the playoffs in back-to-back years, won a playoff game in back-to-back years, and recently over the last couple of weeks has had above like 125 or whatever it's been over these last couple of weeks. Forget who the opponents were. That guy is 16th. I understand Sam Darnold has been good early with Seattle, and that appears to be working out early. But you're going to tell me Sam Darnold is 11 spots better? He's in a whole 2 tiers above C.J. Stroud. I just got a tough time. I understand he's been playing well, and the Clint Kubiak fit looks good. But you're not going to tell me that Sam Darnold is 11 spots ahead of C.J. Stroud. That's insane to me.
Yeah, the biggest problem for me was Mac Jones.
And Mac Jones, yeah.
I know Mac Jones is playing well in that Shanahan offense, but if you were drafting or starting a team today, come on, who are we taking? You're taking Mac Jones or you're taking C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
Jones is only good, I would wager, in that 49ers system or similar systems on specific teams with the right fit and pieces around him.
Yeah. Which is great for the 49ers.
Of course.
Like to have a system where you have particular quarterbacks that are plug and play and they don't have to be spectacular. They can just thrive in the system.
Yeah.
Great from a team perspective, and for the 49ers, kudos to them. But if we're just evaluating quarterbacks in a vacuum, that does not tell me that Mac Jones is better than C.J. Stroud.
No, for sure. Tua's still ahead of Stroud. He was 8 spots ahead of Stroud last week. Come on. He's not 8 quarterbacks better.
I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
If you want to just rank them based off of numbers this year, just give us a quarterback ranking. What's the point of doing a power ranking? And lastly, here on Around the NFL, the Texans are not playing this weekend, so you could do a little scoreboard watching. Both these games are at noon. The Colts are at home against the Cardinals. Do the Cardinals bounce back after that debacle last week, now on the road, and upset the Colts? Colts are favored by 7.5. Jaguars against the Seahawks in Jacksonville at noon. Of course, the Texans' next opponent, the Seahawks as well, so that's a fun game to watch as a Texans fan. The Seahawks are favored by 1.5 on the road in Jacksonville. So root for the Seahawks and the Cardinals this week. And obviously the Seahawks are the better opportunity to beat the Jaguars.
Yeah, I'm looking at that slate for the weekend, with the Texans not playing. Man, I don't have any interest in these games outside. It was particularly the noon slate, let me say, because that's when the Texans normally play. That noon slate, only the division games are the ones that I'm interested in.
Yep.
Other than that, I'm like, skip on the 3 o'clock. Let's get to the night game. I can get with that. But these noon games are really, really rough. Other than obviously wanting to see what the Colts can do with the Cardinals, since obviously you're chasing the Colts and you play the Cardinals at some point. And, this Jaguars-Seahawks game, I think, is the game to watch if you're a Texans fan over the weekend. There's not another one that's even close.
And let me call that a tease for drafting the weekend at the end of the show.
That's right. That's fair. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Can't wait to pick.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, pick some of these lousy games this weekend. Sunday Night Football looks really good. Lions-Chiefs, that should hopefully be fun. That's Around the NFL. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long by visiting ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. When we come back, there's one off-season move Nick Caserio made. Let's look at tell you what it is next in the loop.
How good? It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
There's one offseason move Nick Caserio made that's looking really good right now. We'll let you know what that is here on In the Loop. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott here on a Football Friday. Figgy Fig on the other side of the glass holding things down. And you as well. Appreciate you starting your weekend with us. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610 on the text line, or get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. With it being the bye week, I know some people take time to do grades. I know Payne and Pendergast are doing that, grading Caserio at this point. You know, grading the coaching staff, grading the offense, defense, all that sort of stuff. Even though, of course, it's not even halfway through the season, but for example, like the NBA All-Star Game's not at the exact halfway point, and you do that first half, second half. Major League Baseball is not the exact, but you do first half, second half grades, so on and so forth. So I know people have been looking at grades, and some people are maybe down on Nick Caserio right now. You could point to C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Cam Robinson as a waste of $17 million between those two. But there's one offseason move that you do like that stands out from Caserio that so far through the first 5 weeks is looking really good.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that also, like, everything that you just said bears repeating. Like, you should preface this thing that I'm about to say with the fact that Nick Caserio definitely deserves, like, valid criticism for some of the offseason moves and the way, more specifically, the way that he has spent money, right? The close to $17 million that you mentioned, that is essentially wasted on, 3 games and uninspiring play of Cam Robinson and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, right? Like, that's just a whiff, swing and miss. Even now, the Joe Mixon thing, giving him the 3-year extension, and turns out maybe he only played 1 year for you, and we don't know what's happening with this year. You know, that there are valid criticisms of the way that Nick Caserio has spent money in recent years, or at least over the last several months or so. But the Jalen Petrie extension is one that I'm looking at as a savvy move and a Nick Caserio, and there's also one that I can remember when this news broke and when we shared it on Sports Radio 610 social channels, that it was much maligned. I saw people that were critical of this move, that don't really love Jalen Petrie as a player because he's kind of a tweener. Hard to exactly pinpoint exactly what is Jalen Petrie. Is he a defensive back? Is he a linebacker? He's too small for that. You know, like what is he exactly, and is he worth giving $40 million? I think the deal was 3 years, $39 million. But to me, you're seeing from Jalen Petrie's play, at least 5 games through, that he's a critical part of this defense. He's a playmaker. He is hard to pinpoint on a position, right? Like, he's not really a cornerback. You don't love him matched up with a guy one-on-one. He's too small to be a linebacker, so he's not exactly that. But you do want him around the ball. You want him around the play, and you see the impact that he can have when that happens. The 2 interceptions that he had in the most recent game, and the fact that it just seems like he's always near and around the play. The 3-year, $39 million deal to Jalen Petrie is one that I think was a smart move by Nick Caserio, a good move by Nick Caserio, and also one that would have been harder for me to predict, let's say 2 years ago, when DeMeco Ryans first gets here, and it looks like it's Jalen Petrie that's kind of fallen out of favor, and it's Christian Harris that's emerging as like the linebacker, that other guy on the defense that it looks like is going to be a part of what they're doing long term. It's kind of flipped over the last couple of years, right? As Christian Harris gets the injury and out there, and they figured out a way to use Jalen Petrie, to utilize his strengths and more so mask his weaknesses than they ever have. So I think that was a good move by Caserio.
I'm with you on that. I remember I was in with Ron that day on the drive when the news came out, and I liked it at the time as well, and so far so good. What I do think is interesting, and so I don't want to take a positive and turn it into a negative, but that when you look at the offseason for the Texans so far, the move you highlight is just that extension for a guy that's already here. What have your thoughts been just 5 weeks in, subject to change still, but in terms of the moves, or I guess the overall offseason and some of the pieces they brought in, as we already mentioned, Cam Robinson, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, 2 of what seem to be big additions on each side of the football aren't even here anymore. Is there anything else that has stood out from the new guys that have been brought in of like, you know what, that's actually a move? Because I'll give you one just right off the top because I've already apologized here. I thought now I'm drawing a blank. The right guard, Ed Ingram.
Oh, yeah.
Ed Ingram was one where at the time I was like, what are you doing? He got benched in Minnesota. He's been labeled that he's terrible, and he's graded right now as like the top guard on Pro Football Focus. So that's one where I raise my hand and say, actually, that was so far a good move this offseason. Credit to you, Nick Caserio. I apologize.
Yeah.
Are there others that stand out for you from this offseason?
No, that's the one that I would co-sign. I'd say that it came as a shock to me that, like, so after the first week, it sounds crazy to think that the Texans might be an Ed Ingram and a Christian Kirk away from being competitive in that game. Like, who talks like that? Right. Who says something like that? And then it turns out, at least on the Ed Ingram front, that that's true, and it's hard to not think that they actually could have used Christian Kirk in that game. So, yeah, I look at those two as, like, sensible moves. I know the Christian Kirk thing has been kind of a slower burn than what people were hoping for and expecting. Obviously, he had an injury history coming in. But I'd also look on the defensive side, since I mentioned Christian Harris, E.J. Speed as somebody that might be their answer at linebacker when Christian Harris just hasn't quite found it. Again, I'm not exactly sure what the deal is with that, why he hasn't figured it out as a player, if it's still like the lingering injury effect or what it is. And, of course, Henry To'oTo'o, I think, gives you good effort and is a fine player, but you want to have options beyond that. And so bringing in E.J. Speed, Ed Ingram, certainly an underrated move, because I'm like you, and I don't know how you could have been any different with Ed Ingram just based off of the evidence that you had. The guy he's a second-round pick who was benched, in Minnesota, and you're thinking, okay, so what is that going to do for you? But certainly better than Shaq Mason, and shocked to say that looks like their best offensive lineman at this point.
Yeah, it is. I would never have thought. You can let us know, 713-572-4610, on your thoughts of how things from the offseason have played out so far. E.J. Speed was where I was going to go next, because on the text line someone said Ingram and E.J. Speed. Those are moves so far that on the margins were pretty good. And I do agree with those, along with your original point on the Petrie extension. What are your thoughts? I know you touched on it there. Christian Harris just seemed – he's played, 4 snaps the last 2 weeks, was a healthy scratch this past Sunday. Do you think it's just like the injury has altered his ability? Do you think it's more just simply performance-based? Like, what? He's become a forgotten man. I don't know if he's even going to be part of the team by the end of the season. What do you think exactly is what's your best theory for him?
It's the most curious case that I can think of that's not Joe Mixon related, right? It's the Christian Harris fall off, if you will. Like, how did that happen? And obviously you can point to the injury, but I mean, he was back as of last year. And then you come into training camp and you're dealing with a similar thing where he's not out there, he's not involved. So you're like, okay, is he dealing with something? He's dealing with something new. It's always, and then another thing about it is it's real, like a mysterious type. Every time there's a Christian Harris injury, it's real tight-lipped, not just from the team, but from the Christian Harris camp. And so you never really quite know. It's hard to get a beat on what's going on. But I will say it's that fall-off that kind of contributes to this idea of the Jalen Petrie thing. Like, those two are related to me because they're of the same draft class, and one looked like it was going to be the guy that you were going to pay, like he was going to be the guy you would invest in. You went and hired a linebacker as your head coach. You figure, D'Amico Ryans is going to, him and Christian Harris are going to be tied at the hip, and he's going to make a star out of Christian Harris.
And he had that great game against the Browns, that pick six.
You thought so, yeah, and it's like you've seen nothing since then. Basically seen nothing since then. They come in and brought Azeez, and I understand it's a different linebacker spot. Azeez is a middle linebacker, and Christian Harris plays a little bit off ball and is a weak side linebacker. I get that. But now Azeez is the leader for that group, and you get Henry To'oTo'o to step up in Christian Harris's absence last year when he's hurt. And now E.J. Speed looks like he's jumped him in the pecking order. It is hard to exactly pinpoint what an injury is slowing him down a little bit, because clearly if he was still the same guy physically, you'd figure they would want to have him out there for that sideline-to-sideline ability. Yeah. They clearly don't. And then, the performance part of it. Like, they're clearly not seeing enough of him when he is out there to feel like he should be out there more. So, to me, the Christian Harris thing is one of the more curious cases that the Texans have roster-wise right now.
I'm with you. It's been odd. What's the one offseason move Nick Caserio made that's looking really good right now for you? As B. Scott said, for him, Jalen Petrie. On the text line, somebody else mentioned the marginal moves were cool. The draft for the offensive weapons, however.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that one with Jalen Noel, because when they drafted Jalen Noel, I'm like, man, another receiver? And I thought they were kind of loaded at receiver at that point, at that time. And now I'm like, man, that was actually pretty smart because you're not getting what you thought you was going to get from Christian Kirk. And you got Higgins, you got Noel kind of stepping up a little bit. So I thought that was kind of a good move by getting Higgins and Noel.
Yeah, and if we're giving Nick Caserio credit, too, I would say that this is now the third straight year where the draft was the best thing that he did. Right, going back to the C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson year, I think that's a pretty easy one, a no-brainer.
Yeah, right.
You know, the draft was the best thing they did. I'd even look at last year, and Kamari Lassiter, you could argue, was one of their better ads. And if you consider what Kalen Bullock was as a rookie, you know, that was one of their better ads, was getting those two guys in their defensive backfield. And then now, I think this year, if we're talking about his best addition is Jalen Tree is like one particular move. But overall, the drafting of those guys that Ficky just mentioned, I think, is some of the best stuff that Nick Caserio has done.
And then we didn't even bring up Woody Marks.
Yeah,
Woody Marks is kind of coming around, too.
I throw him in there. Yeah, I throw the offensive weapons. I would throw in there as part of him 3 consecutive years, the draft being the best thing that Nick Caserio did in the offseason.
And obviously those are the two parts, the draft and free agency. I do think draft is more important because sometimes you get more swings at it depending on picks compared to how much salary cap space you have or how many available options for your needs in the free agent market. But then also that's how you get that cheaper talent pool year after year. You know, it's hard, especially in the NFL, to just constantly try to fill holes or rebuild in free agency by spending money every year. It's not Major League Baseball. It's not the Yankees and the Dodgers that you could just throw money at the problems every year. So I do think that's almost, if I had a GM, if I had to pick one of their strengths, either they're really good in free agency but not so much the draft, or vice versa, I think I would take this route with Caserio and the draft. Free agency then helps, supplement some of those things and get you to that next level of being a Super Bowl team. But overall, I think that's the, I wouldn't say safer, but that's the way to build the team over a longer period of time, through the draft, being a good drafter.
There is still that question of, is Ariante Ursary going to be the first good offensive lineman that Nick Caserio drafts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's drafted a few.
Yeah.
He's drafted a few. This might be the first good one, maybe.
Fingers crossed.
Jury's still out.
Yeah, so far. But I would say promising so far. But we'll see. There's still a long way to go. I know that's been the bugaboo. Even the time in the Patriots, they always struggled. I mean, they struggle more so drafting skill players.
Yeah.
And in this case for Caserio, it's been offensive linemen. On the text line, somebody said, I feel like the Christian Kirk move is going to pay off as the season progresses. Really looking forward to seeing him breaking out. And somebody else on the text line, when talking about like the premier move of the offseason for Nick Caserio, they said Woody Marks, with some other things in there that I won't say.
I do like the Woody Marks edition. That's probably an underrated one, and one that I wish they had leaned into earlier, right? Like it took them, seems like that's another criticism of the staff. It's like sometimes it seems like it takes them longer than it should to recognize a player, specifically a running back. Like 2 years ago, it took them too long to recognize that maybe Devin Singletary was a better option than Dameon Pierce. This year, the same thing with Woody Marks, as opposed to kind of wasting time with Daria Gumbawale. You'd like for them to recognize maybe those things a little bit earlier.
Yeah. I kind of wish they took the running back position a little more serious or more 2025-ish by drafting more running backs and just kind of throwing them in there instead of just trying to look for that work cow or that running back that could just carry the whole load. I wish they kind of throw in a little more Woody Marks and, maybe next year kind of get somebody else younger to kind of do a little run. I don't want to say running back by committee, but just kind of take it a little more serious instead of just depending on Dameon Pierce for a couple years.
For an offense that claims like it wants to run the ball, they're going to have to do a little bit better at getting running backs in this building.
Maybe they get Breece Hall. There's rumors out there. Maybe. We'll see.
Stay tuned.
That's right. Keep your fingers crossed. Coming up, it's time to get to What's Poppin', and we'll do that next right here on In the Loop.
The Drive is live.
$133.30.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Fellas out today, I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott. Figgy Fig on the steel wheels, and you as well with us here on a Friday. Appreciate you hanging with us on a Football Friday to kick off the weekend. 713-572-4610 to text the show throughout. What a brutal night for Philadelphia sports fans, and you probably don't feel much sympathy for Philadelphia sports fans to begin with. But as we covered earlier in relation to our question of the day, the Phillies lost last night. Their season's over. They lost on a mental mistake to the Dodgers. Bottom of the 11th, bases loaded, 2 outs, comebacker to the pitcher. He bobbled it, just had to throw it to first. They play on to the 12th inning. He tried to throw it home, overthrew the catcher, wasn't going to get him anyways. Dodgers walk it off on the mental mistake, and the Phillies' season is over. But more so than that, if you're watching Thursday Night Football, of course, the Eagles lost 34-17 against their division rivals, the Giants, despite being more than a touchdown favorite. And the Philadelphia Flyers lost their season opener 2-1 to the Florida Panthers. So all three teams not only losing, but losing by a 2-1 ratio. But how about this? Cities in the history of sports to have their NHL team lose, NFL team lose, and MLB team lose all on the same day. Philadelphia last night, Philadelphia in 1983. That's the list.
Yeah, that's rough, man. It was bad enough to where this morning when I got up, normally I tune in to Payne and Pendergast because I want to see what the fellas are talking about in the morning. But it was bad enough for Philly to know what was going on Philly radio and what the conversation was over there. And you can believe that they are in, at least today, in panic mode because they had high hopes for the Phillies. It's not like they were going up against the Dodgers, and we understand that the Dodgers are one of the more impressive baseball rosters that have been assembled in recent memory, and of course the richest, right, or the most expensive. But it's not like the Phillies are shabby, and like they were looking at the Dodgers as like the kind of the big bad wolf that they can't beat or like this obstacle that they can't overcome. They were expecting to win that series, I feel like. And I think it was especially disappointing, not just that play, which obviously is a rough way to end the game. It led to our question of the game or question of the day of what is the roughest way, the toughest way that your team or that you've seen a team lose a game. But the fact that they weren't getting a whole lot from their trio of Turner, Schwarber, and Bryce Harper, like their top three guys didn't really perform in this series. So just a really disappointing outcome for them. I'd hate to be them today.
Certainly. They're almost like the Mets of the 80s where you look back at the Mets and wonder, like, man, how do they only win one World Series? Funny enough, the Phillies made it to the World Series with their worst team of this bunch in 2022. Since then, they've had better teams. This year is probably the best of the bunch, and they haven't even been able to get back to a World Series. You know, the Diamondbacks upset them a couple years ago. Last 2 years, they've lost in the DS. So just these underperforming postseasons for the Phillies. Last night was the latest example.
Yeah, and I like one of those James Harden era Rockets vibes where it's like, man, this is a team that feels like it's good enough to win a championship, but then they go up against a team like the Dodgers but it wasn't even the fact that they were the Dodgers. It was just it was a close game. They had a chance to win, and then they had the mental error at the end. It was not insurmountable, and yet they could not surmount it.
So the Dodgers have moved on. The Blue Jays have moved on. Meanwhile, the two other series continue. You have Game 5 tomorrow night, Cubs and Brewers in Milwaukee, 7:08 first pitch Central Time. You can see if Kyle Tucker will continue his Cubs career. And then tonight, 7:08 Central Time first pitch on Fox. Tigers-Mariners Game 5. Tarek Skubal gets the start for the Tigers. They're favored on the road tonight. I think he's 0-2 in 3 starts against the Mariners this year, though, like a 5 ERA. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, if I'm a Mariners fan, I got to like my chances. And as crazy as it sounds, you prefer not to be facing the best pitcher in the game, especially in a do-or-die scenario. But here they are, and the matchup seems to be in their advantage based off of the history. So it's a peculiar case to be in because if you look at it, Mariners not known as a prolific lineup or anything. They're not known for their hitting. So it's not like you look at it from that standpoint. But for whatever reason, and baseball is weird this way, where certain lineups and certain guys match up well against others, and this is one of those. So yeah, if I was a Mariners fan, I'd feel pretty good about it tonight.
By the way, Scooble's strikeout prop for those betting folks is 9, juiced up to the over. Seems high, but right now you got
especially in the playoffs.
But he had didn't he have 12 in a loss?
Yeah,
I think but both things could be true. Like he could get a lot of swing and miss, he could get a lot of whiffs, he could strike guys out, and they still touch him up a little bit.
I want to say he had 12 or over 12 in the wild card series too.
Yeah, and then don't forget that the Mariners, the thing that they do well is pitching, and so they are fighting fire with fire a little bit there. They don't have anybody that's as good as Scooble, but if they can kind of keep that Tigers lineup limited and just have their moments, which seems to be what they've been able to do against Scooble, then this is a doable thing for them.
Yeah, the over-under's 5.5 tonight. 5.5 runs for the game. So Vegas is not expecting a lot of offense tonight. George Kirby on the mound for the Mariners.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
You could do a lot worse than that.
For sure.
George Kirby on the mound on my side, and the matchup numbers that you cite against Scooble on the other at the plate, give it to me. I take it.
That's right. Should be fun tonight. 7:08. If you're an Astros fan, you can hate watch the Mariners and hope their season comes to an end. Elsewhere here on What's Poppin', it was announced LeBron James going to be out 3 to 4 weeks. He's going to miss the first opener to a season of his career because of sciatica, which I don't want to profile. That just sounds like an old injury. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I hear sciatica. I was like, man.
What's next? Glaucoma?
Right.
Sciatica. What do you mean? Did he not take his blood pressure medicine? What's going on? You could just see LeBron James have one of those Monday through or Sunday through Saturday pill bottles or pill caps where he's got his vitamins and his medicines that But this is an impressive thing that he's done so far. It makes you wonder, at what point does Father Time catch up to LeBron James? He is a human being, barely, somehow. How does he continue to do this? Not just the fact that he's played more seasons than anybody or been around for more seasons than anybody in NBA history. Got 5,000 players or more that have played in the NBA, and this guy has played more than anybody, but he's been able to do it at this level. At some point, it's got to end, and so this could be the beginning of that.
Yeah, it seemed like it's already catching up, too, because this guy, in his career, he was never hurt this much. And like you said, this is the first time he ever missed a opener of a season.
Yeah.
So I think it's starting to be there where it's these weird, random, old injury type stuff.
He's been an Iron Man. I think guys that are that great, a lot of times you just focus on the moments and the great moments and the accomplishments. And look, when you're that talented, it's easy to overlook the durability and the Iron Man aspect of it. But that is something that I think LeBron James deserves credit for, especially when we talk about a softer society, but particularly the NBA. The guys don't play as much and, load management and all of that. This is a dude that has shown up for the most part for 23 years.
Yeah. Well, the skeptics believe that this injury is really just shortening his season. Instead of worrying about the first month of the season, let's just turn it into a whatever that would be, a 65-game season.
A Kawhi Leonard type of deal.
Right.
But would you do that to start the season? There's a little bit more to just fast business, entertainment aspect of it, and it's not their job to necessarily care about that part. But yeah, it surprises me that even if that was the case, that they would choose the beginning of the year and the first month of the season to do it. It's not like the Lakers are coming off some amazing season, right? Mm-hmm. And I thought the whole narrative was that LeBron James' time was ticking and he needs them to be competitive and he's worried about the direction. They just changed ownership. I thought there was supposed to be some kind of sense of urgency for the Lakers.
Yeah, and I thought maybe they probably would want him to play at least the first couple weeks to kind of get it going a little bit.
Yeah.
And it seemed like now he's going to be out, 2 to 3 weeks. And then when he come back, you got to ramp it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't know how the Lakers going to be without LeBron. But I don't know.
And the Luka trade feels like a long time ago now, but it's not like they've played a ton of games together.
No.
They probably should do that more. I don't know. It's a weird thing.
By the way,
he's old though. So that part's not weird. He's an old man.
Yeah. It might just be actual sciatica for him at this point in his career. I woke up this morning, and as I always do, I wake up, I check like the ESPN app, like, oh, what's going on today? What sort of games? What do we have tonight? Also, I do look at the betting markets because I'm a degenerate. And so I was looking at the NBA preseason slate. There was a game going on this morning when I woke up. I had no idea there was like a preseason game being played in China. It was 7 a.m. this morning. They're already in the second quarter. I was like, what is going on here?
Yeah, they could do a much better job of like marketing that, especially, and maybe it was just a bigger deal for China.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, maybe this is like for China, but yeah, man, I'm not used to being up that early and ready to watch basketball.
Yeah, right.
Basketball is is afternoon at the earliest and preferably at night type of thing. You can get me with some day baseball, and I'm starting to get used to the London games, the international games that the NFL plays, and those are obviously once a week because it's football. But an early morning NBA game is just against my nature, as much as I love the NBA.
Yeah, unless you're in the Olympics or something like that, and they're playing over in Tokyo.
Yeah,
I'm good on
and that's
that.
the Olympics. You know,
That's
it's not just basketball. You understand it's the Olympics going on.
Yeah,
it's basically sports from the time I wake up till I go to sleep.
Yeah,
so
that's all day long. You might catch some basketball at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, that's the only time. I remember being in a hotel room on a family vacation and being woken up early because the family wanted to watch the Olympic basketball. And I was like, it's like 6 a.m. I still want to sleep. It's vacation. But this morning, the Suns beat the Nets 132-127 in overtime.
Yeah, so it was a good one.
In China. Yeah, they got a good one over
Wonder
there.
what Jalen Green was doing.
Did he play? I don't know if he did.
That's something we're going to be keeping the eye on all season, too, because, it was a lot of Jalen Green stands here.
Yeah, he didn't play in that first one and in the previous preseason game. And it doesn't look like he played in this one either.
Yeah, doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
I know, that was like at the start of the baseball season. A lot of people, including like Payne and Pendergast, were tracking how Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker were doing on the other teams. It could be similar this year to see.
Yeah.
And then you take your victory lap. You feel better. It's like you won the relationship potentially, depending on how things.
And they did. It's almost out of sight, out of mind. Like it almost like it never happened. And I'm rooting for him. There's nothing against Jalen Green. He's perfect. I thought he was perfectly fine here in terms of like interpersonally and how he did. There's no axe to grind there. No like rooting against like maybe with some other players that get jettisoned out of town. But it certainly feels like already they've won that one. Just based on how much easier things look for the Rockets.
The crazy thing is Jalen Green I thought he had a good year last year.
Yeah.
But I just feel like the way this team is built, you can't really win with him.
The ending ruined all of it.
Yeah,
right? Like
the playoffs.
Yes, the 7 games ruined the however many some odd games that he played in the regular season.
Yeah.
It's hard to get past that.
Yep. Kind of goes back to that Kershaw conversation, the smaller sample size of the postseason undoing, the larger sample size of a regular season.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of basketball, they just came out with a NBA GM survey on NBA.com. And the Rockets ranked second in one interesting category that stood out to me. I don't know if I agree. We'll talk about it next. It's in the loop.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing. You've been keeping an
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
NBA.com did an anonymous NBA GM survey. The Rockets were all over the survey, but there was one category in particular where they finished second. That was pretty surprising to me. And I don't think it's a good thing that they finished second. We'll get to that here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott, Figgy Fig on the steel wheels, and you as well on this Friday. You can always text the show, 713-572-4610, or get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. You can go to NBA.com and find this GM survey for the upcoming year. It's very long. They did a bunch of different categories. A lot of positives for the Rockets in this survey. You know, the Rockets finished as the second best overall moves of the offseason, getting 27% of the votes, only behind Atlanta, which got almost half of the votes.
Which that surprises me because I'm like, yeah, Atlanta made some good moves, but does anybody think Atlanta's gonna do anything? Or
Right.
like, what are we saying about that?
Yeah.
When we say that they had the best offseason or made the best moves, are we suggesting that they are this year's Pacers or like what does that mean? Like how bold of a statement are they making there?
Right.
You know, at least with the Rockets, we feel like they got championship aspirations. I don't know if maybe I'm just disconnected, but is anybody saying that about the Hawks?
No, yeah, I know. I think
I'm
it's
trying to
something
think
like
about the moves they made.
that presents in there. I mean, you know, like
it's exciting.
Is that going to bump you up that high, though?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's almost like for the Hawks, like if you go from a D to a B, and the Rockets going from maybe like a B to an A with their moves, that you might have had overall, you might have improved more during the offseason, but just because you had more room to improve, the ceiling is still higher for a team like the Rockets because of their offseason moves.
Yeah, but you give me Porzingis. I think they got Nickeil Alexander Walker. So, you know, they got him from Minnesota.
Yep.
I want to say they signed Luke Kennard. Like, they made some nice moves, but the Rockets went out and got Kevin Durant.
Well, that leads me to the next category where Durant was overwhelmingly voted as the single player acquired this offseason that will have the biggest impact at 73%. So kind of to your point, you know, Durant was by far the biggest move of the offseason.
Yeah.
Could almost help make the case stronger that the Rockets overall had the best offseason.
Yeah, I don't get how those things aren't mutually exclusive in this case. Like if he's the most impactful offseason acquisition, then how is that not the most impactful offseason? You know? Like
right.
if that's going to be the one that's going to have the greatest impact. I don't know. Maybe I'm a simpleton. Does that not track? Like
I'm with you.
The greatest offseason acquisition equates to having the best offseason. I don't know.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the Rockets, the area they kind of struggled in pretty much all season and clearly in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You addressed that in the big way.
Yeah. And all a lot of the important things that already made them very good. Aside from
you still got your core.
Yeah, aside from the Fred VanVleet injury, which is significant.
Yeah.
But other than that, when we just talk about roster-wise, right, Fred VanVleet is still on the roster. He just got hurt, can't do anything about that. But in terms of what they have, what they're bringing back, along with what they're bringing in, I don't get how that's not how that wouldn't be better than whatever Atlanta did, bringing in Porzingis. Come on now.
All sorts of Rocket superlatives. Amen Thompson was voted player most likely to have a breakout season, was also picked as the most versatile player in the league, was also voted as the most athletic player in the league. So pretty good praise there. He received votes as a top perimeter defender, one of the fastest players with the ball. Let's see where else the Rockets come in here. Third in voting for team with the best young core.
Yep.
Ime finished second for best motivator. Nice.
Defensive scheme, he's on there for that.
Second for best defensive scheme. The Rockets were voted as a team, fourth best defensive team.
You had Royale Ivey in there as one of the best assistant coaches.
Yes.
Kind of just goes to show how well-respected he is around the league. And an underrated, I think, connection for Kevin Durant as well. The Texas thing with Royale Ivey.
That's true.
Kevin Durant. I think they played together in Oklahoma City as well.
Yeah, Ivey finished third in votes. He also had Fred VanVleet showing up as the active player, most likely to be a head coach someday.
Yeah, could see that.
But the one that stood out most to me Because a lot of this stuff was pretty straightforward, not necessarily surprises, or you're like, oh, yeah, I could see that. I agree. And there might be some others that stood out to you. Be category where the Rockets finished second, which is which team's level of success this season is toughest to predict. Now, maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill here, but the Sixers are number one. They received 47% of the vote. By the way, the leader last year was the Lakers at 17%. So this year, the Sixers got almost half the votes that GMs look at them and they're like, I don't know what the Sixers team is going to be this year. But then second, with a few other teams, but still second on this list, and sure, only 7%, but still second on this list for most unpredictable, in a sense, is the Houston Rockets. And that surprised me. I almost took that like in an offensive way, because the way I viewed it was in a negative lens. And I think this Rockets team is pretty safe in the sense of, I think they're a top 3 team in the West. I think they'll win 50-plus games. I think they'll be in the playoffs. The question becomes, how far are they going to go in the playoffs? But I don't think there's this wide variance of this team could win as many as 60 games or lose as many as 50 games. I think it's a pretty safe window of what we're going to get from the Rockets, and therefore, I don't view them really all that unpredictable at all. Certainly not the second most unpredictable team right now in the league.
Yeah, the Sixers make sense because they do seem to have the highest variance. Like, they could be one of the better teams in the East if they're healthy, and they could be what they were last year. Like, right. Who knows exactly what's going to happen there? But once you get to the Rockets, like, hey, if the NBA GMs are having a tough time predicting what the Rockets are going to do this year, they might need to just come talk to us, because we seem to be pretty sure and pretty safe in our predictions. The Rockets are going to be one of the, I said at least one of the teams with home court advantage, like if not a top 3, certainly a top 4 team in the West. But I did notice until you get to the also receiving votes, like everyone that's tied for 7% in that question, along with the Rockets, it's all Western Conference teams, which to me says that it's the Western Conference that's more so, at least for the NBA GMs that participated in this survey, that's what's hardest to predict. It's the Rockets tied with the Dallas Mavericks, the Warriors, the Clippers, the Lakers are in there, the Grizzlies, the Pelicans. And so that to me speaks more to just a crowded field in the West, which has been the case for a while now, and certainly was the case the last couple of years. You can even look at last year where there wasn't a big difference between, let's say, 2 and, certainly 2 and 8, but 2 and 10. You know, the teams that were the Warriors not a play-in. You had some play-in teams that it felt like maybe it was the Grizzlies, who at one point were one of the top seeds. You know, like you had these teams that were in the play-in that felt like they could have easily been in the playoffs. And so what I'm saying here is that the West in and of itself seemed harder to predict, and the Rockets specifically have the new piece, like they're the newer team of the group. So maybe it's just having not seen it that has people thinking that it's harder to predict. But I'm with you, thinking that they're pretty safe in that top 3, top 4 range of teams.
Yeah, I just don't see a large range of outcomes. Maybe I'm wrong. On the text line, someone said Durant's health.
That's fair.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah, I mean, you can make that. Obviously, Durant, because of his recent history and his age, you could always make that case for any team, of course, if they were to lose their star. But also, I just trust the Rockets. I mean, last year without Durant, and of course they had Fred VanVleet, and it's a different team last year this year, but you know, they still found a way to win over 50 games. Like, I still trust this team, at least in the regular season. If you had to hold serve for a few weeks without Durant, I think Ime's a good enough coach, good enough motivator, even just according to this poll. They have enough pieces, enough talent on that roster that I'm not telling you they're going to go win a championship without Durant, but could they hold their head above water for a few weeks in the regular season? Yeah, I think so. I don't think that dooms the season unless he were to miss, you know, the entire year the large majority.
But I think that's part of it, right? If the premise for the Rockets is that what's going to help them take that next step is adding Kevin Durant, but then also Kevin Durant's health at this age is difficult to predict, then to me that inherently makes them somewhat unpredictable or difficult to predict. I get that train of logic. Like, we don't know how many games Durant is going to play, or, you know, he's got an injury history to begin with, and then he's old on top of it. So, like, what if the worst happened? Worst case scenario, and they don't have Kevin Durant for 50, 60 games as opposed to like 15 to 20, you know, which is kind of like reasonably expectable at that age.
Yeah.
Then, okay, things might change a little bit for them, where they might have to look like a different team. Is Amen Thompson ready to take that next step? Is he a superstar? Or is he just a really fun and interesting and exciting player? Like, what exactly is going to happen with that? Now, this same core group of people is out here. So if you're predicting Amen Thompson to have a breakout year, if you're saying that Kevin Durant is one of the better small forwards in the league, if you think that Kevin Durant is one of the better acquisitions or the best acquisition of the offseason, you think Ime Udoka is one of the better coaches in the league, then what exactly is the hardest part to predict? It's got to be that age factor and not knowing if he's going to stay healthy.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, and they had a lot of positive recognition, so forgive me for focusing on the one potential negative thing. But yeah, that's what stood out. Someone said on the text line, if the Rockets win big, you won't be surprised. Also, wouldn't be surprised if Durant got hurt and they didn't win big. That's why they're hard to predict. I don't know. If you tell me you wouldn't be surprised by those two outcomes, I feel like then it would be easy to predict because you're not surprised by it. Right? I feel like the unpredictability comes from being caught off guard or being surprised by the outcome. Also on the text line, Rockets didn't win a playoff series last year as a 2 seed. Durant's aging, which lends to health concerns. Listing potential reasons why the Rockets may seem more unpredictable than at least I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know if I buy it.
But do you feel like they could still be good, though? Because you still got Amen Thompson that probably going to take that next big step, and then you got Şengün still. Do you still feel like they could be good, though?
But that's the thing, and that's the reason why I think that this is here is because, yeah, they can still be good, but they were good before. This is what's supposed to take them from good to great, right? Like if Kevin Durant's healthy, then he's the best acquisition of the offseason, and they're a contender, and they're great, potentially, right? If he's not healthy, then they're just another team in the West and not much beyond. Unless this Amen Thompson thing that we're talking about turns into something, right? Turns into something more than what we've seen already. Then, and that's harder to predict. Like, what's the progression that he's going to make with a higher usage rate, with more of a leeway, with different cast around him, namely Kevin Durant being a part of that? Like, how much does his game change? Like, these things are a little bit difficult to predict. I just feel so good about all of it that I feel like I'm predicting them to be pretty good, if not great. You know, if that makes sense. One thing that I really liked about this list was how you wouldn't have had this. You wouldn't have had a Houston representative on this list last year by any shot. Which player would you want to take the shot with the game on the line?
Oh, wow.
And Steph Curry wins this by a large margin, and I'm fine with that. I get that. He wins it by 47%. But after him is one Kevin Durant with 17%. And this is NBA GMs. These are people that are connected, people that, you know, are objectively experts in the field. They're going Kevin Durant. I feel great about the Rockets having somebody like that on the list. Like, not just having somebody on the list, but the second guy. Yeah. You know, the second guy, hey, who do you want with the ball in their hands to take the shot with the game on the line? And anybody not named Steph Curry, that guy is Kevin Durant, and he plays for the Rockets.
And they didn't have anybody like that, in my opinion, last season.
Nobody on their team would have made this list.
Fred VanVleet had the ball in his hands. We were looking at Fred VanVleet because I felt like nobody really trusts Jalen Green at that point. Amen Thompson, I know he had a game.
That to me is indicative, right? The fact that you got to a point as Amen Thompson started to rise, they started trusting a guy that can't shoot with the ball in his hands at the end of the game to win the game for them with the, you know, for the last shot. Yeah. So this is a lot different than that, let's just say.
Yeah.
From a guy who can't shoot to, let's say, Kevin Durant.
This is exactly what they needed. And I think we was talking about that in real time during the season or during the playoffs, that they needed somebody like a Kevin Durant.
Yeah, it is just odd that they got all of these things going for him that seem positive. Like, you got Amen Thompson, who's littered throughout this list. I think Alperen Şengün is probably underrepresented on this list, but most people feel pretty good about Alperen Şengün, feel good about Ime Udoka, feel good about the Rockets bringing in Kevin Durant even at this big age. So what's so hard to predict? You know, it's got to be the injury thing. That's literally got to be it.
I guess so. I guess that's the only thing. My only other concern with this team is the point guard position, but we'll see how that plays out, and they might be good enough elsewhere anyways to make up for it. But the Rockets finished second for teams toughest to predict this year in the NBA GM survey. What's the range of possible outcomes for this team? Floor, ceiling? Why are they so hard to trust right now? You can let us know, 713-572-4610, because I just don't see it. But these NBA GMs do, and they should know the league better than me. Hey, we'll get to our confessions, but in the meantime, we got a giveaway opportunity here. Caller number 8 will win a $50 gift card from Texas Star Grill. The caller will chance to win a Traeger Woolridge Elite Grill and a case of John Lopez's OG sauce at the end of the football season. Caller number 8 now, 713-572-4610. $50 gift card from Texas Star Grill on the line, plus the opportunity to win that Traeger Woolridge Elite Grill and a case of Lopez's OG sauce at the end of the football season. Caller number 8. Call now. We'll get to our confessions next. It's in the Loop.
Is there ever an optimal all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, on Keeping It Real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott with Figgy Fig on the steel wheels here on this Friday for In the Loop. But still, we got some confessions to make. If the missus is listening, she might not like it. We just became members of Costco. I don't know if you guys have the Costco membership or ever been Costco members.
I don't, but I need to get that.
Same.
I keep saying the same thing. I've been with Sam's Club since the beginning of the time.
I was always a Sam. My family growing up, we were Sam's Club.
Me too.
So.
Yeah, but I do want to switch over to Costco.
Yeah, and there's way too many people living in my house for me to not be on it. I don't know how I'm not. Because you want to talk about buying in bulk?
Yeah.
Man with 3 kids should be buying in bulk. And for whatever reason, I'm not. But I need to get there, though.
It is good for that, of course. That's the advantage, buying in bulk. A lot of the other stuff, though, I have to admit, because we've been Costco members here only for maybe like a month now, so we've done just a few runs. The people in there are crazy. It's busy. You're trying to push your cart. Everyone, it's not the most convenient. They call them warehouses. It's not the most convenient place to work around. And then they have all the samples, the free samples, which is another perk. But then the lines for that are crazy, and people are cutting off each other to get it.
It's not really efficient.
No. Like, they just brought out new food. So it's tough just pushing your cart around. That's number one. Number two is buying in bulk is great, but then you get like a 5-pound bag of vegetables, and you're just like, everything's big, and you don't have a space for it. And like, what am I going to do with this? I got this 5-pound bag of vegetables just to get like the smaller amount for the here and now.
Yeah.
They only take Visa, so that's annoying, and I always forget, and I try to go pay with a card, and then like, what's happening? Why is this not working? And then the attendant comes over, and actually, we only take Visa here. And I'm like, oh, well, that's, now I can't get the rewards on my card, on my other card.
They only do Visa?
They strict around there, ain't they?
Yeah, exactly.
Do they do Apple Pay?
No.
Oh, that's insane, man.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if I'm going to get a membership now, man.
Oh, boy. Sorry, Costco.
Strict.
And the other thing, too, is I always prefer the self-checkout, but they don't leave the guns at the checkout. The one attendant for the whole self-checkout holds the gun. And so because you're buying in bulk, these things are big. Like, I don't want to have to take it out of the cart, try to flip this thing over to scan it. It's all big.
Damn,
you're buying
that old school?
Yeah, you got to call them over. They'll come over, but if they're helping someone else, like, you got to wait. And I go, do you need my help? And then they'll just scan everything in the cart. It's like, why not just leave that at each register? So I love the $1.50 hot dogs. I do love the ability to buy in bulk. There's plenty of positives. I'm not completely shooting down Costco, but after making a few runs to Costco, it's like, this could be a lot more efficient or a lot better. What do we do for such a big, everyone knows Costco. There's so many people that have memberships. It's so popular. We got to clean up some of this stuff. Let's get a little more efficient.
Hey, look, you want to scare me away? Make the place busy.
Yeah.
Man, I do not like a busy anything. It's the reason why I go to the grocery store on Thursday at 1 o'clock. The reason why I go to the barbershop Tuesday at 10 o'clock in the morning. You know what I mean? Like, if the busier it is, the less, whatever it is you got going on over there.
They do have, if you get a certain membership, you get specific hours just for you. So that's supposed to help. I have not gone during those hours, so I don't know how less busy they are, but it's very busy in there. And then the free samples, which are great, but it's like feeding time at the zoo, and everyone just comes stampeding over to get a little slice of something. It can get crazy.
That's the worst, man. That's the reason why I don't really do grocery shopping or go to the grocery store on a Sunday, HEB on a Sunday or maybe a Saturday. I try to go on a random ass Wednesday in the evening when nobody is really trying to grocery shop.
Yeah,
I don't like a crowded place.
Yeah,
man.
I only go in for a couple of things. If I need a bunch of stuff, we are now curbside people.
Yeah,
we'll order now. Now that can go wrong because sometimes it depends on who shops for you.
Yes,
like you pray you get a good curbside attendant, if you will, but that is our route,
dude. To me, that's more worth it than just going in a busy grocery store. To me, man.
Yeah, we're very faithful curbsiders.
Yeah, you want to talk about unpredictable. The Rockets might not be that unpredictable, but sometimes those curbside orders are unpredictable.
It can go wrong sometimes.
I don't know what you're getting. I do like Costco. We just got to clean it up a little bit. Let's be a little more efficient. That's all.
These are my confessions.
So y'all know I love our morning guys, as we all do. Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast, check them out from 6 to 10 every weekday morning. But I do get uncomfortable hearing our morning guys ripping Mike McDaniel. And it's not because it's not just over there. I can't argue with any of the points that are being made, but I do like the idea of a Mike McDaniel type succeeding in the NFL. Like, for me, it's like I'm rooting for Mike McDaniel, but it doesn't have anything to do with him personally or specifically. I don't have a connection to Mike McDaniel. It's more so about what he represents. Like, he's the antithesis of the jock or how you might stereotypically draw up your football coach. And so I'm rooting for that. Not because of him, again, but because I feel like there is a place in the game for the nerds or for the stoners or for the unconventional football types, you know? So, like, I want him to succeed. I hate that in some ways that he's not, because it lends itself to a lot of the mockery that you hear on the, and justifiably so, on the morning show of Mike McDaniel. It makes me uncomfortable because I want a type like that to succeed.
I get that. I was a big Mike McDaniel guy when he was first hired. For those reasons you just said, like, I love this. He's so different. He's quirky. He's silly. He's unique. I like this guy. Then I have to admit, even for me, it's just gotten old. I mean, when you lose, that also hurts. It's hard to go up there and stammer your way through a press conference when the team's 1-4. But just, I don't know, everything about it's just worn on me. And
well, it's the losing. It's got to be the lose. Like, if they were winning, I feel like we'd be like, man, look at this cool guy, you know, and look at the Dolphins, a cool story. But the fact that they're losing and he's kind of weird, and it's like, man, what are we doing here? That's how it feels for a lot of people.
Yeah, I guess that would be. I guess it'd still be fun if they were winning. The other thing that did kind of rub me the wrong way is just like how much he did kind of lean into himself with that glow up, and I thought like, it's a bit too much.
Oh man, don't hate on the.
It's the other thing too. Now that they're 1-4, you see people like look at him with these Louis Vuitton glasses on the sideline, or why is he dressed like that? But when they were winning, it's like, man, look at the swag on this dude with the Louis Vuitton glasses on the sideline, the Gucci shoes rocking on the sideline.
I'm with it.
I
like it.
I kind of like it too. I kind of like it too, and I think he gonna make a damn good offensive coordinator somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I'm sure somebody be knocking down his door trying to have him call plays, because I think he's good with calling plays and stuff like that. I know everybody ain't built to be a head football coach of a whole team like that. Maybe he is, maybe he ain't. But I thought he was kind of cool. I think it was even cooler when I found out he was actually a black guy. I didn't even think he was black at first.
Yeah, I ain't giving him that much credit. I'm just saying. We gotta draw the line somewhere.
Yeah.
He does have a black grandparent, but we gotta draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think he has the makeup to be a good head coach. But
it might be him. Maybe he doesn't, but I hope that he's not representative. Like, he doesn't ruin it, or I don't want to say that he ruins it, but the thought of him doesn't ruin it for the next guy that's unconventional, if that makes sense.
That's why I love Lane Kiffin, because I think he's unconventional. Maybe not to the degree of Mike McDaniel, but I think Lane Kiffin really puts himself out there, and he talks trash, and he does like silly videos with his daughters and everything, and sometimes it's a little awkward and puts himself in hot water, but I've always loved Lane because, I think he's different, and he's willing to go after people and speak his mind, and I appreciate that. So I get it. It's just he's me out at this point.
I think the other person I was kind of rooting for a little bit too, just on the nerdy side alone, was Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
Because he had the background with was it PFF?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He used to work there and all that stuff, and now I'm like, dang, just imagine if he did succeed as an offensive coordinator, eventually got a head coaching job and succeeded there. Now people going to be looking at PFF for some nerdy guys that could potentially be a head coach and some type of offensive guru.
And not a coincidence that's where Bobby Slowick landed. He's some type of offensive assistant for the Dolphins, of course, where the nerds are. And I think his brother works there too.
There you go. Next year, Mike McDaniel comes to Houston to be the OC, and he brings Bobby Slowick back. That's like an analyst.
That would be hilarious.
It really would be.
These are my confessions.
So I want to say the last week or two, this app been kind of going around and videos have been made. It's an app called Sora AI. And this is exactly what you think it is. It's an AI app that create videos that look real. And so the last couple videos that have been circulating around are AI videos of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Tupac, Biggie, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and so many more people in the WWE ring just kind of talking trash. I gotta confess, man, I kind of been enjoying these videos way more than I should.
Whoa.
Yeah,
big.
like I've been enjoying them way too much. Every time I see them, stop watch.
This
man.
is dark, dog.
Yeah,
this is
it's
twisted,
bad,
man. Wait a minute.
And I know, I want to say it was Robin Williams. It was one of Robin Williams too. I haven't seen that one, but I saw his daughter. Her name is Zelda, by the way, which I really like. So that shows you he was a kind of a gamer back in the day. But his daughter made a tweet pretty much saying, "Can you stop making videos of my dad?" And Martin Luther King's daughter, who I think her name is Bernice.
Yeah,
she piggybacked off of that tweet, pretty much saying the same thing about her dad. But man, these videos are hilarious, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they showed a video, AI video of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, pretty much trash talking each other, all in the WWE ring. They show fights. They show a video of, I want to say it was George Washington in the ring. Yes, the president, George Washington. And then all of a sudden you see Abraham Lincoln coming down the tunnel, getting ready to fight these.
Dude, y'all remember?
This AI stuff is crazy, man.
I know y'all remember Celebrity Deathmatch from back in the day.
Loved it.
Yes.
Could you imagine an Abe Lincoln, George Washington Celebrity Deathmatch, or not to be anti-black, but the Martin Luther King, Malcolm X Celebrity Deathmatch? You know what I mean? Like
you got that right now with this, man. This AI stuff is getting insane. I think the scary part is the Tupac and Biggie one.
Yeah.
They kind of showed, I seen some videos of them just doing a podcast, which is really crazy because they died in the 90s, but they had on a podcast with a new iPhone.
That's
just
wild.
Yeah, man. This AI stuff is getting insane.
I saw one with Tupac and Nipsey Hussle at a Lakers game. Like they were like sitting courtside. I didn't watch the video. I just saw it, kind of the preview in my reels, and I was just like mind bleak by it because obviously I know that Tupac and Nipsey did not live in they're both dead, obviously.
They didn't cross each other.
They wouldn't have crossed each other's paths because they're from two totally different generations. So it was just a wild image. It's weird. It's a weird thing.
It reminds me of, did you guys ever see the Chappelle Show skit about Tupac, the new Tupac songs that always seem to come out?
Oh, yeah.
And he's in the club and the new song comes
He
on.
was talking about something current.
Yeah, and then he's talking about the people. You know, Dave Chappelle, you got 2 kids and a wife at go home.
Yeah,
calling out people like in the crowd. It's such a great skit.
Yeah. Could you imagine Dave Chappelle with AI now?
Oh man,
how crazy that show could be.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff is getting out of control though, because I know they're having fun with the people that's no longer here, but just imagine when you start doing stuff with people that is here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then now you might get some lawsuits and stuff like that. I know Taylor Swift sued somebody over I think it was some type of was it deep fake?
Yeah,
some
type.
type.
It's like a weird photo.
Yeah, it was an inappropriate photo. And so just imagine when people start doing videos like this with current people that's still around that's going to make them look bad or hurt their image.
Yeah.
To the point we got to be like, is this fake or is this AI or is this real?
Yeah.
So that's what it's going to get. It's going to get real tricky, man.
For sure. 100%.
Yeah. AI duping a lot of people and has the potential to dupe a lot of people. Voice, video, all of it, man. It's a scary time. Scary time for sure.
Yeah, it can be. Those are our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. Thank you. On the text line, someone said, need to get in the gym if picking things up out of the cart is hard. Appreciate you, 972.
Oh, God.
I'm buying in bulk here.
That's what you got from that?
And also beside the point. Like maybe I don't want to get in the gym or pick anything up. I just want to come here and be convenienced. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm spending my money. I'm a customer.
Look at them complaining about picking up this water to scan it. You need to get in the gym.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now.
Jeez. Sorry. Coming up, it's our weekly college football weekend preview presented by Wrangler. And this weekend, we got a bunch of driveway games in college football. I'll explain what I mean next. It's in the loop.
On Sports Radio 610, live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Time for our weekly college football weekend preview presented by Wrangler. I know John Lopez usually does this, and he comes up with a nice headline, a nice theme for it. I liked the one last week, was really good. Not just because it was, I don't want this reputation that I'm some sort of Swiftie.
You're a Swiftie.
I thought it was the perfect title for the games last week. I liked his angle. It just happened to be about the new Taylor Swift album.
But notice that he didn't say he wasn't a Swiftie. He said he didn't want the reputation of being a Swiftie.
You might be a forced Swiftie.
I noticed the difference, the distinction without the difference there.
That's a good point. I phrased that poorly. I'm a Swiftie by association, I guess.
That's kind of like me being an Adele fan a little bit because I'm forced to be one because of my significant other.
Yeah.
That happens.
I'm going to apologize for that. Now, I got to be in a certain mood to listen to the music.
Her stuff is a little sad,
it'll bring you down if you're not down already.
Yeah, but I got to the point where I'm like, that's actually not a bad album. I'm kind of there with it, but I wouldn't listen to Adele on my own.
Right, yeah.
That's probably how I am with Taylor Swift, too. I probably wouldn't listen to it on my own, but if it's if it's on in the car, it's fine.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe Swifties would flip out to hear me say that what do I think about her music? It's fine.
Yeah, glowing endorsement.
Yeah, it's good.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Well, this week, I'm calling it reality check weekend in college football, and I always refer to this as driveway games. And what I mean by that was I'm the youngest of three boys, and we were a big basketball family, and so I would be feeling good in the driveway playing with my buddies and pick up hoops, and then my older brothers would come out and kind of set me in my place. And so this is, like Big Brother weekend, where these are the driveway games of one team having the ability to put the other team kind of in their place.
Yeah.
And so we have, let me just run through a couple of these and then we can dive in. But number 1, Ohio State is at number 17, Illinois. Sounds great. Good matchup. Illinois' playoff odds can move from 20% to 46% with a victory. However, Ohio State is favored by 14.5. So, and Illinois in their first game this year against a ranked opponent lost 63-10.
Yeah.
So not great there. You have number 7, Indiana, and number 3, Oregon. Similar idea. Both teams 5-0. 2 top 10 teams. Sounds great. Well, Oregon's favored by more than a touchdown in this matchup. If Indiana wins, their playoff odds increase from 72% to 1%. Pretty good. Their margin of victory this year, over 38 points per game. Best in the country. But Indiana's also just 1-19 against ranked teams on the road. And Dan Lanning is 7-1 against ranked teams at home as the head coach of Oregon. We'll see what happens there. And then the third one that really plays into this is number 8, Alabama, at number 14, Missouri. Now, Missouri's 5-0. If they win this weekend, their playoff odds increase from 35% to 54%. They have the number 1 defense this year. They have the third best record amongst SEC teams in the last 3 years, only behind Georgia. Better record than Bama the last 3 years. However, Alabama's favored by 2.5 on the road at Missouri, and Missouri's never beaten Alabama or hasn't beaten them in the last 50 years.
Yeah.
So 3 matchups where on paper they look really good with the rankings and the records, but then you see the lines are kind of misaligned. Those first 2 games, lines of more than a touchdown. That last game I mentioned, Alabama favored on the road, and you also look at the history. Indiana just usually doesn't win games like this. Missouri usually doesn't beat Alabama, right? Illinois beating Ohio State, doesn't happen. So this is that type of deal where you have these teams that feel good, trying to increase their playoff chances, and then the quote-unquote big brothers, Ohio State, Oregon, Alabama, coming in like, let's not think about the college football playoff just yet. You're not quite there.
Yeah, so 2 of these games really interest me. The one that I feel like is most big brother versus little brother that I don't expect to be all that compelling is yours. I don't see it. I guess I can't get Illinois losing by 53 points, as you mentioned earlier, Luke. Losing that game by 53 points, I don't feel like I can get that image out of my head. That still is, to some degree in my mind, who they are, right? Like, I don't know. I get that they come back with a win against USC, and who did they beat after that? It was either South Florida or somebody like that. But your first conference game, your first game against a ranked opponent, and you lose by 53 points, and you're going to go do something against Ohio State, I don't see it happening. So I'm kind of down on that game. But when we get past that, like the Indiana-Oregon game is a lot more intriguing to me now than it would have been, say, at the beginning of the season when Penn State was supposed to be a lot better. Now that they've fallen out of favor, this game has much greater playoff implications than it did before. So I'm intrigued by that. And on top of the fact, on the little brother side of it, Indiana as a program, still hard to buy into Indiana as a football program. It's just hard conceptually to do, even if you want to give them credit for what they did last year and how they're looking right now. So, can they rise to this occasion against Oregon? I'm intrigued by it. I'm definitely going to be like paying more attention to that game than I probably will be Ohio State and Illinois, when I just expect the Buckeyes to win that game. And a similar case with Missouri and Alabama. Like, think about what that scene is going to look like if Missouri is able to beat a gettable Alabama team. And like you mentioned, Missouri's got one of the better defenses that you'll find. They can beat Alabama, having not done it in 50 years, which is safe to say that almost nobody in the game at the game will be able to have remembered when this happened. That is exciting, and I think it's a doable, like, actual thing that could happen. The game is at Missouri, so I'm intrigued by the latter of the two games that you mentioned. Not as much Ohio State. I think that's going to be a cupcake, even though they're on the road.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And I'm in line with Vegas, too, where the shortest favorite is that Alabama-Missouri game. I give Missouri the best chance to actually win. They're at home. They're only a 2.5-point underdog. I'm not sold on Alabama this year, but I also don't know if Missouri's ready to go beat them just yet. Indiana, I'm in line with you. I like Kurt Cignetti. I put him almost in a similar class as Lane Kiffin, of this like brash, outspoken head coach, no apologies, very confident guy. I like him. I liked him at JMU. Now he's building up Indiana, but it's still Indiana. I don't know if they're ready yet to go on the road and beat an Oregon or go be a true contender in the playoffs. I mean, we saw it last year, the difference at the end of the season between Indiana and some of the more top teams, Indiana and Notre Dame. So we'll see what we get out of these games. But on paper, there's some fun matchups, certainly the best. And then two other ones I didn't mention. I mean, come on. Have to bring it up. Number 6, Oklahoma against Texas.
Come on, man. Do we have to?
And this is why I mentioned it, though. Oklahoma, and I know they have questions at the quarterback position, although he is probable and expected to play. Oklahoma's the number 6 team in the country. They're 5-0. Texas is 3-2. I know it's this is essentially a Texas home game. Give the 3 points if you want, whatever. But Texas is favored in this game by 1.5. That surprises me.
It used as long as beat Oklahoma, because they used to. It's been an issue for them, right? As long as they beat Oklahoma, all is well. But now they got had championship aspirations, come in as the number 1 ranked team. It's like, man, if you lose to Oklahoma and win the rest of the games, you're still in a good position. Now it's back to that, oh, man, how much can you salvage the season, but can you at least beat Oklahoma? Low vibrations for me for this game, not expecting a lot. The whole Arch Manning thing and him not being nearly as good as people projected.
Yep.
And it seems like Oklahoma is always figuring it out at quarterback. Obviously with Venables and their defense, like Oklahoma's a legit team. I hate to even say it, but they're everything that I wish, in a lot of ways, that I wish Texas actually was. Like, they're explosive. Texas doesn't have a lot of explosive players. It's a real rough watch for me. I'm probably going to be looking elsewhere for my football entertainment this weekend.
Wow.
And peeking over to see what the score is. I'm lying. I'll have the game up, and I'll be, face down the whole time, unfortunately.
And we'll see. Texas favored. I don't know. Throw the records out the window, to use that cliche in this rivalry matchup.
Get out of here, man. I don't know if it's the algorithm again, the same thing that had them ranked number 1, or the same thing that had Arch Manning as a Heisman Trophy candidate. I don't know if it's the algorithm that's doing that's got them favored. We're talking about actual betting lines, but they, to me, should not be favored in this game. I would say, though, I'll point out, since you mentioned Indiana, to me, the same argument against Illinois that I had earlier, about them losing big, by that margin, is an argument for Indiana. Like, this is a team up 60 on another decent team. So that, to me, makes that Indiana-Oregon game, knowing what Indiana has and what they're capable of, a really interesting matchup.
And then the last one I will throw in that doesn't quite fit as strongly with my whole narrative this weekend of that reality check weekend, kind of Big Brother weekend. This doesn't necessarily play with the Big Brother, but more so reality check. Number 15, Michigan, takes on unranked USC. And again, I know it's at USC, so you get the 3 points for home field advantage maybe. But USC is favored by 2.5 in that game against Michigan. So this is a weekend where some, at least just simply going off the betting lines, which isn't the be-all, end-all, but usually a pretty good indicator. And looking at that, some interesting matchups this weekend where things might not go as expected just simply based off of ranking, record, and, on paper. But as Chris Berman would always say, that's why they play the games.
Yeah. I'm enjoying just getting used to these West Coast teams being in the Big Ten and like this being like USC and Michigan being conference opponents.
Cool.
It's a mind bleep if you've been following college football your whole life, but you're like, this is the new world order.
Ohio State, Oregon. In the regular season.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
I am tired of the coaches, though, complaining about the travel. We get that a lot. Come on, suck it up.
Yeah, man. You get paid handsomely to travel a lot.
Yeah.
Get with it.
Yeah, seriously. So I'm deeming it at least reality check weekend. Got a bunch of driveway games with Big Brothers having an opportunity to put some teams in their place. That's our college football weekend preview presented by Wrangler. Also, in case you were curious, the Cougars are at Oklahoma State tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time. And it's a 4-1 team against a 1-4 team. So.
Yeah, unlike last week when I did not love their chances against Texas Tech, and that turned out to be appropriate.
Yeah,
I do like their chances against a pitiful Oklahoma State team that finally had to get rid of Gundy and is at a turning point in their program. Whereas the Cougars, despite losing last week to Texas Tech, appear to be on the upswing. So shout out to Willie Fritz, my guy, and shout out to the Cougs. Go Cougs, baby.
Yeah, we'll see if they get that victory tomorrow morning. In the meantime, we got a U of H giveaway. Caller number 6 right now wins 4 tickets to their next game, which is next Saturday at home against Arizona, October 18th. Tickets are courtesy of the University of Houston. Caller number 6. Give us a call, 713-572-4610. Caller number 6, you get 4 tickets to next week's game, October 18th, against Arizona. We'll do a little buy or sell next. It's in the loop.
Shores, guys. Saturday, it's happening down at Driftwood Shore.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Luke Morrow and Brandon Scott in for the guys here on this Football Friday. Figgy Fig on the steel wheels. Appreciate you hanging with us. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. Didn't realize that Costco and Sam's Club was such a bitter rivalry. A lot of feedback on the text line about those two and why one's better than the other.
I don't think anything we've discussed over the past couple of days has gotten them going more than that.
I know it.
You can never predict it, man. What's going to really get the people going? It's that Sam's Costco rivalry.
Man, it's true. So yesterday, I know typically here on In the Loop they do buy or sell on Thursdays. And because of the Astros breaking news, we bumped buy or sell. But I thought, it'd be fun, and we had some good questions. Why not? Let's run through it on a Football Friday. The Texans aren't playing this weekend, plus there's plenty of Texans topics involved here. So why not do a little buy or sell here on this Friday? Instead, we'll change things up and run through some of the things.
Yeah,
some
why
of
not?
these things.
Let's do it.
So let's do it. I will ask you guys a topic or a question. Obviously, you tell me if you're buying or selling. Number one, Joe Mixon has played his final game in a Texans uniform. Are you buying or selling that?
So I would like to sell that. I'd like to be optimistic enough to think he's going to be back. The time off will heal whatever it is that's wrong with him. But notice how I said whatever it is that's wrong with him, right? The mysterious nature of this, the mystery behind the injury, the unwillingness to talk about it for whatever reasons, or if you want to agree or justify it or whatever, it doesn't matter where you fall on it. It is the fact that they haven't said much about it. And then the most recent thing that we heard about it was we'll see how it is in a few weeks. Not he'll be ready in a few weeks. It's like they're going to assess and decide if he'll be ready in a few weeks. And then by a few weeks, by the time a few weeks comes by, they'll be like 8 weeks into the season. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I want to sell it, but I've got to buy that based off of if I'm selling it, it's just being an optimistic Texans fan. It's not being a realist. I want to be real with the audience, so I got to sell it.
Figgy, you buying or selling? Joe Mixon has played his last game in a Texans uniform.
Or I'm buying that, to be clear, because you said playing his last game.
He has played his last game.
So I will buy that.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to buy it too. I think he played his last game, and especially knowing how the running back position is. I'm not sure. He's a little older. Was he like 29 now? 28?
Yeah, it should be right at there. He's older than 28.
30, about 30.
29 or 30, yeah.
Yeah, I could see them probably, hopefully, I've been saying it for the last couple of years, I could see them probably taking the running back position a little more serious and just kind of moving on from him, man, because this has been a really bizarre injury, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I don't even know exactly what it is, man. But if Woody Marks keep playing how he's playing, I could see them probably just moving on from him, man.
Yeah, and this would have been the age 29 season. Like, he's obviously already missed 5 games of it, but this would be the age. He turned 29 in July. So if he doesn't play this year, then you're starting to talk about Joe Mixon on the other side of 30 and what that looks like and how you feel about it.
Yeah.
And he's under contract for one more year after this year, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe, I mean, they've been kind of rolling a little weird too, so maybe they might keep him for that last year. But I'm not sure with this injury, man.
Yeah, I mean, even just having the injury, like even if they do keep him past this year, you're gonna have your questions now. It's not like Joe Mixon's back that solves everything. Like once he's gone for a certain amount of time, and if you get some clarity on what the actual injury is, that depending on what that information is, that could concern you even more about his future here.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy it. I think, for better or worse. Unfortunately, Joe Mixon is done as a Texan. Topic number 2, or question number 2. In retaining Joe Espada and Dana Brown, the Astros have the right people in place to lead them back to a World Series. Are you buying or selling?
I'm going to reluctantly buy and hopefully not have buyer's remorse. Like, look, I think there are rightful questions about – I think I believe in Joe Espada way more right now, which is not where I would have said I was when they first kind of made this regime change. But the question with Dana Brown, can they build up the farm system and build through the draft the way the Astros are going to have to do? Because it's not that they don't spend money at all, but they're very, very selective about how they spend that dollar. It's not like they're going to go out like Kyle Tucker's going to be on the market, right? Well, they already traded him. They're not interested in that. Alex Bregman's going to be on the market again, right, because he's going to opt out of his contract. There's a reason for that. He could have still been an Astro. So these are not the type of players they're going to be in the market for. So it's Dana Brown drafting, and subsequently is the Dana Brown regime developing prospects in a way that's like true to the whole appeal of Dana Brown as former scout, like the scout GM, right? And I still don't have a great answer for that. So I'll go ahead and buy this because I do believe in Joe Espada, but I am reluctant on this purchase.
Yeah, I think I'm going to kind of buy this too, man, because I do feel like Dana Brown, I know he get criticized a lot, but I do feel like he be kind of cooking when it comes to trade deadline deals a little bit, just little pieces. Like, remember last year he got Kikuchi? Yeah. And I was sitting here, I was probably the one like, man, look at his ER. Why is you trading somebody like that, trading for somebody like that? And he was probably one of your best pitchers on the squad.
Got him paid. Ended up getting him paid for sure.
Yeah. So, I think I'm a buy. I think it's tough because you kind of question the talent on the squad if it could get you to the World Series. But I do feel like I feel like Joe Espada to a World Series.
I'm going to sell my own question. I'm just not a Dana Brown guy. All due respect, Dana. I like Joe Espada more. I don't know if Joe Espada is really a World Series manager either, but I think nowadays in baseball, you don't have to be the top like Joe Torre, Tony La Russa type of guy. I don't know if Dana Brown could put together a World Series roster right now. Next one, buy or sell. The Texans will reach 10 wins again this season. They're 2-3 at the bye week. Do they get to 10 victories this year? Buy or sell?
I'm gonna buy this, man, and this is part of me just sticking with my own prediction. I feel a lot better now than I did 2 weeks ago when they lost. If we had done this segment after that Jags game, oh my God, could I have told you how I'm not buying this at all, how they have no shot at it. It's a pitiful outfit. It's really bad. But now you're starting to see enough signs of, first of all, we know that it's a championship level defense. Can the offense not screw it up? I don't know how great they're going to be. I don't know how elite of an offense is going to be, but I do believe in the quarterback. I do believe in some of the pieces, particularly their weapons. The offensive line is starting to look better. The offensive coordinator is getting more comfortable. I do think that they at least have the ingredients to do the thing that I said they were going to do at the beginning of the year. That's win 10 games. I'm going to buy this. I'm going to stick with it. Not going to be wishy-washy, but boy, did it not look rough those first few weeks.
Yeah, I'm going to sell this. I think they're going to come up a little bit short. I think they probably going to get the 9 games just off the strength of looking who's around. Yeah. I think I really am crashing down. I think they're going to be around. I think the Jags, hate to say it, but I think they probably going to be in the way a little bit too. So you probably going to have 3 teams in the division right there that's probably flirting with maybe 9 to 10 to 8 games. They're going to be flirting around that area. So I think just by default, I think they might come up short with 9.
The question is kind of like, who are the Texans, right? Are they the team that lost to the Jags, or are they the team that you just saw, albeit against a skeleton crew of a Ravens team, but the way that looked? Are they that team, or are they the one from 2 weeks ago against the Jags? That'll kind of answer the question.
Can't wait to find out on Monday night against the Seahawks. I mean, you jump right back into it. I think we'll have some more clarity even right away, right out of the bye. Next topic, Reed Sheppard, buy or sell, will lead the Rockets in starts at point guard. What I really mean is he'll get the most reps at point guard over Amen Thompson, over anyone else on the roster, over anyone outside of the organization right now because they might make a move midseason. Will Reed Sheppard have more plays at the point guard position than anybody else for a Rockets in a Rockets uniform this year? Buy or sell?
I'm gonna sell this with the caveat of I think he's gonna start games, and like in a traditional sense, you'll see him as the point guard. But the way it's actually gonna play out on the court, I think Amen Thompson will be the much more ball dominant player, and you'll see him handle it plenty. and like have moments where he's like the point guard and they're kind of alternating a little bit. But I think it's going to be a lot of Amin Thompson making the decisions with the ball in his hand, Shepard's shooting ability, scoring ability. So I'm going to sell this, but with the caveat of him actually being in the starting lineup, but actually kind of playing more of a shooting guard role despite the body type difference.
I agree 100% with what you say. I'm selling it. Yeah, I'm selling it too. I think they're gonna look at Amin as the point guard, and even if they want to kind of go big a little bit and have Amin as the point guard, and maybe Reed come off the bench as the point guard, a little bit. But I think Amin, they're gonna try to have him as that point guard to kind of see how that works.
Yeah, their playmakers are Amin Thompson and Alperen Şengün. And obviously, Alperen Şengün is their center, but that's where a lot of the playmaking and the point guard-y stuff is going to come from. The passing and setting up plays is going to come from those two guys. And Reed Shepard, to his credit, is going to benefit from that as a shooter, but won't be viewing him as like from the traditional point guard sense.
Yeah, I think I would sell as well. I'm in line with you guys. Figgy kind of already alluded to this or answered this, but the AFC South will finish as the best division in the AFC. Buy or sell? Are you buying or selling this hot start for the division?
I'm going to go ahead and sell that because that will require the Jags to be taken more seriously than I'm willing to do. And that could just be the Texans fan in me. That could be the anti-Jags in me. But I'm going to go ahead and lean into who I am, and that is anti-Jags, and I refuse to believe. Now, I will admit, this Colts thing is bothering me. It is worrying me a little bit. You know, I asked Dave about, is he worried about the division? When I say I'm worried about the division, I'm worried about them figuring it out with Daniel Jones because it seems like they have. You know, like that doesn't look like fool's gold. That looks real to me. But to me, this would require Jacksonville to be better than what I think they actually are, with all due respect to what they just did against the Chiefs. So I'm going to go ahead and sell them being the best division in the AFC. I think, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and sell that.
Yeah, I'm going to buy it, man, because I'm looking at all these AFC divisions, and possibly the AFC East can be a little competitive. I mean, it's only two people. It's only two teams in the AFC East that's probably competing, but I'm looking around, man. I just think that one, the AFC South, going to be a little tougher than anyone expected, man, because the Colts, they're looking like they're good. The Jags, I'm not quite sure, but like I said, they're gonna be in the way a little bit. They got a good win against the Chiefs. So and I think the Texans, I think they're picking up steam. So unless anybody feel like the Texans are gonna fall flat and those last two wins didn't mean anything, I think it's gonna be a 3-man race, man.
Yeah, my instinct wants to tell me that. So my instinct wants to tell me that the AFC West is the strongest team in the AFC. Because if the Chiefs are going to be the third best team and the Broncos and the Chargers are legitimate, then that is kind of where I'm leaning. But I don't know. It's definitely a toss-up at this point, but conventional wisdom tells me Chiefs, Chargers, Broncos, of course, that to me is a stronger 3-team fit, even though the numbers don't say that and the record doesn't say that. That's just my feeling.
But even when you look at the AFC West, I'm not sure what to think of the Broncos, man. I know they got a good defense and all that stuff. You got Sean Payton, but I'm not sure what to think of Bo Nix, man. I'm not sure if I should really take to me, they kind of remind me of the Jags a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And I think highly or higher of the Broncos than I do the Jags. Now, that could be just an anti-Jag sentiment.
Yeah.
The record obviously is in favor of the Jags. The Jags just beat the Texans a couple of weeks ago. But I'm believing more in Sean Payton and Bo Nix than I am Lynn Cohen and Trevor Lawrence, despite the fact that they have looked better so far.
Yeah. I'm with you guys in the sense that I don't think this division will fall off, but the AFC West just might have a better trio. Those teams might, the Chiefs might get it going, and the Broncos and Chargers are already there. Last one, real quick. October is the best month of the year. Buy or sell?
Definitely in Houston. For like this is not even close. This is the one I can say easily. With my chest, is that October in Houston specifically is the best month of the year. Y'all see I got my hoodie on for the first time this season.
I know.
My best gear is my winter gear, but I only get to wear it for like 6 to 8 weeks or whatever it is. Yeah, man, give me October in Houston every time.
I agree, man. For everything you said, I'm buying that. Plus, it's my birthday month.
Ah, so there you go.
I'm totally fine with that.
That's right. I think October is the best because, like you said, weather-wise, it starts to cool down. It's nice, and then obviously baseball, NBA starts, NHL starts, NFL and college football are midseason, and then I love Halloween. So you get scary movies, you get candy this month. October, I think, is the best month out of the year. I'm all for it. That's buy or sell for this week here on In the Loop. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, by visiting ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Coming up next, we got Figgy's mixtape. Figgy, what's going on today?
Yeah, so I got to give an update to the people of Houston. A little traffic update just in case you travel on I-10 near downtown. There's going to be some big updates going on. Plus, Kendrick Perkins, remember I played him last week talking about C.J. Stroud. Well, he ain't backing down for what he said.
All right, can't wait to hear it. We'll do it next. It's In the Loop.
Texans GM Nick Cassell. And going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So I just want to give an update to the people of Houston on what's going on as far as traffic. So if your normal commute is near I-10, kind of close to downtown, going into downtown, it will be a little worse starting in 2 weeks. So that's not a great thing. And here is Cron.com with the update.
Houston, here's what's about to ruin your commute. Starting October 24th, TxDOT is kicking off a massive construction phase on I-10 near downtown, cutting westbound lanes down to 2 between I-45 and Houston Avenue. That traffic switch will last through mid-2026 while crews build new elevated main lines over White Oak Bayou. And it's not just that stretch. 2 big connector ramps are also shutting down. The I-45 southbound connector to I-10 westbound, including the HOV lane, will be completely closed. The I-10 eastbound connector to I-45 northbound stays closed through 2028.
It's going to be tough, man.
Yo, this is the reason why the best days for me, I'm at that age now, where the best days for me in my life are the ones where I don't have to leave my Missouri City, Sugar Land, Stafford bubble. Like if the furthest I go from my Missouri City home is to somewhere in Sugar Land or somewhere in Stafford, that is a win for me because I don't want to deal with none of that. None of it.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. So I know it's a lot of people that travel I-10 to get to downtown and all that stuff. But, yeah, it's going to be a little more traffic, man. And I hate the whole cut down to 2 lanes, man.
Yeah.
That's the worst part about that clip.
It's just too many people. It's too big of a place. Too many people here to be cutting anything down. Anything that's a major thoroughfare, to be cutting it down to 2 lanes is crazy. And what is the deal with us always having some construction? Nothing can ever just be fixed and finished and we be happy about it, right? We finish one thing, got to start another thing. You got to remake the whole. Like if you were to look at Houston when people around our age started driving and what the highways looked like, 610 and 290 interchange and what that looked like then versus what it looks like now, everything's got to be different. Always changing stuff. When can we just be happy? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point because I think I mentioned this on air before, but I remember having a conversation a few months ago with like an engineer, and he works with the city and city planning and everything. He's not from here originally, and he said that's the one thing about Houston is like it's always rebuilding and it's always trying to do new things. If you go to old area of like what the city used to be, and it's still there, that like kind of old town. But he's like, if you come to Houston, like when I first came here, I was asking people like, where can I go to see like the old part of town, the old Houston?
Can't.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, everything's just new or being rebuilt here. All these other older cities have those areas that they still preserve with these, here it's just always remaking.
Hey, I hate to say this. You know where you can go, Fig?
Where?
Go down there off of Kirby and look at that Astrodome.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, they keeping that joint up.
That's the one relic. That's the one relic. And then it's just that grass that's there where Astroworld used to be. Just imagine a theme park. Used to be one.
Yeah, that's wild, man. But yeah, man. So it's gonna be a little more crowded in a couple weeks. So just be on the lookout for that. As I continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. This is kind of Houston related, I guess, because this guy, I think he's an honorary Houstonian. But one Aubrey Graham, he go by the name of Drake. He had a lawsuit against his record label UMG, aka Universal, and you guys probably heard the song. If you watched the Super Bowl, you probably seen one Kendrick Lamar perform this song called "Not Like Us." I will not play it because I'm a little tired of the song, but Drake apparently sued UMG over this song, and the song "Not Like Us" from Kendrick Lamar, and the lawsuit was dismissed. So he's not. He already took the L in the other L in court.
Yeah, and that's got to be the worst. You want to talk about earlier our question today? What's the worst way that your team lost a game? This is a pretty bad way to lose too. To take the L in the court of public opinion and then the actual courtroom.
You took a L in the streets and in court.
Not to mention the fact just him filing the lawsuit. Like, hip hop's got this, street mentality. Sometimes it's kind of rough exterior. Like, we don't settle our disputes in the courtroom, dog. Like, get in the booth and do your thing, or just take your L, right?
Yeah.
If you got to do that, to be litigious. Hip hop is not a litigious sport, if you will. So to go if you do that, you better win. And he did not.
Yeah, it's almost like when someone tries to storm off to make a point or win the argument, and then they end up like slipping or they do something to further embarrass themselves.
They fall in the pool or something.
Yeah, right. And it's similar here, where like, this is just salt in the wound, insult to injury here.
Yeah, so he took 2 L's when it comes to this battle. And I think people probably running up the song "Not Like Us," which I'm tired of hearing. But now people are like, oh yeah, let's go play that song again. So I feel like this lawsuit kind of made it worse for him.
Yeah.
Because now "Not Like Us" is trending again.
Dude, it's like it's one of those beats now too that you hear in stadiums. Like, I'm listening to obviously this is the Dodgers, it's in LA, and their organ is part of what they do in their in-game experience. But you cannot watch a Dodgers game now and not hear dun, 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 on the organ.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. It's like a part of sporting experience.
They actually played that song in the Dynamo too, kind of walking in the concourse.
It's now.
Yeah. So happy trails to Drake for losing that lawsuit. All right, I got to get to this as we continue the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Kendrick Perkins. So I played his comments about C.J. Stroud last week. This was after the Titans game, after the 26-0 win over the Titans. And this was Kendrick Perkins. This is what he had to say last week after that win.
He's not that quarterback that's going to take the Texans and the Texans fan base to the promised land. He's not, bro. And you know this. How much film y'all watch on the quarterback?
Enough.
Huh?
Yeah.
A lot, right? So from his rookie season till now, has he went forward or backwards?
He regressed.
Hold on. He's regressed. And the thing that I'm watching about him, he still can't throw to his left side. That's a problem. He still don't know how to scan the field when his first option is not there. That's another problem. So when I'm looking at it, is he your guy? No, he's not your guy.
Man,
that kind of shocked me. You could tell he, like, I ain't played the whole clip, but you could tell it seemed like he kind of had it in for the Texans. Like, nah, because Lil Kiki was kind of praising them for getting their first win, and he was just kind of, from the beginning, was kind of put off a little bit. And then when he came with CJ can't throw to the left, like, dog, are you talking basketball?
Yeah. It's such bad commentary. It's so bad. And I don't know, like, he's talking about how much film y'all watch of the quarterback. That didn't sound like nobody on that. And look, with all due respect to people that's not watching film, like, everybody doesn't have to be a film watcher to have intelligent conversations about football. But don't paint it that way. Like, I broke down the tape, and I determined that C.J. Stroud can't throw left. That did not happen, okay? Kendrick Perkins has not broken down any tape, and there is no tape out there that suggests that C.J. Stroud cannot throw to his left. I don't know what Buddy is out there talking about.
Yeah, I don't think Kendrick Perkins is very good on analyzing or breaking down basketball, his sport, so I don't know why I should even care what he has to say about football.
Yeah. Well, this is what he had to say. So, as we know, the Texans beat the Baltimore Ravens, beat the brakes off of them, 44-10. And they had him back on. And this was on Lil Kiki's podcast, Legend Talk, by the way. And Lil Kiki thought he was going to have to apologize to the city because he said some rough things last week. And they got another win, another big win. And he said he ain't apologizing for nothing. Here's Kendrick Perkins.
Look, the Texans fan base, if y'all thought I was going to come on here this week and say I apologize and all that, you got it wrong. And you think I give a damn? Listen, I got banned, okay? I got banned. I was supposed to get, be on the field for ribbon cutting on the 28th. I get a message that says, hey, we saw your comments on Legend Talk about C.J. Stroud, and so you can't be part of the ceremony. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So now you really under the radar. Now I'm really watching. You on the clock for real now.
That's actually sort of newsworthy. I don't know why they would have Kendrick Perkins in to begin with. I understand he's from Beaumont, which is not Houston. But I don't know why he would have been a part of a ribbon cutting to begin with. But the fact that I don't know how I feel about the Texans being sensitive enough about whatever he said to ban him from the. But to be fair, if you're gonna be talking this, hot stuff away from, then don't come over here and try to be crude, right? I get that, but yeah, no, you know what? We also don't care about what you talking about because you're clearly not informed, Mr. Kendrick Perkins, right? Like, we don't need your apology because what you said at the time. Forget about them beating the Ravens. What he said at the time when he said it sounded silly and uninformed. So we don't. At that point, whether you apologize or double down, your credibility has been lost.
And I didn't even look at it as the Texans are mad at what he said. It was kind of like, all right, you know what? It might not be a good idea for you to be at our ribbon cutting after you were sitting here talking all this nonsense. It probably got people pissed off, fans pissed off.
Yeah.
So that, to me right there, that don't even make sense to hear those comments and then be at the ribbon cutting supporting. At that point, it's just like, all right, man, you know what? This might not be the best idea to have you there.
Yeah.
A week after you, like a week after you was CJ Stroud, ain't it?
Yeah, and look, shout out to the 409. I love the people of Beaumont, and my mama's from out that way. But it ain't like he's one of Houston's finest. Bro, you from Beaumont. I don't even understand. I'm trying to figure out what the connection would be.
Yeah. Do we buy that story? Do you think he did actually get banned?
That's a weird story.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What was the ribbon cutting?
Yeah, what the ribbon cutting for what? First of all, like, I know they'll have early November, they'll have the Ring of Honor thing for Janice McNair. But I don't know what the ribbon cutting would be for unless it's some kind of charity thing. It could be that. But no, I think everybody will be fine without Kendrick Perkins around and without his approval of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I guess the Chronicles reached out to the Texans, and they have not responded yet on this matter. So we might get some answer. I don't know. I find it hard to believe, honestly, that based off of something he said on a podcast about a quarterback, which wasn't personal, like he was just talking about, he was giving his opinion on what he's seen on the field. He wasn't trying to go after his character or anything, that the Texans would then ban him from some sort of ceremony on the field.
It seems a little petty.
Yeah. Look, I feel like they dodged the bullet. I don't think nobody gonna shed no tears that Kendrick Perkins is not there.
I could see them. I mean, they got relationships with Kiki though, so I could see them being tapped into the podcast and kind of And obviously these comments make their rounds, especially within the Texans fan base. But, I mean, what are we doing? What is the reason? What is the connection? We're good on you, Kendrick Perkins. No disrespect. Shout out to Beaumont and Ozan and all of that, but we're good.
Yeah. All right, I'll get you out of here on this. Thoughts and prayers. A salute to the one and only Sister Jean. Sister Jean, we seen her during the Loyola University of Chicago during the NCAA tournament a couple years ago and all that stuff. And actually, she was making the headlines last week during this time because I had thought she passed away, but she had retired from her second job or whatever it was. She actually passed away. Was it last night? I think it was last night. I believe so. Yeah, so at the age of 106 years old, she passed away. So special rest in peace.
Yeah,
Sister
man.
Jean.
Yeah, Sister Jean. I do wonder, I'm always impressed by somebody living that long, but I also wonder, like, how you feel at 100 plus? What your body feel like? I mean, I'm 36. Every time I get out of this chair, I go, oh.
Dude, she just retired last week, though.
That's what happened.
It might have been last week around this exact time because it popped up on the screen, and it looked like it was a rest in peace type of graphic.
Yeah.
And so it caught me off guard, and I'm like, oh, she's retiring.
Yeah.
So, man, rest in peace. That's a nice little run, man.
Yeah, and
she was still active.
Literally worked until the end, until the very end. Rest in peace to her.
That's what they say always happens, right? You retire, and then, unfortunately, it's the whole, like, body in motion stays in motion type of thing.
Yeah.
Once you retire, then, things can go south sometimes. Yeah. Rest in peace to her. We would all be so lucky or so blessed to be able to live 106 years.
Yeah, man. God is good. That is amazing. Shout out to her, man.
Thoughts and prayers to her family. Sister Jean passing away overnight. When we come back, it's a Friday staple. We always finish out the week here on In the Loop by drafting the weekend. And even though the Texans aren't playing this weekend, plenty of games worth tuning in. So we will draft the weekend when we come back. Plus, we'll catch up with the guys from The Drive who are out on location once again this football Friday. We'll do it next in the Loop.
All right, Driftwood Shores, guys. Saturday, it's happening down at
Thank you, Figgy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott as we put a bow on this Football Friday and the week for In the Loop. We'll draft the weekend in just a moment and also catch up with the guys of the drive. Clint and Ron are out at Boomer Jacks today in Katy from 2 to 6, of course, normal time slot for their show for a Football Friday. So head on out there and hang with them at Boomer Jacks at Grand West Boulevard in Katy. So swing by, hang out with them, start off the weekend with the fellas from the drive. We'll say hello to them in a few moments.
Man, they're getting popular in Katy, man. They're getting real popular there. They've done, oh, man, I'm forgetting the place that's right next to the home run dugout that we were at a couple of weeks ago. But say all that to say, man, you can almost always, whether it's Sugar Land or Katy, man, they're starting to corner that market a little bit, man.
I think the most important thing is they actually had those glasses out there today, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I want to say it's the In the Loop glasses.
Oh, okay.
So,
in the Loop glasses. Get you a glass with
yeah.
Biggie and Reggie and John's silhouettes on them.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah, for sure. Just another good reason to go out and say hello and hang out with them this afternoon and start off the weekend right. Let's draft said weekend. Now, Figgy, you're the only, let's say, regular of In the Loop that's here today, so I will allow you to draft first if you would like, or you could choose whatever draft position you want as we draft the most interesting games of the weekend.
Yeah, you just won the draft lottery over here, Figgy.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah. So I'm down with that. And with my first pick in the 2020, no, I'm just playing.
Get the little chimes.
Yeah, I gotta go with a little baseball, man. Detroit versus Seattle. That's gonna be a good game, man. It's gonna be very intense, and I have no dog in the fight. Kind of root for Detroit a little bit. I never cared for Detroit, but kind of rooting for AJ Hinch a little bit, but mainly because I don't care for Seattle.
Yeah, honestly, that was probably going to be number one on my ball on a Football Friday, and then you went number one overall. So there
that's
you go.
A very important game. Win or go home.
Absolutely, I love it.
I feel like we're all kind of in consensus here because I was going to draft them too.
Oh, really?
Like, look, it's obviously a Football Friday. Texans happen to be in the bye week, and I was mentioning this earlier how peculiar of a sports week it's been for me with the football team on the bye week, the baseball team not being involved in the postseason for the first time in a decade. Of course, your basketball team just happens to have Kevin Durant now. That's kind of new, right? So it's just been a weird and different kind of week, but I am enjoying, and I didn't mention this in confessions, this would have been one of mine. I'm enjoying these playoffs. Like, I'm actually enjoying not having the Astros in it, because, like, I have a different level of investment in it. There's just kind of a detachment from the result, and I get to just enjoy it, and it's been really fun. This series, right, is a really fun series between the Tigers and the Mariners, so I think that's a worthwhile number one overall pick, and I would even go into the weekend because it's win or go home for both series now between the Tigers and the Mariners, and then even going into Saturday between the Cubs and the Brewers, which has been a compelling series in its own right.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so Mariners, Tigers, first pick off the board. B. Scott, I'll let you go second. What are you taking?
All right, well, let's kind of stick with the Seattle theme, right? And then let's get back to football a little bit, right? And I will draft Seattle at Jacksonville. I feel like this is the only noon game that I really care about. I understand the Colts are playing at noon as well, but I'm not really big on this noon slate, but this is what's going to keep me locked in, right? I do want to watch this game. Jacksonville, for obvious reasons. Jacksonville is a division opponent. Not just that, they got a pretty good record, so you got to hunt them down. You also play them again this year, and Seattle is your next opponent, so you want to scout the opponent on a day and at a time when you normally play, Sunday at noon. You're not playing this week, so scout your opponent. That'll be the one that I draft. Pretty simple, but on a Football Friday, let's look at the next opponent.
For sure. I get that. I think there's only 3 good matchups this Sunday in the NFL. That's one of them. I'll take another one. Sunday Night Football, Chiefs, Lions. That's outside of the Texans element. That's the game I'm looking forward to the most. Chiefs are favored by 2.5 at home. The total is 53, despite being a Sunday night game. You know, the Chiefs offense hasn't been consistent throughout this year, and the Lions offense obviously at times has been a juggernaut again. So anyways, it's just a fun matchup in Kansas City. Goff hasn't been as good outdoors. Let's see what Mahomes and the Chiefs have, because if they lose that game, Now you're looking at 2-4 and a deeper hole. So, meanwhile, the Lions will be 5-1 with a victory. It's hard for me to believe. I thought they would fall back this year. Yeah. So, anyways, that's my pick. I think it's the game of the weekend, Sunday Night Football for a reason, Lions-Chiefs.
Yeah. So, my next pick is I'm going to switch over to college football. I got to go with Indiana and Oregon. Mm-hmm. So, I think that one, a little Big Ten action. It's still kind of weird to see Indiana be in the top premier football type of school. But I don't know. I think this one going to say a lot for Indiana if they can beat Oregon. Yeah. Because I think Oregon is one of the better teams in college right now. Indiana can knock them off. That's going to be very interesting, man.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's the big test for Indiana. You could look at it as a test for both of them. Yeah. You give Indiana the proper respect, but Indiana more so because, again, it's just hard imagining that Indiana has all of a sudden become this really good college football program, but over the last couple of years they are, and this will be a big step in that direction. I understand they were in the playoffs last year. This will be a big step in that direction. I feel like the game's got much greater implications than it did going into the season. So, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think this is, for me, probably the college football game to watch.
Adam Spillane is smiling ear to ear right now, man, looking at this game.
Yeah. Indiana.
But Adam Spillane also known to be a Debbie Downer and negative.
He probably putting this game off. Oh, they're not going to win.
Oh, he's definitely me with the Red River rivalry. He's definitely me with Texas and Oklahoma, like not thinking that his team has a chance, even if they actually do.
I do think Indiana might be overmatched. We'll see. I hope it's a good game. I fear it might not be. I fear it might be a bit of a blowout. What's your second round pick, B. Scott?
All right, so since you went ahead and went with this one, I'll go with the other college football game that we talked about earlier in the show, and that's going to be Alabama and Missouri. The fact that I feel like Missouri has a legitimate chance to win this game, and they have not beaten Alabama in 50 years, that history alone makes you think that they don't have a chance. But if you just look at the teams, look at Alabama kind of taking a step back, and Missouri having one of its better seasons and having, again, like we talked about before, one of the better defenses in college football. Those storming the field, beating Alabama for the first time in 50 years, storming the field, things go crazy out there in Missouri. I'm looking forward to what that scene looks like out at Memorial Stadium in Columbia.
That's, for me, the top game of the college football weekend. I do think it'll be the best of those top 25 matchups. I mean, it is the smallest favorite, 2.5-point favorite. So, yeah, I'm with you. I'm going to stick college football. I was considering doing the Cubs and Brewers do or die tomorrow night because that's always fun, much like the Mariners tonight. But I'm going to stay in college football, and I am going to go Texas, Oklahoma, which might be the low-hanging fruit. But I'm going to go with it. And part of it, too, is also kind of like, this is too harsh of a phrase, but almost like that car crash or train wreck that you can't look away. I don't think that's going to be the case, but I do want to see what you get out of Texas tomorrow and Arch Manning. However, I would also tell you, if I was a betting man, and I am, I would take Texas to win and cover the 1.5 because I know someone on the text line earlier said, Oklahoma is an underdog, give me that every day. When something seems fishy, that's when you bet on it, right? When something seems a little like, why? People might be wondering, how is Texas? I know Oklahoma has the quarterback injury. But people might be wondering, like, how is Texas favored in this game? That's what Vegas wants you to ask as well. So you have to take Texas. Also, I do like when unranked teams are favorites against ranked teams. That's a profitable system as well. So I think Texas wins tomorrow. And any rivalry like this, I'm going to tune in every year, no matter what position these teams are in. I'm all in on that game tomorrow.
Man, your logic is sound, but you want to know what's fishy? I'll tell you what's really fishy. Texas. All right. I'll tell you that as somebody that watches Texas on a weekly basis. You want to know the fishy operation that you're watching. Don't have no explosive players. Like this Livingstone kid is like their most explosive player. What is that about? The quarterback ain't nowhere near as good as they said he was. Offensive line is nowhere near as good as it's built to be. Like the defense even, which I thought was supposed to be spectacular, not so much spectacular. Texas is fishy, man. I'll be reluctantly watching this game and shaking my head with my Texas T-shirt on.
It's got to at least be drafted. You got to tune in, whether you're a Texas, Oklahoma fan or just a college football fan. This is one of those games every year you always got to check out. That's our draft of the games this weekend without the Texans playing. Some other football games of interest to keep an eye on in both college and the NFL. And with that, let's head out to Boomer Jacks in Katy over on Grand West Boulevard as we say hello to the fellas of the drive, Ron and Clint. Guys, how you doing? How are things going out there?
It's not bad. By the way, very disrespectful to that Wingo fella over at Texas. Just putting that Livingstone guy as their most electric player.
Does it matter? They suck.
I think it does. I think Wingo thinks it matters.
Well,
I think he thinks it matters.
To hell with what Wingo thinks on a team that ain't worth a damn. How about that?
You are down, ain't you?
Downtrodden, man. Downtrodden.
No, man, this is my first time here at Boomer Jacks, and somebody's got an amazing mustache. That there, man, you look like you got a ninth inning to pitch. But we're here in Katy, Boomer Jacks, and we never come empty-handed. Got a chance to win 4 Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards, free oil change to Tom Ball Ford. The big one in the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win tickets to a future Texans game, courtesy of our good friends at Houston Ford Dealers. And you can also enter into the Ultimate Tailgate Package. A huge package, a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can go to the game in the suite against the Colts later on in January. And in the loop. The In the Loop glasses. If you missed it the first go around, you can still get an In the Loop glass. Figgy, you're the only one that's on the show today that's on the glass, but you can come on out and get one of those as well. John Lopez, Figgy, and Reggie on that glass. So it's going to be a good time out here as always on a Football Friday.
Man, it sounds active out there, man. The scene, it sounds like a vibe.
It is, man. Hey, this little area over here and the whole spot, this thing is huge. So enjoying our first time kind of walking around in here.
Yeah, do y'all remember the old spot, Bahama Breeze? Y'all remember? Were y'all ever around for that spot?
I've been to Bahama Breezes in other states if it's a chain.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's one. There was one in Dallas when I was up there, and there was a certain. You mentioned vibe. There was a certain vibe about it. Now it was obviously had a lot of water around it, hence the Bahama vibe. But it was when I walked in the building, I just felt like you want to talk about getting cranked up, ready to make a bad decision on a Friday night. It just starts when you walk in. It's like let's get it, boys. I mean, somehow on a Friday at 2 o'clock, the bar's full. I mean, locked and loaded. The patio, they got to have 9 or 10 big garage doors that swing open here with big-ass fans up top. And so, the vibe here is a little different in a very positive way. It's a little different. It's definitely feels like a Friday, and good times are here to be had.
Yeah, I can remember a couple of weeks ago it was Bijani and I in for y'all at Pop Stroke, and at the time was the best weather that we had seen so far. Now I feel like today might take that over. Whatever y'all got going on out there, I cannot imagine that the weather has been better than what y'all are experiencing right now.
It's nice. It is nice. Right now they got about half the garage doors thrown open. I'm assuming to keep the wind down. But, today is one of them days where they could damn sure throw them all up. But, hey, look, if you're the doors up. But if you're out there and you're listening and you are on the west side, if you're on the west side, we're right here at 99 and I-10. You can't miss us. Slide on through, hang out with us. Let's cuss and discuss a little bit, talk a little ball. But, hell, I'll be honest with you. You don't need us to be here. I mean, this place is tremendous.
It really is. Man, these bad boys, these concepts, boy, they come up with them right here. They got the turf outside for the kids, too.
Do they? That's to my back. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, they got the turf outside, little picnic tables. It's certainly a vibe, fellas.
Well, head on out there and say hello to the guys today at Boomer Jacks in Katy. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. B. Scott, a pleasure as always.
Loved it, man. Enjoyed it, man.
Yeah, likewise. To all, we're done for the day, done for the week here for In the Loop. And in the meantime, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station, and The Drive is now live.
All right, The Drive is live, and we are live here at Boomer Jacks here in Katy. Make your way on out here. I got to get an understanding of what goes behind the name Boomer Jacks. How did we get to Boomer Jacks? Is there some sort of an Oklahoma tie? I'm just trying to figure out how we got to that name, Boomer Jacks. I've seen them around. This is my first time being inside of one, but it is a really, really cool spot. If you've not been, as Clint said, man, damn it, it's 2 o'clock, and this bad boy is already in full effect. The drive is live as we see Tyler. He's going all out with this 12th man.
Let's go,
jersey
baby.
Right here. I mean, this is
1975, baby. Let's go.
He's got the 12th man jersey. What'd that hit you for, man?
That is
about 140. This is what they're going to be sporting out on the field over there, Kyle Field tomorrow. Throwbacks.
He went out and got what they're going to wear, huh?
I'm vibing, man. I'm vibing.
He is feeling it. And speaking of vibing, Tyler, listen, those of you that are like Tyler, not only are we hooking you up here at Boomer Jacks, not only can you win a gift card or a chance at 4 different gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors, not only can you win a free oil change to Tom Ball Ford, not only tickets later on to a future Texans game, shout out to our Houston area Ford dealers, courtesy of them, but on site today at Boomer Jacks, you can also have a chance to win UT A&M tickets.
Oh, wow.
What? On site. I just wanted to tell you, Tyler, you got a chance. You got to be in here. Yep. UT and A&M tickets on site here at
Somebody
Boomer Jacks.
DM me on Twitter. I got a deal for you.
Just telling you, but it's specific to today.
If you win DM Tyler, you can probably make some money.
When I saw this come across, I thought Tyler was going to call in and just make his way on down in disguise.
I missed this.
Yeah, I know you did. So, listen, we don't come empty-handed, and we got a little extra going on today. So you can get Texans tickets, you can get UT A&M tickets. Oh my goodness, man! That's get you make your trip to Austin. Now they won't fly you to Austin or drive you to Austin, but you got to get yourself there.
How'd that come about? Are Houston area Ford dealers doing that, or
it's Boomer Jacks?
Oh, it's Boomer Jacks.
Yes, Boomer Jacks.
Wow.
Yeah, they're also doing their own giveaway here.
Oh, okay.
So bring your ass and have a drink right here, man. I
think I need one. I mean, ever since I pulled up in the place, I need one. I need to go ahead and get started.
I might have to get started too. I'm with you. I will not allow you to drink alone in here. So come on. And as I look up at this TV, the people there don't know right now that at 0-0 between the Giants and the Eagles, that the Eagles, this game is about to get ugly for them. What in the hell happened last night to the Philadelphia Eagles, and what has gotten into what a draft class so far for the New York Giants? I mean, you get the pass rusher early, you get Dart, the quarterback, who now has played 3 games and is 2-1 with wins over the Chargers and Justin Herbert and the champions, the Philadelphia Eagles, and then Cam Scatterboo, who just tore their asses up, man. That was crazy last night. I know we said last night that, hey, this thing may be closer than you think here. And but I didn't think it was going to be a 17-point Giants win.
Yeah, no, I would have lost a boatload of money if I was forced to bet that game. I'd have bet Philly 10 out of 10 times.
If Tyler did lose money betting that game.
No,
he did not.
He went 4 for 4, baby. I told you, when Tyler gets hot, man, all you got to do is pick one, and you got a good chance to hit it. And I did last night. I picked one with him. We had that Cam Scatterboo over 47.5 yards.
He's 9 for 9, folks, his last 2 days.
Yeah, he's on a heater. Now's the time to tell. Now, there's no doubt about it. But, boy, was I ever wrong about Jackson Dart?
Hold on. All right, let me hear this, because I think you may be going a little quick here. What you say you're wrong?
The only way is if I didn't portray my real feelings on air, which I typically do pretty accurately. Look, I mean, I stood on the field and watched Jackson Dart play, and look, I thought he was a great college quarterback. Not knocking anything there. I really questioned whether his ability and his style, if he was good enough arm-wise or athletically, was he good enough to go to the NFL? I mean, now we know, with a bad franchise and win playing that style of football, right? And I thought there wasn't no way in hell. There wasn't no chance. I thought even when he fell in the first round, I thought and the Giants moved up. When he was falling, I was like, yeah, I told y'all. I knew this wasn't no first-round talent. and all of a sudden Giants jump up in the first round, take him.
You thought it was real Will Levis feel, huh?
Yeah. I mean, Will was super corny. I don't think his mechanics were going to allow him to technically and mechanically throw the football the way you need to at the NFL level. I just thought, to be completely honest with you, that Jackson Dart I thought his ceiling was too low for it to work at the NFL level. And to your point, it's early, but I'm telling you, man, it just that he has. You know, we always talk about Pat Mahomes and the greatness of Pat Mahomes, and what I think makes Pat as great as he is. There's several things, but one of the biggest things that doesn't get enough talk is his pocket presence, his sixth sense, if you will, in the pocket, his feel for pressure, effortlessly just dances around in the pocket and buys time and makes plays, whether he ends up scrambling or he ends up throwing, right? Like that is a trait that if you have it, it's going to play at an NFL level in a major, major way. And the way Jackson Dart dances around in that pocket, buys a little bit of time and then finds somebody that's open, or dances around in the pocket, lets the pass rush get by him, and then gets north and south and has the athletic ability to make big plays with his feet. I just think that's going to play. Now, I don't know if the Giants are going to be worth a damn, but it looks like his style of ball is going to play, and I would have bet a house note that it wasn't going to happen.
See, that's where I'm not. That's why I told you to slow down. I'm not sold that what he does is sustainable. I'm not saying he can't grow from it, but for instance, the person the young quarterback that we cover here in Houston with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
When I watch C.J., even from early on as a rookie, you looked at it and you're like, all right, I don't know, how elite his talent is. I don't know how good he could, but what he does is sustainable, right? Like I could look at it and say, all right, what he's doing is getting the ball out on time, getting it in early, and he seems to get in the rhythm. When I watch Jackson Dart, I'm not seeing a lot of the rhythm stuff there yet, and his accuracy is off. Now he seems to do well off script. He's made some guys miss. Again, we'll see how good. I think he's more athletic than maybe people think he is, and he's been because he put a move on Nick Bond, whatever his last name, and that's an All-Pro linebacker. But he just left him on that touchdown run. But like right now, I'm looking at this man. He just missed a slant and threw it right into the stomach of the Eagles quarterback. I just wonder. All right, when they take you out of the ability to move around, how are you when you got to play on time and do those things? And I'm not saying he can't do that. I'm just saying through his first 3 games, it hadn't been a lot of that.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with your point. My point is maybe I didn't make my negative point about Jackson Dart a year ago or 2 years ago, whenever it was. I think it was 2 years ago when I saw him at Arkansas play at Arkansas. I mean, I just honestly thought, you got to be kidding me. I mean, this is the Johnny Hustle dude that has a lot of grit. He's tough as hell. But this is never going to fly at an NFL level. And what I saw last night, what we've seen previously, it's flying at an NFL level. Now, I don't know if he's going to be a Pro Bowler. I don't know if they're going to win games, but it's flying at an NFL level. Now here's the deal, though, Ron. And I'm going to tell you, man, when you look at the dudes right now that are the best in the league, when you look at Pat Mahomes, when you look at Joe Burrow, when you look at Josh Allen, when you look at all these guys, what Jackson Dart was able to do last night effortlessly, like instinctually, is what those guys do on a consistent basis, which is goes in it looks easy, which was my fear with Jackson Dart. My fear with Jackson Dart was I'd go watch him play, and if it was a natural grass field, his mama couldn't get the grass stains out of his jersey the next day. He was so tore up. Yeah. I mean, he was getting – there's no way, right? And I'm watching him now, and it's just like it's effortless. It's like it's an afterthought. It's like he sees it happening before everybody else sees it happening. And I guess that to me as a quarterback, it's like it reminds me of, man, everything around him is happening really slow, and he's a step ahead. And I think that's a mental thing, that's a maturity thing, and I think you either have it or you don't have it. And it looks to me like he has it. Because don't think about it. When this game started, one of the biggest reasons I mean, this is an Eagles win and a Jackson Dart struggle 10 out of 10 times. I mean, no Malik Neighbors,
no Malik
no
Neighbors,
Slayton.
The guys they had out. I mean, he had little Jordan Humphrey. Little Jordan Humphrey was the second receiver for him,
making plays.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I don't know, man. There is undoubtedly whether you want to call it vibe or you want to call it.
No, he's got that part.
You want to call it swag. I thought Herb Street. By the way, I'm really getting down with these prime games. By the way, but I thought Herb Street said it perfect last night when Herb like that. Right, he's jogging.
That move he put on him.
But Herb Street said it right last night. Like there's an energy. Call it swag, call it vibe, call it whatever you want to, whatever generation you are. There is an energy around the kid that is just different. And now we'll see if when you get your ass kicked, we'll see if you throw 4 picks, if everybody that energy still infectious the way it is.
It's interesting. They couldn't solve Spencer Rattler last week in the Saints, but outside of those, they've beaten Justin Herbert and the Chargers and this Eagles team.
And I'm gonna tell you, Brian Daboll. I mean, everybody
saving jobs, baby.
No, look here. I remember last year when my man Sean Payton got in Russell Wilson's ass, and then everybody got mad because he didn't do the same thing to the next guy.
Yeah.
Hey man, Brian Daboll watched old buddy play one game, and they said that's our guy. That's our guy. Hey Russ, wasn't it? Russ, take your ass over on the bench.
He tried to get him out the tent. And by the way, he's getting his ass investigated right now for the concussion protocol. He tried to.
Who, Daboll?
Oh, he tried to. He saw Russ go for 2 plays, and he ran in the tent. He stopped calling plays. He ran in the tent to go get Jackson out. He lost his mind. I'm gonna tell you what. One thing I did watch last night that I think, and again, when I watch him and Cam Scatterboo, those are some young Caucasian gentlemen with a little swag here. Last night could have been a real costly evening for them. They look like they were about to go tear up whatever borough they wanted to.
No question.
And there looked like there was some ladies ready. There were some ladies ready, and just Lord, please just don't make a mistake, fellas. That's all I was thinking last night. When Jackson had that chain on, and that I said, boy, they look like they could be primed to get somebody pregnant this evening. I just thought, come on, guys.
And then Ron, you watch them walk in the building.
Nothing about either one of them look like they're using anything.
And then you look at why would they? And then all of a sudden they're posing in the end zone. Scatterboo ain't got no shirt on, right?
Man,
and then Scatterboo's tearing his shirt off on the post game
Fitzpatrick lost his mind and did it with him.
Which, by the way, Ryan Fitzpatrick, I thought that was going to be bad for him. It wasn't as bad. I just got a glance on social media, so I didn't see him seated. But I thought when Fitz started pulling his shirt off, I thought, what the hell? Don't do that, bro. You can't do that. And then, but he stayed puffed up. You know what I mean? He kept the chest out, and he kept them lungs full, kept the chest out. So he survived it. I thought when he did the chest bump, it was going to fall apart, but he survived it. But yeah, you're right.
Real quick though.
Boy, them boys. Hey, I don't want to get off that topic. The best thing about Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboo is
they're about to tear Manhattan's ass
but
up.
I guarantee you they have different tastes.
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, it's the only way it works.
I think both of them have versatile tastes.
Well, no, I don't doubt that, but I think preferences. I think if they walk in that door, I think one prefers a certain kind, and the other prefers and Cam may not matter. It doesn't look like he really gets it.
I was gonna say Cam may like a big girl.
If she got a pretty smile, why not?
Real thick. Man, those two look the way they look like they're ready to go high fives over the top.
Well, yes,
Jackson's mom gave me that kind of feeling.
Right, whose mom?
Yeah,
Jackson's. Oh, you didn't see her?
His mom's hot.
There are 100 ladies in that stadium ready.
Ooh.
There are 200 ladies in that stadium ready.
Well, the bad thing
ready
is
to go.
The bad thing is that it's not even about the ones in the stadium. It's about the ones that when they walk in the door don't even know who they are, and they're like, "Why is everybody going crazy about those guys?" Oh, okay. Well, let me go get in the mix.
Because Cam's shirt's been off. He never put another one on. I don't believe. There's no way. There is no way. There is no way in hell that those guys just went home last night.
Well,
now Cam lied and said, "No, man, I just go and play my video game and worry about my body." Yeah, I bet you did worry about your body, Cam.
Yeah.
Cam was somewhere in Brooklyn.
I mean, just ease into a nice little lounge somewhere that you know the heat is thick.
Shirtless.
Yeah.
In there, man. Now, I'm not saying they went and had some Lawrence Taylor fun, but I think they had themselves.
I don't know if these youngsters do it as well as the third string quarterback did back in the day. But it wasn't real hard. All you do, you know where you're going. I mean, you know where the heat's going to be thick.
I'm telling you, I think they had the ability to go to a new place. I think they could try some new
they have the ability to do whatever they want to do, but I guarantee you they knew exactly where the heat was thick, and they were just going to step off in there for about 30 minutes and pick a couple. I mean, that's the way to do it. That is the way.
Yeah, good for them. I saw those post-game interviews, and I said, somebody's fathers better get on the phone with them right now and let them know, hey, guys, let's be smart here.
Yeah.
Let's have fun tonight, but let's be smart here.
Shoot, Scatterboo looked like his daddy be right along with him.
Because there's an Ashley waiting, laying in wait. There's an Ashley, Savannah.
Why is it got to be the most popular white girl name, Ron?
There's a Katrina. There's a few of them just laying in wait.
Is Katrina still a popular name?
I think it's versatile. I really do.
You go with Kat, you can go with Trina.
Yeah, I do. All right, coming up next, it is the bye week for the Texans, but what are some self-scouting? You know that's what they do for this week. What's some self-scouting when you look at this team and you think, all right, this is what they should look to continue doing. This is what they should look to quit doing. What are they self-scouting from the first 5 games of the season? We'll do that next.
All right, check it out. You know football is back, baby. And, look, it
All day Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Katie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as we are live here on a Football Friday. Yes, it is the bye week, but that don't mean it's the bye week for us on Football Friday. We are out, as you heard the big voice man say. We're in Katy today at Boomer Jacks. Come on out, have a good time. Our first time here, hopefully not the last. This is a really, really good spot and plenty of room for you to come on and hang out. Again, we've got plenty of prizes, including tickets, future tickets to a Texans game, potential tickets to a UT and A&M game. You can win a gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. All you got to do is get a ticket, put that ticket in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win. That raffle box is that big white box right there on the table. If you're in the building, you might as well go ahead and enter the raffle box to give yourself a chance to win many of the prizes that we have today. All right, Clint, it is Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, and it is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, one popular in the NFL during bye weeks is what coaches like to call self-scouting, where they sit down and they look at, and all right, offensively, defensively, they get to a space where they're like, all right, let's take a look at, the things that we did well, that we were really good at, and the things that potentially we should continue to do. Or, hey, man, we struggled with this. Let's chill on this. Maybe we pull this out. Or what things they may want to add. When you look at this Texans team and you think about, all right, if you're a part of that coaching staff this week and you're looking at the first 5 weeks and the adjustments you make from that, what are you looking at that they could really exploit or maybe pull back?
Well, I think let's start with the defense, which I think there's very little that you self-scout and go, okay, we want to adjust this. I think we talked about this after the Ravens game. I thought them going to, we used to call it a double eagle front back in the day, which just means you got a D lineman on the center, you got a D lineman on both guards, and then you got your edge rushers, which in this case is Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, obviously. So, that front makes it very difficult to double team, makes it very difficult for teams to get push up front, and that seemed to really stymie the run. Because it wasn't just Derrick Henry; it was that offensive line in Baltimore. It was the other two running backs that were there as well. I mean, they did absolutely nothing. So I think we saw in the Tampa game, I would say, a good run team, but I wouldn't see. We saw them, rush for damn near 6 yards a carry, and we saw them continue to do it even when they took the nickel defender out, added a third linebacker, and stayed in a true 4-3. Right, so I think defensively, now, looking back on what you've watched, now that when a team's running the football well, you've got to go to a 5 down, which obviously means you're going to put some pressure on your secondary, which is the strong suit for this particular team. You can say edge rushers, obviously, but beyond Will and Daniil, it's a strong suit for this team to be able to cover down man situations. And so I would imagine defensively that the self-scout's going to tell them, all right, forget that 4-3 setup that we went to. Let's lean more into the 5 down. Let's lean more into covering the center and not allowing them to double us. And when we do that, they can't. They flat out just cannot. D'Amico was referring to it as building a wall. When they do that, they just flat out can't run the football against you.
Yeah, and they're also going to incorporate some guys that have been injured, that haven't been playing. Smith, the rookie, in the secondary. Jimmy Ward, probably coming on in the secondary. So they'll add some pieces there.
Danico Autry at some point.
Danico Autry, another big piece that can allow them to do a lot of different things with his versatility to be able to play inside and outside. So the defense does feel a lot easier of self-scouting. It's the other side. They probably feel really good about offensively what they've done the last 2 weeks. But again, as we've talked all week, they're not fools. Like they understand the competition wasn't there. But I do wonder
based off the four looking on that side of the ball?
Well, I think there's two things, and we talked it to death yesterday. The O-line and whatever they adjusted. When I say O-line, I mean the run game ultimately, which includes Dalton Schultz and the tight ends. Whatever they adjusted and whatever they lit the fire under their tail, that obviously worked. So keep doing more of that. I think that we've talked that to death. The other one I think is all about usage.
Yep.
I mean, to me, it's all about usage. As you look back at these games, there is no doubt about it that you got a weapon in Woody Marks, and you got to find a way to incorporate him into the game, a lot like San Francisco does with Christian McCaffrey. And I'm not saying he's Christian McCaffrey, but I'm talking about not just turning and handing it to him, not just checking the ball down to him, but you got a real opportunity to use him in your pass game, in your shot game, right? You want to be real calculated throughout the game. Well, when it comes time to take that shot that they've been so good at hitting lately, make sure Woody Marks has one of them in the game, right? So you can take advantage of a linebacker or a safety there with the running back getting down the field. The other one is the elephant in the room every week. It's Nico Collins. I think last week you look at that game plan with Nico Collins, and that should be the floor, right? Nico did not have a great day. Nico had a couple of catches that we've seen him have before, but you manufactured a couple of touches for him, and it makes him hard to pinpoint. It makes it hard for them to tilt their coverage to him. It makes it hard for them to to dial in on where he's at. If you just put him out there and leave him there and say, oh, well, if you tilt your coverage that way, we're going to work a different direction, then they can take the most of a game. I thought last week the speed sweep was big. We've seen him try to hit him on some of the underneath boot game where he got him on the left side of the formation. They fake the run that way. When they boot back, Nico comes underneath. So I think the creativity and usage with Nico and the creativity and usage
they could get better
with
how they could get better with. That can be an improvement on top of what they're doing with Nico, getting him involved more and having his impact be greater.
Well, the thing there, like last week, we said it before. Like last week, Nick Caley everybody was creating separation. So you could rely on Xavier Hutchinson to create some separation. You could rely on Christian Kirk. You could rely on Jalen Noel. You could rely on these guys. I don't know if it's always going to be the case. So you're going to be more dependent on Nico Collins moving forward. And so it's going to be even more important that they get those creative touches and that they find ways to get him the football down the field as well. So I think that is that O-line and whatever buttons they push to change the double teams and the aggression, the physicality involved in the double teams and the run blocking, and then the usage of Woody Marks and Nico Collins. I think those are the two things right now that from a self-scout perspective you can fine-tune them. Hey, they worked. Let's fine-tune them and see if we can even get better.
Yeah, a couple of things. I'm with you on Woody Marks, especially watching Cam Scatteraboo last night. I know they're different players, but it is clear, like, they cut him loose. They completely cut him loose. Tracy probably started the season as their feature back. But last night, I mean, he got himself 19 carries and they completely kind of turned it to where he's the lead back. I think moving forward, we could see that shift. Yep. I thought we'd see it. It felt like Nick Chubb, he got hot against the Ravens, so they did stay that way. But I do think the Woody Marks thing, and I think it is clear to me the building on how they've used Dalton Schultz has got to they've got to build upon that and continue that, because it helps CJ, it helps him, and it helps Nico, it helps everybody around. And it seems like that has just picked up in the last two games. And that's been different from the previous 19.
Boy, that's good, Ron. That is that you can argue, and this is going to sound like a hot take, it's going to sound crazy, but the football mind in me, I could argue that right there, that Dalton realizing, recognizing what Dalton Schultz means, and like if he's getting busy early and getting looks and targets early, what that does for this offense, you can argue it's the most important thing.
I mean, we've seen it the last two games.
Yeah, outside of CJ and Caley, obviously, and kind of their game plan and their approach. Other than that, man, you can argue that Dalton Schultz getting going is more important than anything out there. So, yeah, you're right, man. That's a good one.
Yeah. All right, we know they'll be doing. They'll be doing that. We'll see. I'm interested to see if we see some new wrinkles from either side of the ball coming up as they get rolling here. And we will continue rolling here. Again, prizes all over the place, your chance to win multiple prizes, including Texans tickets, including tickets
to UT A&M later on this Football Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards. All you got to do is grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win. Coming up, we will do our weekend hot takes, and are we at must-winville in college football? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. If you love watching live sports, you love having a good time, you love catching a
Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jacks and Katie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here at Boomer Jacks. We're in Katy.
Got him
a little aggressive there. Check out, look out on the.
That's Matt's way of flirting.
Yeah, there it is. Look out here as he almost fell down there. Look out here as you'll never know how loud this voice will be. But we're here at Boomer Jacks here in Katy. Come on out, 2 to 6, plenty of prizes. Congratulations, we already have one winner today who took home a Academy Sports and Outdoors gift card. You'll have a chance to take one of those, and you have a chance here at Boomer Jacks to sign up to win a pair of potential tickets to the game in November between A&M and the Texas Longhorns. And before we get to our weekend hot take, 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in and send yours in as well. You think these are potential must-win games this weekend for those two teams, A&M and Texas? You think these are must-win? I know Texas has Oklahoma at home after coming off the loss to Florida, and then A&M is playing that Florida team that just beat Texas, but they're doing it without their quarterback. Florida is DJ Lagway. You think these are must-win games for them?
Yeah, I think it depends on, we'll put it in context. Like, I think A&M could survive a loss here and still go to the college football playoffs if they win out. I mean, obviously, but
you'd feel a lot different about them if they lost to Florida without DJ Lagway at home.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
in
just,
those jerseys.
As you start looking through the A&M schedule, I mean, you got to win and no disrespect, but you got to win the teams that are layups. Like, I say that knowing that Arkansas is one of those layups for anybody out there who wants to get pissed at me, right? But Florida is one of those right now where you got them at home. They don't have their quarterback. Their coach is on the hot seat. He's been on the hot seat for a year plus. These are the kind of games that you got to prove that you're a program that's above slipping up in these moments. Because let's be honest, you got Missouri coming down the pike that right now is a lot better than maybe a lot of folks even realize.
We'll learn a lot about them coming up on Saturday.
But right now you got LSU, who their defense is special. Now their offense is sputtering, but their defense is special. One of the better defenses in the conference. And the schedule on that back end, you got about 3 games that are going to be tough games. You'd like to give yourself the ability to slip up in one of those games, maybe. Give yourself a little bit of grace, a little bit of wiggle room to slip up in one of those late season games and still be viewed as a top 10 football team. You lose to Florida, you damn near got to be perfect the rest of the way out, right? And so I think for that reason, it's a must-win for A&M, simply because this is an opponent. I've said it for years, and I hope A&M fans, view this as respect. I mean, A&M is a school. A&M is a football program that has the dudes compared to anybody in the country. They when they walk out on the field, the eye test, when they walk out on the field and when they get off the bus, they can stand toe-to-toe with anybody in the country. And their program is yet to prove year in, year out that they can live there, they can stay there. I think this is a real chance for them to do that. And I think in order to do that, you got to knock off Florida at home. You got to get Florida at home.
Florida at home. Yeah.
Well, you got to give yourself a little bit of grace, man. They are I believe, and I'll say it now, which is it's obviously they're kicking ass, so it's not earth shattering. I think they're a definitely a playoff caliber team, but they're a team that I could see winning a national championship. I think potentially they're that good. Their quarterback's coming. Offensively, they're coming. The one thing is you can't slip up and put yourself between a rock and a hard place late in the season, because it's a tough schedule down the stretch. And right now, at least looking at I think they got 3 opponents right there: Missouri, LSU, and I can't remember who the other one was. They got 3 opponents right there late that I think are it's going to be tough sledding. And so, for A&M, I think this is a must-win. If you're going to be a national championship caliber team, a college football playoff caliber team, I think you got to get this one. You can't slip up against this one.
They got that run there at the end of the year: LSU, Missouri, South Carolina, and Texas to end it with Samford as kind of another layup game there. No, I'm not going to say that you undo the Notre Dame win, but if you lose to Florida, it's like, damn, all right, you dropped one that you, especially with the backup quarterback. I just think other A&M fans, the confidence level would really drop in what this team could be if they were to lose at home to a Florida team without their quarterback.
Yeah. So for that, from a national championship, from a college football playoff perspective, and giving yourself a little bit of grace, I think this is a must-win for A&M. Now, Texas, on the other hand, I think it's easy. If you want to salvage this season to any degree, and you want that late season A&M Texas game to even mean anything beyond the right, it's going to be big. It's going to be unbelievable. But if you want it to mean anything from a record perspective, you got to right the ship, man. And I'll be honest with you, I just don't know that. I don't know. I see how they do it. Everybody wants to pile on Arch Manning, and Arch has been bad, no doubt about it. And I understand that. I understand the world and how it works. But the reality of it is Texas is in trouble because they've got offensive line problems. They got speed problems. They got a quarterback problem. They got a lot of problems. And I don't know if they can clean it up. But if you want to get this thing moving in the right direction, knock off OU this weekend, and a lot of your sins will be forgiven.
They. I mean, believe it or not, they still have a shot to get to the college football playoff. I mean, they've got the loss to Florida, but it's a road loss. But their loss to Ohio State is a close one. But they beat Oklahoma. They beat A&M. They beat the teams on their schedule. They got a chance, but they lose this one. It's a wrap. So yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, let's grab our weekend hot toast, and I think I nailed it. Maybe by technicality, give or take here. It may not have been hit. I'm going to do my weekend hot take, Clint. And I don't know if it's a smoking hot take because they are both ranked, but I'm going to say Illinois, who did have 63 put on them by Indiana earlier this year and got just housed. I'm going to say number 17 Illinois will beat number 1 Ohio State this weekend.
Oh wow!
That's my hot.
That would be that's smoking hot.
Is it? They're 14.5-point underdogs.
Man, that's a big one.
I
think Ohio State's the best team in the country. So I like Brett Bielema, man. Brett Bielema's a good dude, man. I'd like to see him knock off Ohio State. That'd be big for him.
I like it, but I don't know. But I was. Now listen, I'm a little nervous about how they looked against Indiana. I think Indiana's a really good football team. I think their quarterback is serious, But I don't know, man. Ohio State, we'll see. We'll see. I think they've scored against the Minnesotas of the world, and I mean it just looked really easy. I think Illinois is going to give them a little bit more trouble. So I'm gonna go with Illinois, and we'll revisit this on Monday. Illinois will go in and beat the number 1 team, Ohio State. What's yours? What's your hot take?
Well, I'm gonna lean into my Razorbacks, man. Fire their head coach.
No.
Got a bye week. They're going on the road. Tennessee Volunteers, number 12 in the country. We got an offense and a quarterback that can very easily put up 35-40. The key is, what does that defense look like?
Yeah.
And the defense, they couldn't get no worse.
They got a bye week now.
I mean, you ever see an interim coach fire the entire defensive staff, but within 24 hours of him becoming the interim coach? He did that. The defense could not be any worse. So I think the defense is able to at least make a couple plays, and I think Arkansas is going to upset Tennessee. I mean, you look at what Tennessee's done. They beat Syracuse. They beat ETSU. They lost to Florida in overtime. I mean, Georgia in overtime. They beat UAB, and then they beat Mississippi State in overtime. It's not like they're ungettable. It's not like they've ran a gauntlet and got major wins on their schedule. A lesser team in Mississippi State has already taken them to overtime.
So yeah,
I just
team that just fired their coach.
Yep,
just lost. They lost to Memphis. And just got absolutely destroyed. Was that at home?
They got destroyed by Notre Dame. Yeah, was it at home? Hell, I stand on the sideline, man.
That's right. I didn't mean to remind you.
I mean, it was. Fortunately, these days I had a 2 and a 1 and a 1.5 and a 3.5-year-old at the house, so I couldn't drown my sorrows to the degree that I wanted to. I wanted to take gummies and drink.
Oh my. Okay.
Gummies and shots.
Text line coming through. Ron is high. Stop it, Ron. Illinois barely beat Purdue. It's a hot take. I'm going for
It's the hot. All right, now listen. My hot take crushed last week. All right, like I told you last week that Buffalo was going to lose, that the Patriots going to go on the road and beat Buffalo, and that Drake May would outplay Josh Allen. And I nailed it. I like that hat, sir, and I nailed it. All right, so let's reel it in. Now I'm telling you, I expect you, Sally, Darren, Still the King, all of you to text back. I expect all of you to text back. You are the greatest. You're right. We're wrong. All right, as soon as that happens, damn it.
You're
all
handsome.
Right,
I'm ugly.
Thanks, Chubbs. Shout out to Chubbs. Yep. All right, as we continue here, as the bye week goes on, let's sit down, and I want you to chew on this during the break, and we'll talk about it on the other side. What are the Texans? And you can really kind of look at this with the field of the league, and we're watching weird stuff happen every week. What are the Texans? Are the Texans a good football team? I know that's a simple question. Do you think the Texans are a good football team? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept, and those of us that are out there sleeping pretty good, we probably don't think about it much. But those of you that are not, that you're struggling with some kind of sleep issue, some kind of allergy, some kind of sinus issue, maybe you're snoring like a freight train, keeping yourself, keeping your significant other up. You know who I'm talking to. If you're one of those, you know who I'm talking to. Look, Dr. Maturin is the answer. He takes a holistic approach to your treatment. He specializes in quick in-office procedures that'll get you back to living your best life. And that starts with sleeping your best nights, by the way. Call him right now, 713.
bills to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root metrics score results vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Take that, Vandermeer.
That's going to be a hot key.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jacks and Katie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. And if you are out and about, you're trying to figure out where are they at on Football Friday, we are here. As you heard the big voice man say, Boomer Jacks and Katie, that is one of the biggest pretzels I've ever seen in my life. And you can get one of those here as they've got
beer cheese?
Yes, it was. It's nice, and it's not a small one either.
It's hanging there, Tyler.
It's hanging
by a hook.
It's not a small thing of beer cheese too. It's a good little sauce. When they got that thing.
Good.
I got a sneaking suspicion that Boomer Jacks, old Brent that owns Boomer Jacks, I got a feeling that he believes in that old everything's a little bigger in Texas.
I think so. Judging by what I've seen here. Yeah, because
I'll
those
tell you what, the tea's damn sure sweeter in Texas.
I tell you,
it is. Boy, I had to hit a little unsweet in there. I had to mix it up.
I'm looking over here. The burgers are aggressive in size. So no, man, it's a good spot here, and we're here till 6 o'clock. Football Friday here in Katy.
Come on,
and plenty of a chance to win a couple of prizes here in the 3 o'clock hour, including a gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, free oil change, Tom Ball Ford, and also in the 5 o'clock hour, the big one of the day, your chance, courtesy of our good friends at Houston area Ford dealers, a chance to win future tickets to a Texans game. You can win that in the 5 o'clock hour. And here, Boomer Jacks, they're doing their thing too, as well as you can also have a chance to win tickets to the showdown here.
The Lone Star Showdown,
the Lone Star Showdown here. Let me say that right. The Lone Star Showdown here.
Get that verbiage right, man.
Yeah. I don't know who plays in that. Maybe you do, but the Lone Star Showdown.
You know. Look here, man. It is
in Austin.
It's the biggest rivalry in all of college football. I'll put it to you like that, man. The Lone Star Showdown. All you got to do is download that Boomer Jack app, baby. Download that Boomer Jack app. Register to win those tickets. That is a Boomer Jack giveaway right there.
That is.
Come on in, and your waitress and or waiter will have all of the details.
That's right. All right. As we continue to roll through here in the 3 o'clock hour, Clint, it's just simple, right? You know, we talked about a lot of things reflecting over the first 5 games, and now what's cool with the bye week is you get to watch a lot of the other games, and you're watching it in a different way, and you don't have to worry about the Texans, and you do a lot of comparing to other teams. There have been some surprises, I think, both ways. I think the Eagles, what they've looked like, especially the last 2 weeks, is a surprise, right? The Ravens and the Chiefs, they wouldn't be in the playoffs if it started right now. I think the Texans may be a bit of a surprise to people. The Colts and the Jags in your division have been surprises. And as you look at the field and you watch the Texans, and we know how they've gotten to this 2-3 mark, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Very simple. What are the Texans? Would you consider right now that you believe the Texans are a good football team? Especially when you compare it to the field. Are they a good football team?
Yeah, absolutely.
You think so?
Absolutely. Look, I think D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio have done a hell of a job building a football team, a program, an organization with an extremely high floor. I'm shocked that they're sitting at 2-3. I'm shocked that the offense was as bad out of the gate as it is. Given what I watched, to be completely honest with you, during training camp, I thought Nick Caley did all he could do to get the offense installed. But I thought the team overall, the organization overall, did a poor job of giving him the best set of circumstances to get that unit up to speed. So we saw obviously a slow start to the season. I think they're better than their record. I think they're better than their tape. And I think the floor is really high for this team. So yeah, a good football team, absolutely. I think they're a good football team. I think even with an 0-3 start, I think they're going to keep us all dialed in down the stretch to see if they can sneak into the playoffs. I think a subpar football team, continues to struggle to get this thing installed. The wheels start to come off because adversity is a monster, and I believe that they're going to handle it with grace, and I think they're going to win some games.
Text line coming in. Hell no, Ron. The Texans are lame. Thanks, Craig.
Appreciate you listening, Craig.
The next text, the Texans are a good football team. They soundly beat the bad teams and were close to winning against the best teams they played so far.
That is a very good point in terms of what defines a good team. What defines a good team is you kick the hell out of the teams that have no business being on the field with you. And I think a beat-up Baltimore with 7 Pro Bowlers on the injured or inactive list, and a Tennessee Titan team that obviously is struggling. You drummed them and never gave either one of those teams a chance. You did that part. I agree with that. I think that defines a good football team. Again, I think the floor is high. I think the days of the Texans playing down to their opponent, I think those days are over. Right? I think they're going to play in some tight games because they're still their offense is still trying to find itself. I think they're going to play in some really close games. Probably going to lose some close games. But I think it's a good organization, a healthy organization with a high floor.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's fair.
I think that's, and I hate to be, that's maybe a weak response, and I'm sure many of you will let me know on that. My man has stopped in mid-bite to tell me. I hope you got barbecue all over that phone. I don't know.
It's probably Asian Zing you got on that phone.
Right, that Asian Zing, man. Boy, the amount of text I got about that last night. I love Asian Zing. Do you? I didn't know Asian Zing. I just looked at the thing and just grabbed one. I did, but no, I don't know yet. Because defensively, clearly, right, they're there. Defensively, they got a championship defense. That is real, and maybe that is enough in the field to compared to everybody that would put them as a good team. When I watch them as a whole, right, I'm watching the game, and the texter, you're right, the games were close, but when I watched it, I felt like, boy, the Rams are not playing anywhere near to their best football, and I still feel like it's really not close. And I felt like, Jacksonville was different, but the Rams and the Bucks, and I watched them like the Bucks. It just seems like the Rams and the Bucks are doing things to allow them to be close. And then the last 2 weeks they did what they're supposed to do. Now I was impressed because going into the game last week, I didn't know if they were capable of doing what they did. I think for me, the Seattle game is a really, really big point for me. The Seattle, and for me, it's not even that they got to beat them, but do they look better in the game? I need to turn that corner. Definitely, if they win against Seattle, I think if you're on the fence, I think you're just hating at that point. But right now, it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you got to get this one. I mean, you got a little bit of momentum that you built. The schedule was nice to you with the Baltimore situation. The schedule and the football gods were nice to you with Tennessee and Baltimore back to back. And the only way to me, the only way you dig out of this hole and you stay competitive at a potential playoff level is you get to 3-3 and you come home with 3 straight home games that you can even get north of 500 at that point in time. I think you fall to 2-4 and come home. I think it's going to be tough sledding.
Yeah, text line coming through. Lovie Smith went to the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman and elite defense. Will be fine. Damn it, that was 20 years ago.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Yeah. Like literally. That was an interesting night, I'll be honest. Almost got arrested that night.
Over the Bears going to the Super Bowl?
Super Bowl party at the old apartment. Next thing you know, here knocks at the door.
Is that my boy Ron?
I was with one of them dudes that said, "Hey man, the police can't come in if you don't open the door."
thought to myself, that's not true. I just don't believe that's true. And then we had some folks in there that was under 21. Some people put themselves in the old laundry or in the dryer, Tyler. Somebody put themselves in a suitcase.
It's a good hiding spot.
Yep. All them jokers got citations.
Yeah.
Every last one of them.
I think there used to be a rule where if the door was closed, they couldn't come in. We were at a party one time, and
I'd never heard of that.
all the doors were closed, and everybody tried to sell it. Problem was, there's about 2 or 3 windows open.
Yeah, my man.
Them jokers look like ants coming in them windows, boy.
My man said, I will bust through this door. Is what he said.
No, your ant or your man?
No, the man on the other side of that.
Okay.
On that, and then.
Yeah, no, these boys just went through the windows.
Yeah, Fridge went ahead and opened it eventually. Anyway, when you bring up that Super Bowl, listen, Clint is. If you're on the space of Clint, you look at it because it makes sense. You say, all right, man, they played the Rams, they played the Bucs, they played the Jags. All those teams have winning records, and they played them tight. And those games were tight.
I thought we were beyond this.
I just when I watched that game, I didn't come away. I came away thinking that is a good defense, right? And then I thought, but I don't know. I don't know that that's a good football team.
Well, I just thought we were beyond this. I thought we were beyond. Oh man, but there were good football teams, and they only beat it. It was a 1-possession game. I thought we as the Texans, we're win 10 games 2 years in a row. And you go to the second round of the playoffs. I mean, at some point we got to stop because every one of those games that were 1 possession, and boy, if this one play would have been made, well, guess what? If one other play would have been made for them, it would have been a 2-possession game, and then we wouldn't be talking about 1 possession. So the whole what if here and what if there, the reality of it, I thought we were above going, well, look at these games and look at that game. We should have won this. 1 play here, 1 play there. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, you can only play who's up next. And are you giving yourself a puncher's chance to go out there and win?
Yeah.
Right? Again, you weren't doing that early in the season. I don't give a damn how many 1 plays you needed to beat the Rams or the Tampa Bay. It didn't happen. And they were the better football team by far then when you look at our offense. Right? The offense has had 2 preseason games to get better, install some stuff, and now does it look like a different team? If it doesn't look like a different team, we're going to get drummed on Monday night.
It looks like they've looked different. Their offense clearly looked different
in the preseason.
Yeah, but we're
playing our starters longer than everybody.
Yeah, but I also like for me, I personally need the Seattle game to get to that point. I need the Seattle game, and some may not. I need the Seattle game. Someone texted in, I think the Texans are better than 2-3, and the Colts' 4-1 record is suspect. They haven't beaten anybody reputable other than Denver. Well, however you say it, I mean, they're 4-1.
How many points they put up on Denver?
I think they high 20s or low 30s.
I mean, it's a high-scoring offense in the AFC, boys. And they're 4-1.
I mean, I don't care. The way they got there, I mean, they're 4-1. We'll see. They've got some better teams on their schedule, but I'm just looking at the Texans. Right, like the Texans overall, you take it overall, the last 2 weeks makes you move closer to that's a good football team, but I want to see them against Seattle.
Yeah.
Let's see what they look like against them.
And I don't – you fall to 2-4, it's going to be rough. But at the very least, you've got to go out there and compete your ass off. I mean, it's got to be an impressive game. You know what I mean? It's got to be down. It's got to be down to the wire. It's got to be a tight ball game. It's got to be one where we look at it and we go, "Hey, man, this product was tremendous. They just made a few more plays than we did."
Yes.
If you do lose it, like you can't lose the momentum that you built over the last 2 weeks. This is a monster game for the Texans in 2024. 25.
Yeah,
Is it 25 or 24?
25.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone texted, Ron, what do you need to see out of the Seattle game? What if the Texans win 17-14? And I just said, if they win the game, look, man, if they win it, they win, then you have to acknowledge they're a good football team. They're 3-3. They went on the road on Monday Night Football and beat a good Seattle team. Like that has to, then as I said earlier, if you are going to be one to say, oh, I don't know on that, then I think you're hating at that point. But to me, I don't even think they have to win. As Clint just laid out, like if you walk in there and look at it, all right, man, C.J. Stroud and their offense, they look like they're running a competent offense and that they know what they're doing, and your defense, and you just lost the game to a good football team. I could still look at that and say, all right, yes, the game close, but against the Rams, when the Rams went up and they got up 14-9, I'm like, the Texans aren't going to score a touchdown. Like, if the Texans are going to score, their defense has to probably do it, right? Like, I just and against Tampa, I didn't think they had a chance. I thought they needed to help them.
Yeah.
And Tampa helped them big time with the special team stuff. So I just like for me, if they look like they're an offense that can run offense, and they're running offense and they're making plays here and they lose, 24-21 or something like that, then that's a different deal. But these other two games, it was just like it's the second half and they're down by a score, and it's like I don't know how they're going to score. They're going to need help to score, and so to me, I'm looking at that. It'll be an interesting run against Seattle, as you said. That's one I think, or a lot of people will jump on or jump off on how they feel about them. All right, coming up as we continue rolling through here on a Football Friday, we'll continue to go in about the Texans as they get ready coming off this bye week to go ahead and take on Seattle. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, Our Vision Homes, y'all. Small town folks building big, beautiful.
Here, game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Katie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to our latest winner. I'm telling you, man, about damn near every other segment, we are hooking folks up with different items for you to win, including in the 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to win some future Texans tickets, courtesy of our great friends with the Houston area Ford dealers. So, Jax, I know it is a football Friday, but Clinton Tyler, did you all see that young man in Los Angeles last night and the way that game ended for the Phillies?
Oh, what a nut punch.
Oh, my God, man. I feel so bad for him. First off, he is elected to go with Orion as his name. And I had to go and do some research. I thought, boy, you couldn't swung it to a middle name. Nope. He did.
Look, if he'd have, I mean, unfortunately, when you're a child, you don't have much of a choice. It depends on your folks.
Well, Clint,
a white fella named Orion would have been really good. That would have gone a long ways for him.
Orion. Yeah. I also want to inform you on this, Clint Tyler. No, he chose the middle name. Orion is the middle name. He chose to get over there.
And for those,
his name's Richard.
For those wondering, it's not Orion like you might see.
Auto parts?
Yeah, no.
O'Reilly?
Not O'Reilly either, but it's not a. I mean, it's not the.
It's Orion.
Yeah, it's like some constellation or something.
Yeah, Orion's belt.
His name is Richard, but his real name's Richard. Man, I would have been.
No, your ass would have went with Orion, no question about it.
I'd have been Ricky. I'd have been Ricky Kirkering. I'd have been Rick Kirkering, not Orion Kirkering.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, man, I feel so bad for him, Tyler. And instantly,
real,
I mean, you could tell, man, that man panicked so much.
Hard.
Fellas, when he did fumble the ball and bobbled it, but when he picked it up, that dude was barely halfway down the line, man. I mean, he had plenty of time. He could have got his feet right, stepped and threw right to the bag. Instead, he panicked and he just fired it. I mean, fired it high and outside, and it was, and he just. Have you seen the video where he's down on his knees and the Dodgers are running around him to celebrate?
I feel like it's 1998 and you're talking about me.
I feel so bad, man.
This is.
I'm sorry. I didn't even put that together. I did, but I didn't put it together.
And I'm going to tell you, dog fans are the worst.
Yeah, you.
Well, you keep asking the question. Could you imagine? Being the guy that made the error that got you booted from the playoffs?
That's on me.
I can imagine.
At least you got to play the next week.
Yeah, for nothing. Actually, if we'd have won that game, we'd have still won the championship, and we lost that damn thing.
Hey, man, he was on his hands on his knees.
Yeah, man.
And I'm watching Mookie Betts and them running around him to get past him. And you know what immediately got to me? And I'm so glad that you didn't have to. You probably did, but you didn't have to deal with it the way that I think Orion has to. Is all I can think about is we know we're dealing with Philadelphia, and by the way, they're in the midst of having a bad night anyhow, as the Eagles were getting trampled by old Cam Cataboo.
Their hockey squad too.
Did the Flyers lose
lost
the
opener? Damn, Philly.
The Flyers lost the opener.
Look here, I tell you, if any fan base,
but you know Philly, you know that fan base.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot imagine what punk soft people went in to try to come at him, probably threatened his life, probably did it all, and Lord knows, as you can relate,
nobody feels worse than he does.
Oh.
I mean, nobody feels worse than he does.
I'm telling you, he's got a chance. He's got a chance to make a wrong right. Just become Orion Kirky or whatever the hell his name is, and forget it ever happened. The minute you go, the minute you go in somewhere and you're waiting in line and they're like, let me check your ID.
He's gonna change it up.
Orion. Oh boy, everybody that's within an earshot is going to be just hammering him. Before you know it, it's going to spread throughout the bar, the club, the restaurant, and you're going to get just clowned. Trust me.
Ooh, somebody just texted and said their kid's name is Orion for the constellation. Yeah,
we used to have an Orion that worked here. Remember?
No, I don't.
I don't either. I remember a Ryan.
Before my time.
Orion, yeah. I did that podcast with him and old Bridget, the Clutch City Roundtable.
How did he? Was it O''Ryan or was it Orion?
That second one,
it's
no
all
apostrophe.
One,
yeah.
Yeah, that's what Orion Kirkring is.
Name of the cat on Men in Black too.
I mean, I don't know how bad. I'm so bad. I want to see his DMs. I just want to see the dumbasses who sent just crazy stuff to him, because that pisses me off when people go and do that. And I'm certain they probably found a way to get you through emails or something at a different time.
Yeah, to this day, somehow, some way, the old C. Stoerner at uark.edu was not a very hard email to find.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Shut up, Ty. C. Stoerner at uark.edu. That was an easy one to find. Luckily, my broke ass didn't have a laptop, so I had to wait till I got to computer class to check it. I had to go to the what do they call the computer lab? Remember that back in the day?
Yeah.
You know that's one thing.
I was in junior high, but yeah.
Clearly, the computer lab does not exist anymore, right, boys?
No.
I mean, clearly, there's some young listeners right now going, computer lab? What are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, I had a typing class in high school where they taught me where to put my fingers.
Dial-up internet.
And then
too.
we had the computer lab in college, baby. That was a spot right there.
Yeah.
That's where I had to go to check that email, man. I sat there and cried.
Text line said yours is completely different, Clint. Somebody tripped you.
Well, yeah. The ball wasn't moving, though. The ball was moving on him. That ball came off a bat. Mine was dead in both hands. So, yeah, I mean, there's some difference. I mean, I appreciate you trying there at text line, but, damn, it's –
I mean, it was crazy. Everyone's pointing to first. The catcher's pointing to first. Like, what do you think in his mind? He's
Exactly.
He must have.
He made the original bobble. It was like it just came right into his view. The easy route right here.
Oh God, that's what he said after the game. He said, "I thought that was a quicker throw." Like, I mean, I'm not gonna say the dude, dogged it out of the box, but he did as you would do. Oh man, I just hit a comebacker to the pitcher, where you give it you give it a 75% speed down the first base line, and then when he saw him bobble it, then he tried to turn it on. I mean he had him easy. I think my man forgot how many outs it was. I think he forgot it all. Just.
Yeah, well, he will never forget it again.
No, he won't. Yeah, damn, Orion.
Y'all
maybe go back to Richard.
Orion, man, trust me. That's
or Orion.
I said last night, damn, he's having to deal with this last name too. And then I look at it and I said, nope, he's chosen. He's chosen to move over to Orion.
Get Dick.
Yeah, man. Yeah, boy. And now do you imagine? I wonder, did anybody lose money off of that? Did that on a?
What do you mean? Did anybody?
Oh, I'm just
in this degenerate society we live in. You damn somebody lost.
Did that one play,
somebody definitely
that one
lost.
Play that probably lost. Oh my God! I imagine somebody who's just done something. Not Tyler. Tyler doesn't do stupid stuff like this.
Let's be honest. Tyler doesn't put all of his bets on best bets. Tyler, did you have any? Did that?
Yeah, but Tyler's not putting those on there. Like that guy when I was in Vegas one time, he was at the Kentucky Derby, and my man said, after that horse lost, he said, "Oh my God, she's gonna kill me." I said, "What?"
I don't know. I got a feeling Tyler's had a few
and that guy
moments.
lost $25,000 or something on that horse. He said, "Oh my gosh, she's gonna kill me." I don't think Tyler's done that.
Tyler, have you ever had a total at the end of the weekend like, hope Megan doesn't see this slip?
Oh, no, not at all. And, I mean, when you factor in the deep pockets, I mean, it's always low risk. It's just not a lot of danger going on.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. I guess that's fair, man. I told my wife she wanted to remodel the utility room. Of all things, the utility room.
All right.
She came at me again about it yesterday. I said, babe, you make your own money. Remodel whatever the hell you want to remodel.
That is an interesting request, though.
I mean,
no shot to you, Lauren. That is an interesting.
Let's remodel the pants.
Let's knock out this utility.
I said,
room.
you got your own job, man. I mean, you make good money, man. You can renovate whatever the hell you want to renovate. I said, but I do got a question. Why the utility room? I mean, our utility room is as big as the bedrooms in the house. I mean, it is plush. There's a bathroom. There's a big closet. There's two refrigerators. There's a sink. I'm like, what's wrong with the one we got?
Man, she gonna knock this thing out. She gonna have this thing looking right, baby.
Nowhere to hang the kids' backpacks. I said, well, hell,
she wants to make it a mud room.
I can get down.
She wants to make it a mud room.
I can get down to Home Depot and I can get me I can get a couple of hooks, hang them on the wall, baby. We can get you. I can get you a spot to hang them damn backpacks.
All right, coming up as we continue here live here at Boomer Jacks here in Katy. It is. College ball games of the weekend. I already told you one upset that's guaranteed that's going to happen, but there's a lot of games to look at this weekend. We'll pick our best. You can sit in your favorite games of the weekend. Saturday slate coming up next.
All right, let's talk about your hair. I know there's a lot of folks out there that they throw a hat on every time they leave the house, and because they're scared of that hair loss issue that's just killing your confidence, man. It got you feeling like you've lost your identity altogether, right? Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, Advanced Hair Restoration is absolutely the easiest guaranteed solution. It's the only way, y'all. Let's be honest. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, then
just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jacks and Katie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As I look on YouTube and Twitch on this Football Friday, our guy Daryl just sitting waiting on Tyler's bets for tonight.
I'm telling you, man. It's a great setup for all of us out there, listeners and me, right? You let Tyler weather the storm on the bad days, and then when he hits a heater like this, he's going to tell you about it, whether on social media or on the airwaves.
He gets on a heater either one way or another.
And look, here's the deal: that you're not guaranteed to win, but when he's on a heater, all you got to do is pick the right one. I mean, it's just when he's on a 9-for-9 over 2-day heater, hell, you can pick anything you want.
Pick whatever you want to.
He's on a heater. I believe that gambling, it's about streaks. It always has been, always will be, and Tyler's on one, so I think I'm gonna piggyback. I'm gonna be like old Christian Javier in 2023. Piggyback my ass up.
9-for-9, baby. There you go. Christian Javier, boy, you remember right there, man. Come on, Zach Greinke, just give us 2.
Look, literally, there was 3 starters in the rotation. Just give me 3. Give me 3
innings.
Give me 3 innings. Give me 9 outs.
Here comes Luis and Christian Javier. I think they had your guy. Who was the guy? Oh, Jake Odorizzi. Yeah, it was Jake Odorizzi would come in.
It sucked.
And then Christian Javier would come in and pull things off.
Tyler's so good he can make Jake Odorizzi a little money.
You remember that time? I know this isn't foreign to anybody, but that time Luis Garcia got hurt in that playoff game, and they gave Jake all the time he needed, and it felt like Jake took all the time he needed. How long they warmed up, and everybody just had to sit out there. He acted like he was starting the game.
I don't know if Tyler did this to me or if it's real, but like Jake Odorizzi did have a real take all the time you can kind of vibe to it.
He did. Hell, and it wasn't a vibe that day. He just did it.
He was one of the founders of the turd list.
He started doing those stretches in the he didn't come right out of the bullpen. He did his normal stretches with his arm out of the bullpen, did the band resist, and I think it was Joe Buck at the time said, well, he's going to take all the time. I think they took 3 or 4 commercial breaks.
Hey, he did all that stretching his upper body and then went out there and messed his knee up.
That was the time, man. Took him out on that cart. He took him out on that cart. I mean, him and Grugier Hill, baby, they were able to return.
I told myself when I got in this radio business I wasn't going to laugh at pro athletes that get injured, and y'all got me up here just cackling.
Well, the only reason why we're laughing at those 2 is because they came back the next week.
Full go the next week.
Full go,
2 days on the injured list.
Man, I tell you what else is full go. That is Football Talk on Sports Radio 610. It's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, let's hear that good music right there. They actually got a great game this weekend over there on CBS, but 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. What is your college football game to watch? What is your college football game of the week? Someone text in, Texas Tech is all over your Jayhawks this week. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. I will be watching that one intently. But there's several games, Clint, your game. You talked about Arkansas, Tennessee. That's one. There's Florida and A&M. We just talked about KU and Texas Tech. There's several games over the weekend. What's your game you're watching the most?
Well, I'm gonna be completely transparent here, man. I have a really hard time watching anything other than SEC and Big 12 football. So I'm going to exclude all the Big Ten to be and ACC at this point. If it's not Rhett Lashley and SMU, I really don't give a rip, to be honest with you.
You have a hard time watching Ohio State?
Yes. Always have. Always have. I have a hard time watching Michigan. Always have. I don't know why. I mean, it just is what it is.
What about when they're playing each other? You all right?
Well, that always. Today it's not as hard because I had to listen. I always had to listen to this rivalry and hear people. And it doesn't help that we had a bunch of Ohio State Buckeyes in Dallas when I was there. Joey Galloway was one of my good buddies, and I always had to listen to that Ohio State crap. But you gotta listen to the rivalry talk every year. And here in Texas, and I ain't got no skin in the game. But here in Texas, the fact that A&M and Texas weren't playing at the time absolutely disgusted me, and because I believe that is the best rivalry in college football. But then so the hell are you talking about? So, but now that that's back, I can probably take a peek at it. But I'll be honest with you, I don't. It just doesn't. It absolutely bores me, to be completely honest with you. So I'm Big 12 SEC all the way. With that said. The game for me this week is definitely Bama at Mizzou. I want to find out if Mizzou's for real. My boy Eli Drinkowitz, he's a friend of mine, good dude. I hope they are for real, and I hope they can knock off Bama. There's also a Bama twist to it where who is Bama? How good is Bama? Are they really coming along? Ty Simpson, is he the real deal in this Kalen DeBoer offense? And is Bama going to fall off after Saban, or is he going to keep pace and at least keep them in the college football playoffs? I think that. The storylines there, the personal, I think attachment there for me with Eli Drinkowitz. We play Mizzou down the schedule here. So do all the Aggies out there. So it's ones they want to watch as well. Yeah. So I'm going to go with Bama at Mizzou. I think there's a lot of that's it's going to be a fun watch.
Yeah, Missouri. This is their 6th game. They have not played a road game. They've not played outside of their home stadium. I don't even know how the hell that happens. 6 straight games they're going to have at Faurot Field, and they've got a really good running game. They got the quarterback to transfer from Penn State because Drew Aller, he moved on, and he's been pretty good. And we'll see. Their best win, South Carolina or the Kansas game they had, and we'll see a lot more. Alabama clearly looks like a different team that played Florida State.
Yep.
And we'll see what happens there. That'll be a big one right there. I think the winner of that game, I think everybody takes Alabama serious for the playoff. I think if Missouri wins that, I think people will really take that. That's probably that may be the biggest game they've had at that stadium, maybe since they played Georgia years back when they said before the game, just entering the SEC, they played old man football. That's what they said about Georgia, and then Georgia commenced to whooping their ass, and they had the whiteboard and said grown man football or whatever. This is the biggest home game they've had since then. That will be a fun watch. I don't have a problem watching the Big Ten. People are texting in. I know it's because we're from here, but OU, Texas. I'll be honest, man. I feel like that's just an ass whooping waiting to happen. I'm sorry. I think.
Well, that's even. Because that would have been number 2 on my list here. The OU Texas game. Now, again, I sleep with the Longhorn every night, so there is obviously I'd like for her to be happy. So I'd like for them not to just be awful this season. But that game, you got the quarterback, I believe, for John Mateer. I think he is. I don't think they've named him the starter, but I think he's trending towards going. So you got a true Heisman candidate there. You got a team that seems to have re-emerged on a national scale here, and you got Texas, who all the storylines that come with them obviously are going to be bigger than all get out. So that's got the makings of
yeah. Mine is Indiana and Oregon.
That's a good one.
At Autzen Stadium, Indiana is going to
Big
go play
Ten,
Oregon.
Pac-12.
Well, Big Ten, but yeah. No, but for me is. Indiana may have the best NFL draft prospect quarterback going right now. He may be. There are a lot of people that he has shot up the board here lately with his play, and he's really good. And they beat up. The only team that they've really played this year was Illinois, and they beat the hell out of them. Put 63 on them, and they were really good last year. They made the playoff, but. If we're being honest, all of the games in which they played teams that were good, they played Ohio State late, they played Notre Dame in the playoff,
and then they played Illinois. Illinois is the only one they've won. They've lost all those other games, and he is building a hell of a program. We got to sit down and talk with him at the Bear Bryant Awards. He cussed on our air. He seems to be a fiery guy. I just want to see if Indiana is just this program that beats the teams that they're supposed to beat, and they take advantage of that Big Ten schedule where they only have to play 2 games a year, or are they serious? And are they serious as a serious player? And if they go into Oregon, which is one of the toughest places to play in the country, and they can hold their own there, I think a lot of people will look at them differently. So I think
there's a lot of the jury's still out. Look on a lot of teams being this. I think the jury's still out on Oregon. Yeah. You know, I mean, I don't cover Oregon, but I know a lot.
You just feel a lot different now after seeing Penn State, what they did at UCLA. That's their signature win.
Well, you listen to a lot of the talking heads. I think college football still has a good number of talking heads that I know I enjoy listening to, and it seems like I don't know one way or another, but it seems like the jury is still out on Oregon of whether they're legit, a top 5 team or not.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. All right. What you got coming up on the 4th?
Well, I think I'm in the middle of what could be my first heated neighbor altercation. It could get real hairy because the old boy strikes me as somebody that may go to some serious depths. I'm gonna tell you all about it and get a little direction from you next. I know you've been around had some neighbor altercations. I think we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. 40 Veto.
who stay healthy and focused. Grainger, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Today's Dirty Daily is powered by Brent Tips. You know Brent Tips?
Sure.
Brent Tips. I do not know.
You know Brent Tips. Powered by Brent Tips. He is the owner of Boomer Jacks. I greatly appreciate him bringing Boomer Jacks to the Houston area. This place is absolutely tremendous. There's 2 locations. There's one in Katy. There's one in Webster. I strongly encourage you, if you're out here now, if you're anywhere near 99 and I-10, I strongly encourage you to come on through and hang out with us. If not, if you can't get to this location, there is one down in Webster. Webster is, I would say, fertile hunting grounds. Get on out there and stop through at that location. Have not been to that location. I'm assuming the layout is somewhat similar, and the vibe is probably somewhat similar. So this is a great place. Right now, we've got a Football Friday broadcast, live broadcast at Boomer Jacks, 1110 Katy. Again, 99 and I-10. I can literally see. They still call that a spaghetti bowl right there when all them highways go up over like that. Is that what y'all refer to that there when you was coming up, Ron?
Never heard of that.
From the top because all the roads cross. I think it's what it is.
Sense. I never
anyway,
heard that.
there's one of those, a small one at 99 and I-10, and I can see it out the garage door here. Come on through. Again, it's a Football Friday. We are giving away Texans Colts tickets, I believe, later in the season. The Colts games, the one good thing about the way the AFC South is rolling right now is the Texans are going to catch the Colts 2 times late in the season. And if you want to make up ground in the division, the quickest way to do that is head-to-head. And you're going to get them once at their place and once here in Houston. And we're giving away tickets to that game. You have to be on location to win those tickets, courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers. Also, we've already given away 2. We got 2 more of the Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. You want to get by here, you got to be here to win those. Get a raffle ticket, hang around, have you a drink, see if you can win some tickets or a gift card. Also, we've got giving away a free oil change for my guys up at Tomball Ford.
That's right.
Which you can go up there and you find there's a lot of folks out there. While you're up there getting your oil change, you can look at all the new rigs. You got 700 F-150s on the lot right there at Tomball Ford. So big shout out to them. Get this free oil change. Go up there, take care of the rig you got, and maybe stumble off into something new. Vehicles I'm talking about, Tyler. Relax. Also, there is a Boomer Jacks giveaway going on. Their Boomer Jack app. Register to win tickets to the Lone Star Showdown, the #1 rivalry in all of college football, if you ask me. And you got to download the app, register there. If you come in here, make sure you ask your waitress or your waiter, and they will get you taken care of. They'll get you download the app. They'll get everything rolling in the right direction for you. But the bottom line is, come on in here and hang out. By the way, Ron, I like to when I see a new menu and I'm at a new place and I check the menu out and there's something a little off the beaten path. Now, I say off the beaten path. It is a chicken wing or a chicken tender, however you want to couch it.
Oh, one of Tyler's favorites.
One of Tyler's favorite. It's Tyler's tenders, man. I find them easier to eat when we're on air and we're moving back and forth. I've really kind of leaned into Tyler's tenders lately. The chicken tenders, not literally Tyler's tender, but they've got one here, boys and girls. You know I like a dry rub, a good dry rub on my chicken. On my chicken, Tyler.
Keep clarifying, man. I'm trying.
Yeah, there is. They got a dry rub here that is a Cajun Ranch dry rub.
Cajun Ranch.
Right? I don't know that I've ever seen or heard of a dry rub that was a Cajun Ranch.
I don't know that's one I would attack, but it was.
Well, I'm going to tell you, they're tremendous.
Is it?
They're tremendous. You got to shake a little dust off. A little heavy on the dust, right? But I'd rather shake a little dust off and go to work than get real sloppy while I'm eating. So the Cajun Ranch wing or tender is the way to go. Put it out there just in case anybody wants to give it a shot. All right, I told you guys I'm in the middle of what I think is my first, what could become a heated altercation with a neighbor.
Oh.
And it hasn't been heated yet, but old boy pulled one over on me.
Is it the fence?
Well, it started with the fence.
Oh.
So here's how we lay this thing out, right?
Been there with my
I leave my flip house one night, which is right around the corner from my house. And I'd been working, so I'm leaving, and he's waiting on me. He's in a car with my neighbor, right? And he says, "Hey, you mind if I take down that fence between our two properties?" Because I had taken down a bunch of fence around the front of my place and down the other side. I said, "No, I don't mind if you take it down at all." I said, "In fact, I think I'm going to throw up a wooden fence down the backyard anyway, so you can go ahead and take that down, and it'll help out. I got a tractor, I got everything you need." I said, "Okay." So I got my septic guys. By the way, I got to tell you about my septic guys. Tremendous. TA Septic Solutions on the east side. If you're on the east side, you got anything to do, you need septic. Absolutely tremendous. I mean, killing it.
They take care of your poo for you.
Yeah, whatever, anything
yourself up with that one.
Anything to do septic.
I didn't think I was that hype.
So I said, yeah, take that fence down, man. Well, I got my guys back there, and you know when you put in, we had to put in a new septic, so they dug a hole damn near as big as a swimming pool, right? And so there's a bunch of extra dirt out there. And TA Septic Solutions said, "I'm gonna spread this all over this yard for you, so you ain't gotta haul it off." And I said,
"There we go."
Well, my man that I ran into said, "Hey, I want that dirt. I got a bottle. I want that dirt." And I said, "Well, cool." So I told my guy, TA Septic Solutions. I said, "Hey," I said, "don't worry about that, man. My neighbor over here wants that dirt." And I knew when I did it, Ron. I thought, this old boy's going to leave that damn dirt in my backyard, and I don't have the equipment to move it. And I knew I was, but I was trying to be a good dude. I was trying to be a good person.
Well, he said he was going to get it himself, didn't he?
I'm going to get it myself. None of that. My man said, I'll get it myself. I said, "What?" I said, "Damn, I thought about that." I said, "But I don't have a dump truck." He said, "Oh, I got a dump trailer, man. I got a dump trailer. I'll get over there. I'll get that dirt." I mean, it's a big mound of dirt. I said, "Okay." I said, "Cool, no problem." I watch TA Septic Solutions. I watch them. I watch them load all this equipment up that would have spread that dirt out and leave my property with that big. And I'm thinking, this is a mistake. This is it's going to being a good dude is going to bite me in the ass again. I pull up there. Oh, let me go back. Let me go back real quick before the equipment gets pulled off. My man that was supposed to pull the fence up goes over and asks my guys that got the equipment, "Hey, can you pull all this fence up?" I've already talked to Clint. Clint said,
"You told me this."
Yeah, Clint agreed with it. I said, "No, but go." So I ended up having to pay $400 to get all this stuff pulled up.
You split it with him, right?
Well, no, I can't wait to hear where this goes. So I watch the equipment ride up. I go over there, do a little work this morning, plant a couple plants out, try to do my little landscaping out front, get my spot right so I can sell it. He's next door. He said, "Hey, I'm gonna get back here. I'm gonna spread this dirt out." I said, "I thought you wanted it." He said, "Well, no, I don't have a dump trailer." I said, He said, I'll spread it out for you, man. Since I left it, I'll spread it. And he said, about that tree line, where that tree line was, I get it good cleaned up for you. I got one of these posts, so I'll get it good cleaned up for you. I got to take care of her yard, so I'll go ahead and just take care of all of it. I said, "What? That's fine." 30 minutes later, I get a text. "Hey, Clint, I'm going to get all that taken care of for you, but I'm going to need $500. $500.
He needs you to hold it down. He needs you to hold it.
I texted him back real quick. I almost called him, but I texted him back real quick. I said, "No, sir." I said, "Look here, I've already paid $400, $500, whatever it was, to get that fence pulled up that you were supposed to pull up. Number one, so you cost me $500. I said, number two, you told me you was going to spread all that land, and my cat had the equipment out here was going to spread it for me. You were going to spread all that dirt. You told me you wanted it. Now all of a sudden you don't want it. Now you want to charge me $500 to spread it."
I don't know how he thought that was going to ride.
I don't think.
I don't know how. Yeah, man, I'll go ahead and do that for you. But here, let me hold 500. I don't know.
Literally, I about spit on my phone, man. I was laughing. So I said, "Man, you got to be kidding me." I mean, I knew when I did it, I said, this is going to cost me money. This is going to end up I did not think he would be the one to come call me and ask me for it. So here I'm sitting here at the dirt backyard. I ain't got equipment one to spread it, and I done told his ass to kick rocks.
So it's just
Yeah,
like this?
he ain't even responded, man. But I mean, the thing is, I got to see him. Hell, I pulled up over there today, and his truck was in my backyard doing something. Like I can't avoid him.
Nah, yeah.
So it's gonna come down to it where it's just gonna have to be a confrontation, I believe.
Conversation.
He's an older gentleman. I don't want
conversation.
A what?
Conversation.
That's what I said. Would you?
You said confrontation. No, man, don't make it a confrontation unless he make you get there. What? My man said, "Hey, he made it sound like he made it seem like, hey, Clint, I do you a favor. I do it for $500 for you."
No question. Look, here's the deal. Here's what really pisses me off about the whole deal, Ron, be honest with you. I look back and I hit rewind in my mind, you know. He's one of them old boys that been setting me up from jump. The very first conversation that we had, he said, I knew when I left that conversation, I said, well, he's smooth. He is smooth. And I guess he needs $1 or $2 because he got me. I don't know.
You for the fence,
No,
and he got you.
Well, I mean, the good thing is I needed to pull that fence down anyway, and I got tired of waiting on his ass. But he told me he was going to do it for free. He told me he was going to get it pulled down for the lady. He was going to do my neighbor a favor. Yeah, I said that. But it's going. There ain't no dodging that one now.
Yeah, that's you're gonna have to let Richard go.
How we get here, cuz?
Right there, baby.
How we get here,
man?
That's old banquet beer, one of them old yellow jackets, baby.
There it is.
So I don't know. I may get into a little confrontation there, a little conversation.
That text line coming in, conversation, Clint, not confrontation.
Tyler, how did you handle your?
Don't end up Mark Sanchez in this thing here.
Not get hit with that little old knife, that little old short knife, little switchblade knife.
That man looked like he got pepper spray.
Boy, did you see? They have done released longer video of him stumbling around the city. What was he doing? Have you seen the video?
I have not seen the video.
They got him. This is before he. This is like he's just wandering around in front of a pub by himself.
Dirty Red, Real Ron the Show, Hughley. Y'all still with us out there at Old Boomer Jacks on a Football Friday? Copy? I don't think they're going to copy, people. Sounds like we lost our connection with Ron and Clint here on the Drive, Sports Radio 610. But a Football Friday is going to roll on here live for the bye week as the Texans head into that very thing. The Drive is live, Football Friday. We'll be right back. Get these guys connected.
How good was C.J. Stroud's performance against the Ravens? Good enough to win an award. all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Here's 281-222-2222.
Back after this message from your local station.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jacks and Katie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here in Katy at Boomer Jacks. There we go, and the party's arrived here. Tyler, you may recognize that voice.
Give it to me one more time.
Well, yeah, you know that voice.
Hey, girl.
He said, hey, girl.
Miss you.
All right. No, make your way on out here, man. Congratulations to our latest winner, as you have a chance to win still multiple prizes, including in the 5 o'clock hour, a pair of tickets to a future Texans game. A pair of tickets to a future Texans game coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Shout out to our Houston area Ford dealers. Those tickets are courtesy of them. And yes, remember, in the house, you have to be in attendance to receive those tickets. If you put your name in our raffle box and you've left and your number gets called or your name gets called, you will not win those tickets. You have to be in the building. We've had some unfortunate situations where people have won tickets and they left, and their name was they did not get those tickets. So do not make that mistake and have those same regrets that others have had in the past. So just wanted to put that out there. Just want to put that out there, just in case you mess things up. All right, Clint, Tyler, text line, you can jump in. Everybody in the building, you can jump in on this conversation as well. Which team? And we've talked about the two teams tied for first place at the top of this division, the Colts and the Jags. And we had a conversation of, boy, I don't know, Clint, that we think these guys are they're just going to go away and just die. All right, I think the Jags and the Colts are going to be around the entire way, and it seems like that's going to be the case. I would say this to everybody listening. You can jump in on this. Which team, the Colts or the Jags, which teams concern you the most in the South that the Texans have to deal with? The Colts, they're 4-1, and Clint, as you said, they're second in the league in scoring, 32-plus points a game. And then they're third in scoring defense, Clint, at just under 18 points a game. I mean, you're second and third in scoring defense and scoring offense is that's Super Bowl conversation right there. And their signature win is against the Denver Broncos. And outside of that, they played the Raiders, the Saints. They played some bad teams. And then it's the Jags. They're also 4-1, and their signature. Niners on the road and beat them. Then they beat the Chiefs on Monday night, coming back down 14-0 in that game. They're 10th in scoring at 25-plus a game and 22nd in total defense, but they by far lead the league in turnovers with 14 turnovers on the season. Which team concerns you the most? Which team do you think is more believable?
Well, I think they're both believable, but the one that scares me the most in this division is the Colts.
Yeah.
I've always been a firm believer.
Daniel Jones now.
Well, no, I know who it is. I know who it is, and I just refuse to judge Daniel Jones off a body of work when the owner of that team comes out and says we have done everything in our power to make sure this guy fails. I mean, I can't judge, and I was not a big fan of Daniel Jones when he came out, to be completely honest with you. So I'm not a Daniel Jones fan. I'm just in a sense of burying a quarterback for something that goes on in New York or Cleveland or places like that I just refuse to do it. And so right now, man, I think Indianapolis is for real. I think they're not dependent on a boatload of turnovers, although they will take them. They're not dependent on it. I've been a fan of Shane Steichen since he was a coordinator with the Eagles. I thought the Anthony Richardson marriage would work out a little bit better, but it didn't. Now he's just got a guy that he can maybe a lower ceiling guy, not maybe, definitely a lower ceiling guy that he knows that can depend on taking the ball where it's supposed to go. They play within the system. And a little bit more to Jonathan Taylor than maybe he has been in the past. And you're seeing some really, really, really good football out of Indianapolis on both sides of the football. So I got to go with the Colts, man. They both concern me, no doubt, given where we are right now. But
they both feel real, yeah.
Yeah, the Colts are the one that because I felt like, you look up, they won 10 games and we had to beat them in Week 18 just to go to the playoffs or to win the division, and that was with old buddy. What was his name?
Gardner Minshew.
I mean, that was after they lost their starting quarterback. Now, we now know who the starting quarterback is and what he was capable of or not. But, I mean, this has been a healthy organization, I think, for a long time. And so they seem to be a little bit more real to me than the other.
Yeah, text line coming through, Jags, because they already have a game on us. They've already beaten the Texans. Someone texted in. Someone else texted in the Jags. I'll be honest, man. You're right, and I think there is a fair thought of, hey, man, like we got to look at their schedule. Like, the Colts, are they really more believable, or have they played the Raiders, the Saints, and the Dolphins? And that is what it's about. I would also urge to look at their loss to the Rams, and they could, as you talk about the Texans, could have some other wins. They could easily be 5-0.
Yeah.
That Rams game, I mean, they lost a touchdown in that game because A.D. Mitchell pulled the DeMar. He dropped the ball before getting in the end zone.
Yep.
And then he got called for a holding penalty that took a long touchdown run back from Jonathan Taylor, and a hold he didn't have to do.
Yeah.
But then also on the other side, that Denver game, they got a new life on a leverage call.
Yeah.
That helped them on a field goal. But if you just watch it, they look more real, right? Like the Jags. I mean, 14 turnovers. I don't know how sustainable that is, and I think that's a big part of why. I mean, they only had one turnover against the Chiefs, and that was a big one. They took it back 99 yards. But going into that game, 3 out of their 4 games, they had multiple turnovers in, right? Like, that changes the game. Trevor hadn't really he hadn't thrown for over 200 yards very much this season. So I don't know if that is sustainable. I look at the Colts like, yeah, I think the opponent has something to do with it, but doggone it, man. That Denver Broncos defense, who leads the league in sacks, is one of the better defenses that shut down the Eagles in the second half last week. Hey, bro, they couldn't stop the Colts.
Yeah.
Right, the Colts were still doing what they do even against them. Listen, I know for me it's hard to believe in either one of these quarterbacks. But I'm with you. I would say the Colts feel more real than the Jags. Jags seem like they're really predicated off turnovers.
Yeah. Well, the beauty about the Colts is that we're going to catch them late in the season. And so you catch them later in the season, there's liable to be some injuries. There's more tape out there. More play callers have had a chance to try to decode the defense or the offense, vice versa. You got more tape. So catching the Colts late could end up being the savior for the Texans. Now the Texans got bigger fish to fry. Obviously they got to get that. They got to get their stuff together and get right and get the season right. But boy, from a division standpoint, catching them Colts late and being able to make up ground on them like that head-to-head is going to be could pan out to be a real game changer for the Texans to get back in this thing.
Yeah, Jags have a better defense than the Colts. I don't know that is – the numbers certainly don't say that, at least from a scoring perspective. I think what the Jags have done is they've been able to turn teams over. And, I do think that they are forcing turnovers. I don't want to say that they're getting lucky, but – if your defense is dependent on turnovers as much as it feels like theirs are, I think that is less sustainable than, all right, man, we're giving up 18 points a game, like especially to a team that scores the way that the Colts have been scoring at the start of the year. So.
We'll see, man. They got two teams in front of them that we both feel like are real, that aren't just going to fall apart. But I'm with you. I think right now it's a little bit more real. Yesterday we talked about the Astros and all the moves they made, especially now just getting rid of the hitting coaches, catching coach. They made a lot of moves, the trainer and everything. Did yesterday's moves signal to you that Dana Brown and Joe Espada potentially are on the hot seat? Did those moves signal like, all right, man, hey,
yeah,
because many people say, all right, you start firing assistants, then the next thing to fire is those dudes.
Yeah, look, I think that when you clean house of everybody but your manager and your general manager, I think you're telling them, y'all better make some big swings, some big moves, and you better get it right. You better make some moves, and it better bear the fact that those guys were the reason why we weren't worth a damn, and it wasn't y'all, right? And so, yeah, no, I think anytime a general manager stays a head coach, a manager and a general manager stay in baseball, and everybody else gets canned, yeah, I would say their seat's hotter than all get out.
Yeah,
I think they've been warned. I think it's just like a head coach in football. When a head coach in football fires both of his offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator, I think there's a pretty good chance his seat's hot if it don't work out.
And you think it's hot for both? You think
Absolutely.
Dana and Joe? Because I would have thought maybe just Joe, but
no, I think it's hot for both of them.
They fired Dana's assistant.
Did you see that?
They fired the assistant GM. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think both of them are. I mean, if this thing don't start, next season doesn't go well, yeah, I think both of them get canned.
Yep, they won the division 2 years ago. This past year, they finished in second place. They did have a lot of the injuries. The first time they missed the postseason since 2016. I'll be honest with you, it's crazy to think. I always thought, all right, who's better at their job, Dana or Joe? And I always thought, like, listen, I know Dana's really cocky a little bit and tells it how it is and very confident in himself. But I thought he was the one that was clearly kind of better at his job than the other. But, hell, I don't know now. I mean, you start looking at it, boy, maybe they're a little closer there. There isn't anybody that, like Jim Crane is like, all right, hey, man, I trust you and you'll to make the other move. That would be interesting, though, if Dana Brown is on the hot seat and never gets to choose a manager of his choice.
Yeah,
that would because Joe, he inherited.
Yeah,
Joe,
he inherited all this
basically.
mess.
Yeah, he inherited. Well, I guess maybe he could have picked Joe because he did have Dusty, and I guess maybe he could have gone in a different direction. But I don't know. It'll be interesting. Someone texted him. Funny, all the assistants did. All those assistants didn't set the roster of the lineup. No, they didn't. They didn't, but as Clint said many times, this is the next step. You've run out of excuses and places to blame. All right, coming up as we continue to roll through here at Boomer Jacks here in Katy. Again, you still have opportunities to win tickets to a Texans game coming up a little bit later on in the season and later on in the show, courtesy of our good friends at the Houston Ford Dealers. As we come back, what's the self-scouting? Text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What things are you looking at that the Texans, coming off their bye week, need to improve upon or just stop doing? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about
Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tyler Milner just texted me and said, "What's up, cracker?"
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jacks and Katie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's an interesting thing to lead us back for Brick right there. just Tyler just
popped into my brain.
Just popped in. Let's play Seth. Let's play that one from Seth. That's a fun thing. As we continue live here on a Football Friday. Clap it up in the building. There we go. It is a Football Friday here, and we are live here in Katy at Boomer Jacks. Come on out, have a good time. This is a great spot to start your Friday, your weekend going. And listen, they got a great menu. They've got a full bar with everything you need. They got frozen drinks. I see you, Steven. They got frozen drinks. I've had one.
Ron's already had one of them pink drinks.
Yep, I like strawberry. All right, and you're not gonna make me feel bad about it.
No,
all right?
I don't think you should feel bad about it.
I don't.
I just pointed it out. That's sugar on that rim, ain't it?
Yeah, I didn't touch it though. I'm not usually something on the rim, but I didn't touch it. But no, they got everything you need. They got every single beer, every drink, every liquor. It's all here. So come on out and enjoy yourself and get the weekend started right. All right, Clint. As they get themselves going, as they've been sitting here in the bye week, right? Next week they'll get going and they'll move forward with Seattle. But usually in the bye week, and I've heard this in this is where I've covered teams, where I've talked to former athletes, where I've talked to coaches, that a lot of the bye week is, yes, for the players getting healthy, getting right, but a lot of the bye week is, all right, let's self-evaluate. What things do we need to improve upon? What's something that we're doing well that we need to do more of? What's something that we've tried to make a staple in our team, and all right, let's just chill. Like I think 2 years ago, the first year that Bobby Slowick was here, I think at some point in their bye week, at one of their times, they're like, "Hey man, we got to chill out on this, trying to be this run team that we're not. We gotta shift this around, and we got to hand this thing over to CJ." And I think that kind of went along with their second half. When you look at this team, and you all can jump in, you got thoughts as well. When you look at this team, and you think, all right, these coaches, D'Amico and Nick Cayley and Burke and Frank and all of the coaching staff sit back and they're saying, all right, this is what we're looking at post-bye week. This is the things that we need to improve upon or chill out doing and move on from. These are our strengths that we need to exploit. What do you think they're talking about in terms of self-scouting?
Well, look, I think you got to look at it two different directions on both sides of the ball, right? I think offensively, you've had some really good things going on the last couple of weeks. And so it's more about, hey, what are you doing offensively that's working? And how can we do more of it, right? And I think there's been a couple of major changes, like the way in which they are handling doubles in a tackle, or it is a guard and a center on a defensive tackle. The way they're handling those double teams is much more aggressively, much more focused on moving the man in front of you before going to the second level of the defense. And what it's done is, obviously, it's given us more room and space for the running backs to run, and you're getting push up front, right? But what it's done is it's bled into the individuals. As I mentioned, Dalton Schultz. All of a sudden, Dalton Schultz is a guy that's blocking somebody 10 yards down the field on a run play that didn't make 3 yards, right? So that whatever lit the fire under those guys, I think for the last 2 weeks, but really definitely the last week, whatever lit the fire under those guys' ass to get them rolling, I think you got to stick to, number one. Number two, I think it's all about usage on the offensive side of the football, right? I think we've seen a big enough sample size of Houston Texans offensive football right now to know that, one, you don't have a ton of explosive players. You don't have a ton of versatile players. You've got two guys on this offense that just flat out have to touch the football multiple different ways. And it starts with the best player, which is Nico Collins. And I think Nick Caley did a good job last week of getting him the ball in exotic ways. He had a little speed sweep. He had a screen, I believe. He had a play action bang 8. He had the touchdown over the middle of the field, which moved him around in formation, put him in a bunch formation. So I think you got to do that, continue to do that with Nico, and even do more of that with Nico, because you're going to be more dependent on Nico the better the opponent gets. And the other one is one that we've talked about at length, and I still think he's been underused, is Woody Marks. To play him more, I think you got to find a way to get him involved in your pass game out of the backfield, and get him with some linebackers, with some safeties on him. Work him underneath, as well as have some shot plays for him to get the ball down the field to him. I think it's usage with those two players, and I think it's technique and mechanic driven with the way the O-line has been approaching the run game of late.
Woody, that has to be a conversation of, all right, we saw what he did against Tennessee. We saw what he has done when he's gotten opportunities.
Yeah.
They've got to make him the guy. They're like, all right, man, this is potentially our, because I think he may be their second option right now in terms of explosive plays and guys that you feel like can make plays as a playmaker. He's got to be the second guy potentially there. And I could see maybe themselves saying, all right, let's get to the bye week. But now I think they should have some creative things that they're doing with him. And I think it is the biggest thing maybe that I'm thinking of when I think about what I hope they're having conversations about when it comes to self-scouting. I hope they pull in here and D'Amico and Nick and the entire staff and say, hey, I think for us, in this team at least right now, based off what we watched the last 2 weeks, I think we've got to chill out with the game plan offense. I think we've got to look at, all right, this is what we did well, and this is what we do well. Like, to me, it shouldn't be all right, game plan allows us to use Dalton Schultz the way we did the last 2 weeks. And if another team does different things, then this week we don't use Dalton. No, I think Dalton's important to have to use every week the way they've been using. I hope that's a turn. I hope game plan doesn't determine if Woody Marks or Nick Chubb gets more carries or touches. I hope that's not the case. So I just hope that they sit back and reflected and say, yes, what we would like to be down the line maybe is, all right, we are a versatile offense that can flip and flop based off what the defense does. But to me right now, it can't be that, because we've got to find a way to get Nico touches in the spots that he wants it in and that he excels in, no matter what the opponent's doing. Woody Marks, Dalton Schultz as well. So to me, I hope that is something that they look at and say, maybe we're not ready for that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Adding Dalton Schultz, the usage thought of it is big. I don't know that there's a better telltale sign of whether this offense is going to be, whether they're clicking and they're approaching the game the right way, or at least within their identity. I don't know if there's a better indicator than Dalton Schultz early on. I like that. If we flip on the defensive side of the football, Ron, obviously they've been great. There's not a ton there, but I do think that we saw something last game that D'Amico wishes he would have went to against Tampa Bay and slowed down that run attack. I think what we saw D'Amico do last week was on first down and was he what we used to call it a double eagle, right? You put three defensive linemen, like interior defensive linemen in the game. You got one over the center, one over the guard, one over the guard. So you cover all those guys, and then you've got Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, running off the edge, and if you make it impossible to double team anybody up front. Right, and so not impossible, but damn near impossible to double team anybody up front. And so what that does is that keeps a team from being able to push your D linemen with double teams into the lap of your linebackers, which is a lot of what we saw against Tampa. I think it also makes it very difficult, because it wasn't as much. After I went back and looked at the film against Tampa, it wasn't as much as, now they did get pushed, and like you can't, they got way too much push.
Yeah.
But I think there was also some pin and pull type stuff that they were doing up front Tampa was doing that was taking advantage of our guys penetrating so immediately and so fiercely. And so, anyway, when you put 3 interior defensive linemen in there, you make it damn near impossible for them to pull offensive linemen, right? And so that versus teams, or when teams decide they're going to go run heavy, or when teams start hitting us with runs, I think that is what they're going to go to versus what we saw him go to against Tampa, which was take the nickel defender out, put a real linebacker in, and go 4-3. I think that double eagle front, that 5 down 2 linebacker, that 5-2 look, I think is probably more what he goes to than the base 4-3.
Yeah, and because I think that's how teams are probably going to try to defensively. It's probably trying to run the football. And if they can defend the run the way they did, especially against Baltimore, then I mean that kind of plays everything into their hands with their pass rushers and their secondary back there. That's why, to me, if you would wonder, all right, how our offense is going to attack? What is Seattle probably going to do? They're going to probably try to, if they're going to attack really right in the middle, running the football the way that the Bucs did.
Well, if you can look, every opponent that comes in here, when you talk about our defense, every opponent is going to be smart to try to attack the weak spot, which is the interior D-line. Or I shouldn't say weak because it's not weak. The weak point, let's call it that, the weakest point. Because, again, that's the weak point. And what that's going to do is it's going to keep the edge rushers that are elite, arguably the best tandem in the league, it's going to keep them at bay, right? And so, to me, that is what every team, first and foremost, coming in here is going to try to do. Now, you look, you've got your great football teams that are going to have a bigger, broader plan to take care of 2 defensive ends that like to get up the field, and they're going to do some different things. But I think, generally speaking, every week you can expect the opponent's offense to come in here and go, yeah, we're going to try to run this thing downhill just to keep Daniil and Will from being a problem.
And because they watched Tampa Bay have such success doing it.
Yeah, we've seen it. It's on film. Yeah,
that I think is – yeah, one thing is I will be very, very disappointed, Clint, if we don't see significant kind of changes. Like, just not – I mean, when I say significant of, like, all right, hey, Woody Marks clearly becomes more involved in the offense in the second half. Or, as you said, like, all right, hey, man, we got to find ways to really make sure we get Nico even more involved than he has been here of late. I think there should be a real focus on seeing that. All right, 5 o'clock fire coming up next as we are live here at Boomer Jacks. Come do your thing. Come hang out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but there are TVs all over the place. You got some MLB playoffs, some college football tonight. All of that you can enjoy right here in Katy at Boomer Jacks. 5 o'clock fire. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, let me tell you about this new obsession I got, man. It's Daisy Dip is off the charts, man. They got a French onion dip. They got a
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the place, is in the building. And the latest is we are live in the 5 o'clock hour on a football Friday. Yes, it is the bye week, but not for us, baby. We are here in Katy. Boomer Jacks, it has been a fun time. First off, shout out to the people who have come out and been here all 4 hours. I see my man been here since 2 o'clock.
Big Chris.
Yeah. I've seen several people over here since 2 o'clock. We appreciate everybody that came in. These fools right here in front of us are playing dominoes. They come in. I mean, they are in there. They order some queso, some drinks, and then they in here playing bones right here in the building. So if you want to play dominoes, you can pull up right here as well. They got room over here. Let's just say, hey, where's Shannon and Steve at? I want no playing bones. Where's Shannon and Steve at? No, come on out and have a good time. Again, still here in the 5 o'clock hour. If you are in the building or on your way and you have not done so, you still have a chance to win a pair of tickets for a season, for a game this season with the Texans a little bit later on. But all you got to do is put your ticket in our raffle box. We'll do that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint, let's look at Thursday night football because of a surprise last night. The Giants, they win by 17. They were clear underdogs in this game. Jackson Dart with his third start against the defending champs, the Philadelphia Eagles, and they win 34-17, excuse me. They showed to be the best team throughout the night. The Eagles did take a lead there for a bit, but I think the Giants outplayed them in every way. And when you look at an upset like that and the score the way it was, Clint, I'll ask you this. Do you think yesterday in that game was more about the Giants or was more about the issues with the Eagles?
Oh, well, I mean, I would say it's more about the Giants.
Okay.
Now, I think two things can be true, but if you're making me pick one, I would say it's more about the Giants. Look, I think the Giants' defense is for real. They've definitely got a defensive front that I would stack up against anybody in the NFL across the line. When you look at their down 4, down 3, however you want to look at it, and so I think that part of it's real. I think they're going to cause problems for offenses all year long. And when you look at what they've got going on offensively, look, Brian Daboll has been a good play caller throughout his career. Maybe not of late with the Giants and kind of what he's had to deal with, but he's a good play caller. I think that they have captured lightning in a bottle with their running back and their quarterback that they drafted this year in the draft offensively. I do think both of those guys bring an energy and a different approach to the game than maybe what most losing franchises bring, and I think it's contagious. And so, I would say that I don't want to minimize and take away from anything the Giants did last night. That was impressive on all fronts. And then, look, when you look offensively, you go score 34 points against the Eagles, and you do it with no Slayton and you do it with no Neighbors. I mean, you're down your most experienced receiver and your best player, one of the best. Best player offensively. Their best player, one of the top 5 receivers in football. And so, I mean, I think you wouldn't score 34 without those guys. Clearly, your play caller's doing work. Clearly, your quarterback's raising the level of everybody's play around him. And I don't ever want to minimize any of that. So I would put that on. I would say that the Giants more so than.
Jackson Dart surprised you?
Oh, he surprises me every time he plays and wins. I completely.
Well, you said every time he plays.
Yeah, man. I I was wrong once again on a young quarterback, man. Because I look, and I don't need to see anymore. I know I'm with you that the jury's still out of whether this is going to work long term or not. But he's already shown me enough in the league that I was dead ass wrong. I mean, I watched him play at Ole Miss. I stood on the sideline and watched him play, and I mean, it looked, everything was difficult. Everything was difficult for him when I'm watching him in person. He got the hell beat out of him. He wasn't athletic enough to play the brand of ball that he was playing in college at the pro level. At least this is what I was thinking as I'm watching. The arm strength and arm talent was good, but it wasn't great. I didn't know if he was going to transition to the league. And I would have bet against it in a big way. And he's done enough with the Giants that I'm completely wrong. I completely missed on Jackson Dart and what his style of football. Not only is he in the league and not only is he winning games, but he is playing with the identical style that he played with at Ole Miss. There's no throw.
You think that's sustainable?
I don't know how sustainable it is in terms of winning double-digit games and winning in the playoffs. I don't know how sustainable it is for him to stay healthy.
Yeah.
But the fact that it works against the defending Super Bowl champs in prime time and they score 34 points without his top two wide receivers, it was enough for me to know that my feelings and my thoughts on Jackson Dart were inaccurate. Right, that's the thing. Like I didn't. It wasn't about mechanics. It wasn't about size. It wasn't about. It was just about. I didn't think he was talented enough stylistically to play to excel at the NFL the way he excelled at the college game. Right. I just didn't see it working at this next level. And last night it worked against the Super Bowl champs. Man, I can't knock you, man. That was a impressive performance.
Listen, I'll say, to me, I agree with you about the Giants. Listen, the Philadelphia Eagles were expected to play and win a Super Bowl, right? That's what their expectation is to win it all, right? Their Super Bowl, and Clint, this is looking bad. This is looking real bad right now. And listen, I'm not going to say that they aren't going to be able to figure things out. I mean, Clint, their second halves are ridiculous. I think they're 3 for 20 on third down in the last two games.
Yeah.
And they're coming off of losing a home game that they gave up a double-digit lead to the Broncos. You thought they'd come out Thursday night ready to go. They had a little meeting, alleged meeting. Oh boy, alleged meeting. Throughout over the week between A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley about their offense, and they came out and it was doo-doo. I mean, it was a worse performance than they had the previous week. And then after the game, A.J. Brown is going as if he's on the stand, and he's saying, "I do not recall." When asked about a team meeting that everybody else confirmed there was a meeting, and a meeting for multiple hours, and he's saying he does not recall. Like, this feels like the self-destruction that they went through after they started out 10-1 2 years ago, and then they just went and lost damn near every game down the stretch, including just getting blown out by Tampa in the playoffs. Yeah. And then they started to make some moves. This looks like this isn't just a couple of bad losses. This thing looks like it's teetering to fall apart with a team that just won a Super Bowl.
Well, look, anytime you've got players, your leaders are entertaining and being involved in the drama that involved, and it seems like every damn year it's something with this dude, man. I don't. At some point, I think that bites you in the ass. I don't see it biting the Super Bowl champs in the ass so bad. Look, they lost to what I think is obviously Denver is one of the best defenses in the game, and they got, they got beat. And the Giants, I think if you look at what's going on, what went on with the Giants is their defensive front is really good, but you got down 14 points early on, and now you got to play catch-up. And that is not the defensive line that you want to play catch-up with. It'd be like the Texans. It's like getting down to the Texans. I don't care who you are. If they can hunt, you're in trouble. And so I wouldn't panic yet. I would imagine they got a lot of really good players offensively, man. I'd be shocked if they didn't get this thing back on track and get rolling.
Nah, with it just feels like it's more than ball over there. It just feels like it feels like
Like when I look
it is.
When I look at Baltimore, it's like, man, we're injured and we're struggling. I look over at Philly, it's like, hey, man, this whole thing about to fall apart.
Yeah.
Right, and that's the concern with me. So, shout out to the Giants. Congratulations. Since Jackson Dart, they're 2-1, and they've beaten 2 first-place teams.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, some other news around the NFL going into Sunday's game. One, Clint, we saw the Texans beat the Ravens last week without Lamar Jackson and a lot of their guys. Well, he's officially been ruled out for a second straight week. He is out of this game along with some of their other stars, Clint, and they're going to play the Rams, so I'd imagine they're playing a pissed-off Rams team that just lost the game to a team that had a whole bunch of injuries. I get the impression that the Rams are probably going to come out pretty aggressive, and they're staring down 1-5 right in the face. I mean, listen, I know they're going to get a lot of guys back, and I know that division is got teams being led by Joe Flacco, who just got there because he was on the other team in the division that's now led by Dylan Gabriel and then Aaron Rodgers with the Steelers. But at some point, man, 1-5 is a problem to come back from. And they've got all these, and they'll have all these AFC losses as well. I think the Ravens are in real trouble here.
Oh, there's no doubt. They are in real trouble. My man Chris over here told me that line's only 7.5. No Lamar Jackson facing the Rams.
Clint, they are still the favorites to win the North.
I don't know. I mean,
they have still been. Vegas still has them as the favorite. It is everybody else. But no, man. The Ravens are one to watch. They came into the season, them in Philadelphia, the Super Bowl favorites, and they could be staring at 1-5 in the face.
Yeah.
If they lose on Sunday and be without Lamar Jackson. And then Kevin Stefanski of the Browns early in the week said he wasn't ready to name his backup quarterback. Well, he has named Shedeur Sanders as the backup quarterback in Cleveland. So Dylan Gabriel will start, who I think he did exactly what they needed and wanted him to do in that game against the Vikings. I don't think it was anything, but he made the plays he needed to make and didn't throw any interceptions. And I will say, if he plays that way, he'll probably remain as the starter unless they just keep losing a bunch of games and then they're like, all right, maybe we want to see everything they have. But hopefully this is something that maybe quiets down the Cleveland situation over there. And now I think he probably could have just done this earlier in the week, to be honest, and not created even more of a storm potentially. But it looks like Shedeur Sanders, who many people thought would be the backup, is now the backup there in Cleveland.
Good for him, man. Look, I want nothing more than for him to get a shot and play well and just kind of, like you said, I think quieting the noise around him would playing well and not even winning, but just getting the game, playing at the pro level, playing a competent level of quarterback, which may be a long shot in Cleveland, but doing that would, I think, quiet some of the noise around him. But for right now, being named number 2, you got to get ready. It wouldn't shock me one bit if Dylan Gabriel doesn't go down at some point over the next handful of games. You're playing in Cleveland, for crying out loud.
Yeah, that offensive line, he do look like he could get drilled right, get a hip or something.
I mean, 17 games is a long season anyway for anybody to stay healthy. And I know Dylan didn't start the first 3, 4, whatever it was. But it's a long road to stay healthy, man, especially when you're in Cleveland. So
yeah, certainly hope not, man. And
I don't hope he gets hurt, but I would like to see Shedeur Sanders get some run and see if he can make.
Look at their team. He probably will.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we've talked a little bit about the Saturday slate, these college football games that are going on. Clint, there are a lot of games where there's some teams that could be on upset alert. Now, some of these games I don't know if are upsets, but Ohio State, number 1, it's facing Illinois. I think that's one where they potentially could be on upset alert. I think Alabama could be on upset alert as they're going on. Although it wouldn't be a big upset. I mean, number 8 against number, I believe, 12, Missouri is. But then, as you talked about, your Razorbacks, that would be an upset if they were beat the 12th team in the country. I think Texas at OU would be an upset, obviously. Number 6 against a non-ranked team. A&M facing Florida.
Texas Tech hosting Kansas. What team do you look at potentially that could be on serious upset alert? Who do you look at in these games coming up on Saturday where you're like, hey, you wouldn't be surprised if they catch one?
Oh wow. Probably OU Texas. It's a neutral site.
Yeah.
I do think Texas is a better team than what they've shown. OU may not have their quarterback. If they do, he's a quarterback that hadn't practiced much because of his injury. I would probably say Texas beating OU 6. It's a rivalry game. You know that those games you never know. You can throw the rankings out the. I know Texas has a good defense, and so I think Texas is going to at least have a shot to be in that game if you can just make some plays early offensively. So I would probably say OU getting beat by Texas in that neutral site game. Indiana could beat Oregon, but on the road, that's a long shot. Illinois could beat Ohio State, but on the road, that's a long shot. Florida could beat A&M, but on the road, that's a long shot. Yeah, man, your KU Jayhawks at Texas Tech on the road, even though, hell, that's probably close to a home game, isn't it? Hell, what is that, a couple-hour drive?
No, it's in Lubbock.
Yeah, but that ain't that damn far from.
Yeah, it is.
Is it really?
Oh yeah.
My geography off.
Yeah. I mean it ain't New York, but I mean it's. I mean it ain't
easy to forget where Lubbock is, man.
It ain't an easy drive. No. By the way, are you surprised that Texas is favored in this game?
Shocked.
Yeah,
very surprised.
They're a 1.5 point favorite. I understand, but I'm just saying that this is
that's got to be because they don't think the quarterback's playing.
This is the number 6 team in the country versus an unranked team. I would think that is. Yeah. I understand what it, but I would think that is usually an upset any day of the week.
I would looking at these games. I mean, I would say Texas OU would be my number one if I had to pick an upset that would happen. I think Mizzou, Bama would be up there, and then I think I do think there's a real chance that my Hogs could go get Tennessee.
Well,
I think there's a real chance.
Well, we have that in the hot take category, so we'll see.
I think A&M, Florida. I think Texas Tech cleans up KU. I think Oregon and Ohio State handle business.
It's unnecessary.
What happened?
The cleans up part.
I mean, they Tech got that oil field money, boy. Them boys rolling up there now.
No, they're a good football team. They got a really good defense too. So we'll see. All right, let's have this thought going into the end of the bye week, and now the Texans are going to be rolling the rest of the way. If I were to say, what are the Texans? And I would say, would you describe them as a good football team? Would you describe them as that? Would you describe them as a good football team? Steven says no. Would you describe them as a good football team? Yeah, Steven said they suck. And I'm thinking, like, Steven, that's a little strong, man. Come on, man. He said they're nothing like the Steelers. All right, do you think they're a good football team? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. Power outages, they can happen anytime, man. In these parts, hurricane season it is. But
on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
How bad do you want to get out of this football hell?
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Katie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on a Football Friday. And just to let you know, if you're in the building and you have not put your name in our raffle box, we will announce our winner of the Future Texans tickets coming up after this segment ends. We will announce the winner of the Future Texans tickets after this segment ends. So if you have not gotten your name or your ticket in our raffle box, you'd be a fool not to do it right now. So go ahead and do that, as we'll do that coming up after this segment. All right, Clint, do you think you have to have a winning record to be considered a good football team right now?
Not this early.
Not this early. You think you don't have to, and if you have a winning record, does that necessarily mean that you look at teams as good football teams just because they have a winning record? I don't. For me, it's more my belief in what I see them doing on the field, right? Like, I'll be honest right now. I think, for me, and maybe some people disagree, if we take a team like the Colts, who are 4-1 right now and leading the division, hell, they're tied for the best record in football. I feel like I have them and the Texans kind of in a similar boat in terms of, I'm not sure if I know that they're good football teams, right? There's some things that they have done, I think, and you start to look at their numbers, and they are, top 2 in the league in points per game, and then they allow, 18, just under 18 a game, which is 4 in the league. But then I look at who they played in their schedule, and I don't know how much they've been challenged. I feel like the Texans and the Colts, I look at a similar way. I'm not sure if they're good football teams. I feel like the jury is still out for me, and I need to see more. What's your feeling with the Texans? Do you feel like you are confident right now that the Texans are a good football team?
Well, I'm not confident. I mean, no, there's nothing that we've seen for anybody to be overly confident or confident at all. Do I have a feel? Do I have an opinion after deep diving and watching them play? And yeah, I think this is a much better football team than their record is. I think it's a much better football team than what their film would say they were the first 3 games and 3 quarters of football.
Yeah.
Now the problem with that is I don't think they're anywhere near as good as what we watched last week.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, it's one of those where that they fall somewhere in the middle. Where is yet to be seen. But I know this. I know D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio have built a hell of a team where the floor is high. I don't know what the ceiling looks like, but the floor is high. We're rooting for a team in the Houston Texans that is it will shock the hell out of me if they play down to their opponent when they play a bad football team. It's all drags teams that they should beat, and then when they bump up against teams that are really good football teams, maybe built just as thoroughly as they are, or have weapons and are playing at a high level, then it's a bit of a battle and a little bit of a struggle. So I think it's a good football team. I think they're better than their record. I think they're better than their film. And
what is it about them that makes you feel like, as a whole, that they're a good football team?
Well, there's some ridiculous depth. The defense and the defensive play caller are absolutely elite.
Defense is championship worthy.
And the play caller is elite and can overcome and weather the storm of injuries. Offensively, I do think that C.J. Stroud is a real weapon if you can get the supporting cast right and get the play caller right. And I do believe, I don't think they're going to be great this year. You know, I'd be shocked if Nico Collins has a Pro Bowl year. I'd be shocked if anybody has a Pro Bowl year on this offense. But I do think they're going to be good enough and competent enough to where they can win some football games. So good is to me, like, this is a good football team. Are they an above average football team that's going to live in the playoffs? I can't say that.
Yeah. I do think you have to take it from the field also, right? I think the field is not as good as it's been the last couple of years.
You talking about the rest of the NFL?
Yeah. And the AFC, there were times, Clint, where it was like, all right, man, the Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills feel like they're separate from everyone else.
Yeah.
And there was even a period where the Bengals were kind of in that too.
That's your tier ones.
I think that's much closer. And after watching the Bills and the Patriots last week, I mean, we're watching teams just walk in and into Buffalo and winning. Right, and we look at, games like we watched even last night, even though it's on the other side, but teams like the Giants, almost winning by 20 over the Eagles. So I think the field is not as good, right? You got a team like Pittsburgh that is like at the top of the conference, and I don't know that many people have a ton of confidence in a team like that. I've got to see more against, and I think the Seattle game could be a tipping point game for me, right? I watched that game and I'm thinking, even though they had tight games, with the Rams and others, don't do what?
Don't do it.
Don't do what?
Talk about how tight them games were.
I'm just saying, even though the games were tight, when I watched them, I didn't sit there and think, boy. I was like, man, they just played a good football team and lost. I walked away from the Rams and the Bucks in particular, thinking, God, man, I think the Rams and the Bucks played a C game and came in there and won. No point in either one of, especially the Ram game. At no point did I think they were going to win that game. At no point. And then the Jacksonville game was a rough watch. I think they're beyond that. I think they're better than the Jacksonville thing. But I just think, for me, from an offensive standpoint, I need to see more. And I think the Seattle game could really show a lot, right? If they build off of what they've done against Tennessee and Baltimore, we see anything resembling that against Seattle, then I think it's a different conversation.
It's a monster game. It is an absolute monster game. I mean, do you go to 3-3 and come home sitting at 500 with 3 straight home games, or do you drop to 2-4, come home with 3 straight home games versus teams that you don't know if you can play with or not? How does your quarterback, how does your head coach, how does everybody handle a 2-4 adversity? You're deeper in the season. You're 2 games sub 500. Odds are Jacksonville or Indianapolis is going to win this week and maybe next week. So you could be looking up. At a 3 or 4 game deficit in the division, and so this is an absolute monster game for the Texans. I did not think that I'd be throwing around monster game, must wins, gotta have type stuff this early in the season with the Texans. But the way the division is unfolding with the Colts and the Jags playing such good football, it's you're gonna dig a hole that you can't get out of.
Text line coming through. Show it's too early to ask if any of these teams are good. I don't agree with that. Some maybe.
I mean, it's never too early to ask. We can hindsight and be wrong about a few teams or not, but I think it's a good conversation.
Yeah, I think five games against.
I guarantee if the Texans were sitting at 4-1 right now, we'd have no problem with talking about, hey, are the Texans really that good?
Yeah, based off what we saw the last. Yeah. Right, look, it's been 6 games. I think the Eagles are a good football team. They got some weird stuff going on with them right now.
Was that Coors Light really as good as it looked?
Were the mountains blue?
Yes. The answer is yes. They were, but I've wrapped my warm hand around them blue mountains, and they warmed up a bit. Now they're silver.
Treat yourself.
Was it
think so. Oh, boy, she got that mule cup on me.
They're still a little slightly blue.
It's still a little slightly blue, huh?
Oh, that's a nice mule cup. It's not hammered steel, hammered copper.
Yeah, they've done
It's good. It's straight rolled copper.
Yeah. All right. Coming up as we continue here on a Football Friday, Boomer Jacks right here in Katy. You can still make your way on out here and enjoy yourself. It's a great time. It looks like a lot of people are kicking their Friday off here. This bad boy is huge and it's packed. I see people with dogs outside. Tyler, you would be all over the place on your knees messing with these guys. I feel like Tyler would be on his back there with one of them dogs. Come on.
It's possible.
Come on, Sugar. Come on, Sugar.
Come on, darling.
You look up, and them old dogs' hips be gyrating on Tyler out there.
That's all right. Tyler's all right.
Love
He's ready.
them
He can take it. He can take it. But no, come on out and enjoy yourself.
Tyler sounds like a guy. He'd let his dog hunch on him.
Oh, what do you mean by hunch?
Like hump.
I mean, we've all.
I really didn't know that's what you meant. No, my dog's.
I mean, what the hell did you think I meant? Just lay next to you?
I guess. I mean, you've given me hell for that before.
You dirtbag.
Let me get out of here before I say something nasty. Coming up as we continue, we'll look at a big weekend in the state for a couple of teams. We'll do that coming up next. But before we go there, guys out there, is your
You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
Let me get you out of the way, Tyler.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jacks and Katie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, it's been a great time here. Everybody give yourselves a hand. We've had a good time here at Boomer Jacks here in Katy. On another, did he just curtsy here?
Hey, Chris won them tickets and said, hell, I'm coming behind a desk and just join the show, baby.
There you go. Chris, he's going to get a headset. No, slow down, Chris. But no, man,
Headset. Oh, see. Show said headset, and everybody turned their head. Golly, headset.
This whole table right here,
You know these right here?
Shannon, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Yeah, okay, it's starting to make sense now, Stephen. Y'all nasty asses. Damn freaks. But no, man, we've had a really good time. Congratulations to Chris, our winner here. He won the Texans tickets. Chris has been here since before this is during their time we got here. Chris has been here before 2 o'clock, man, and congratulations to him. And we do that every single week, every single Friday, every football Friday. You got a chance to win a pair of future Texans tickets. Before we roll out of here, coming up after us, Texans All Access with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, General Manager and Executive Vice President Nick Caserio will be on right at 6 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. And our guy, Patrick Creighton, he's in the building. I see him right there, him and his lovely bride. But Pat looking good today, baby.
Cleaner than the Board of Health,
I'm telling you, boy. I'm telling you, man. That looked like
cleaner than the Board of Health.
That looked like.
Come on.
Patrick looked like he's ready to tussle tonight, huh? I'm telling you, baby. There you go. She didn't look up. But Patrick Creighton and our guy Chris Santiago with Sean Bijani, Area 40. Area 40. I tried to roll through it, Tyler. Trying to really challenge me. Area 45. We'll have it going 10 to midnight tonight. 10 to midnight, the best damn sports show coming up after our guys Mark Vandermeer, John Harris take it. And hey, stay tuned, guys. Coming up in a few minutes here. Tyler is 9 for 9. He is 9 for his last 9. He has got, there you go, best bets coming up. He is making money, and he can make you money. He made Clint money, and he can make you some money. So best bets coming up with a little NFL flavor in about 5 minutes or so. Again, man, I want to thank everybody, Academy Sports and Outdoors, Houston Ford dealers, everybody who has had a part, Tom Ball Ford, everybody who's had a part who put this together here, and the great staff here at Boomer Jacks. This is our first trip here, but it has been a fantastic spot to have a football Friday, and hopefully not our last.
Hey, big shout out to all the Cinco Ranch fellas in the building. Guys got a big game tonight.
Good luck,
man. Good luck tonight. If you're out there and you're heading to a Friday night football game, it looks like Boomer Jacks is a great place to stop through with the family, with the friends, and with the parents and some of the younger kiddos and have a good time. So good luck to Cinco Ranch tonight. See a few of those folks in the building.
That's right. Shout out to our promo staff who always does a great job here helping us put things together. Our guy Matt, the engineer here, who's kept us on the air as well as on YouTube and Twitch. Tyler back at the station, always doing the most important work, holding it down and doing his thing. All right, Clint, if I were to say to you this weekend, Tyler's Aggies and your wife Lauren's Longhorns, they got games this week, SEC games, league. Texas has OU, the number 6 team in the country, the tougher game. And then A&M has Florida, and they've got Florida who's coming off of beating Texas. And it does seem like their coach, Billy Napier, is on the hot seat. I mean, he's on a weekly hot seat, not just it seems like the next game he loses, he may get fired. But they're coming off of beating Texas at home, but they're going to go play at College Station without DJ Lagway, their quarterback.
But you look at this and you think both of these are must-win games for both Texas and A&M.
I do. I do. The way we sit right now, I think now obviously for two very different reasons. But when you look at Texas A&M right now, I think they got a real chance to get in the college football playoffs and not just get there, but contend, right? And if you look at the way their schedule's set up, you got LSU, you got Missouri, and you got Texas, obviously a rivalry game late. I think if A&M's going to get there, they're going to have to give themselves a little bit of grace late in the season, right? And in order to do that, you're going to have to beat the teams that you should beat. Florida's a team that A&M should beat, especially when you got them in your backyard. I think you win this game, you put yourself in a position down the stretch to lose a game, maybe even two, depending on how the SEC unfolds late. You give yourself a little bit of grace. You lose the Florida game, you damn near got to win out and win the SEC championship to get in. I just think A&M, for national championship reasons in college football playoff context, I think you got to win. You got to beat teams that have no business beating you. And I think Florida is one of those teams, especially if DJ Lagway's not playing. I think A&M is one of those teams that has the Jimmies and Joes. Can Elko can he get them over the hump to, instead of just having a really good-looking team and recruiting well and all the things that come with national championship caliber programs, but then falling short? Can Elko get them over the hump? And I think if so, you got to beat, which I think they will, by the way. I think you have to win games like this to give yourself a little bit of grace down the stretch here. So yeah, I think it's a must-win weekend for A&M as well.
Yeah. I guess if you look in the standings, it's not must-win for A&M, right? Like, I mean, if they lose it, like, I mean, they'll be pissed off and disappointed, but they could still achieve all their goals. Texas loses, playoffs, all that's done, right? You got 3 losses.
Well, that's the context with Texas is, I mean, if you can't, I know it's OU, I know it's a rivalry game, but I'd argue that even gives you a better chance. But you're at a spot where. I don't think Sarkisian is going to get questioned as much, but I think your quarterback, who you've got a lot of stock in and put a lot of time and effort into, is going to get his seat's going to get real hot if you can't win this weekend. So,
especially if Mateer is not playing, if the backup is in, I like even. And he outplays Arch.
Yeah, man, you dropped to 3 losses as Texas with championship aspirations. You dropped to 3 losses this early in the season. Man, there's going to be some real heat there. So for Texas, it's just a matter of staying in the game, keeping yourself alive, at least getting back on the path to earning some respect. The season started. For A&M, I think it's about giving yourself a little bit of grace down the stretch to make a national championship run.
Yeah. And then I think with Tyler, as we get to best bets, I think Tyler's Aggies. It's just that to me, if they lose to Florida, I think that would, without DJ Lagway at home, I think that would wipe away a lot of the Notre Dame, win, the Auburn win. I think that would at least knock down the confidence level that not only people nationally but people within the A&M family have on this team if they can't beat that Florida team.
If A&M's going to win a national championship, they're going to win through the growth, right? I mean, they're still in a growth phase, I think, with their quarterback, with their offensive coordinator, with their offense, and if you can constantly win and be undefeated, obviously through that versus lesser opponents like Auburn and Florida and likes of that, Mississippi State likes of that group, if you can do that and prep yourself and be playing your best ball when you hit late schedule opponents that are nationally ranked, then I think you can really move the needle on that national scale. And I think A&M's set up to do it, and I'll be honest with you, I think they will.
Yeah. All right, Tyler, here we go, 9 for 9. His last 9 best bets he has nailed. He has had a hell of a week. Let's see if you can finish this thing off, baby. You said, hey, NFL has been the sweet spot. You went 4 for 4 last night. Can you do it again? What you got for the weekend best bet?
Let's keep the heater going, the perfection just going. Let's just do that. Yes, I got 4 more. We're going to hit all 4.
There we go.
Here they are, 4 best bets for NFL Week 6 as the Texans are on bye. Got the Seahawks in a pick'em game. It's a toss-up between the Seahawks and the Jaguars this weekend. Or that's as far as Vegas says anyway. But I got Seattle.
I'm going to tell you real quick, Liam Cohen is really burying that weird Duval thing with his start to his career as the Jacksonville Jaguars head coach.
Duval.
I think people are really starting People really starting to move past that weird thing since he seemed to change Trevor Lawrence's life. All right, so you got Seattle.
Yeah, trying to fight solid and stuff, too. So I got Seattle beating the Jaguars in Jacksonville in the pick'em. In that same game, I'm on the under. I think the defenses will perform more so than the offenses of these two squads this weekend. So I'm on under 47.5 between the Seahawks and the Jags. Next, we're going to London. Jets plus 7.5.
That's not bad. Weird stuff happens in London.
Yes,
and the Broncos, they're a weird team. They're a weird team. Like they were in a dogfight with the Titans. They lost to the Colts, and then they somehow came back in the fourth quarter after being down double digits to the Eagles last week. Weird team. So that's not a bad one. I like that. Weird things happen in London too.